DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. Yeah.
I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do what we do. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans, they can't portray enough empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to what
of that night, the moment you arrived, it was more than nice to meet you. I know, baby, that you're one of a kind, with a body perfect and divine. Oh, so come and let the music play, so we can move our bodies. And girl, no matter what you do, just do it hot and naughty. We drink the bar 'cause we don't pay. Tonight nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life. Finally, baby, we've been up all night. The sun's about to rise, and it's nothing but a feature dancing, moving slowly out of sight, feeling vibrant and alive. Oh, let's do a thing and celebrate. Cruising a Ferrari, let's live it like it's the last day and head for the next party. There's nothing they can take away from me. Yeah, 'cause nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life. I can feel it now.
On the floor, baby, you and me. It's so easy like 1, 2, 3. I don't care if it's day or night. We together make me feel alright. It's a feeling that you can't describe. We don't stop till the morning light. Please, I know what you want and to set you free.
Starts when the sun used to set and the night is drawing me closer, right at your side. You're calling my name and you're shining your light down on me.
It's so easy like 1, 2, 3.
Pushing me, spinning me, turning me round. You drop me and then you catch me. You're freaking me, creeping me, making me scream out for more.
you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and style with the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go. The vodka is up, come on and drink it. The moon's in our cup until we sink it. I head to the club, come on, get wasted. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? People won't stop and girls are tasty. We're over the top, girls getting hazy. Still not enough, we make it big time. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and style with the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is online. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. Time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない。理解不能のスピード100倍速い。地横なんて哀れよね。ねえ聞いてよね。負けの準備でもしておきな。Come try me if you down。悩んでもやめないわ。No more。苦い思い消えてよ。この街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ。トレーディングモード始めよう。もう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわ。すげた気づいてよマジでベイビー。一番でノックアウトするわ。You better be listening。地横なんて哀れよね。ねえ聞いてよな。負けの準備でもしておきな。Come try me if you were down。悩んでもやめないわ。No more。苦い思い消えてよ。この街に呼ばれる際の 身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on country song.
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But while I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but
you know better than anybody around me, yeah. You know I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour
I
bus.
saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
different energies I bring. Only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures. Just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard. We playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week. It's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control.
Welcome, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into week 5 of 7. We are coming into the last few week 5, Jordan. My lord, I am Joe Soshina. I am joined by the ludicrous Lyric. He's going to be bringing us through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. And Lyric, we're on a new patch.
Yeah, we are coming into 13.12. So spend a bit of time on 13.11. We are, I believe, LEC, and like no one else has jumped in yet. I know Challenges League and LCK has.
First major region to do it.
Yeah, so I'm hoping we get a bunch of fun stuff. This is also the first week where Tuesdays start having 3 best of 3s as well. So every day except Monday is going to be
today.
3 series. So you're going to want to be there early.
Yeah, I mean, we are sprinting towards the end of our split right now, but we got a couple of highlights from yesterday. It was a relatively short day, all things considered, and I think one of the big things that came out for me was how well Tangyuan looked for RNG and how well RNG as a whole are kind of coming together.
Yeah, it is amazing, right? A lot of people saw this roster, and it just looked like a downgrade. I mean, bringing in people like Lumao had been heavily criticized, LP, who was never, the most talked about member of LNG, Scout and Tarzan performing really well back in spring split. Tangyuan got a bit of time, but not really enough to have any solid opinions. But this team has meshed so well. I feel like Wei is also having another split of his life. And with Tangyuan playing so well, this RNG team is just starting to look dominant.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, we did have a very scary moment here for EDG. They did clutch it out at the end, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you were the same opinion as me, as I'm not really convinced by EDG right now.
No, I still expect them to probably crawl into a playoff spot. Just the fact of having 10 and like the whole middle of the pack is kind of in disarray right now, I guess, other than RNG, honestly. So
yeah.
Still have a pretty good chance, but really just looking so off kilter, so out of form. Uzi looks all right, especially in lane. Mako not really looking up to stuff. JJ, I think, started off the split really strong and has kind of been struggling a little bit more, but still, they were able to come out yesterday with a win. Fofo, great performance on Nico, and again, Uzi starting to show up and get into the form that you'd hope to see from such a legendary ADC.
And then, out of nowhere, LNG 0-2'd against IG. IG just, I don't know what happened, but they just had their number.
Yeah, this one seriously came out of nowhere. IG have looked like, I mean, had you said IG was the worst team in the LPL? Yeah. Had you said they were the worst team in the LPL, even if LGD was technically under them, LGD had kind of shining lights or shining players on the roster but doing well like Meteor. IG really had no one. But going into yesterday's series, LNG just completely collapsing. And yeah, a bit of a topsy-turvy day. Mostly expected results. Not the longest, but also, yeah, like we said, RA really pushing EDG to make it, honestly, a longer day than it should have been.
Yeah, and that means we come into kind of week 5 at the moment, looking at the wards. And again, it's what I've been saying throughout the entire split so far. It's a sprint of a marathon, because these small wins, these small losses, even if you do go 2-1 for RA, you're now 3-6. You now only have, the 8 or 7 or 8 series left to kind of go for yourself before you're hitting the end of the season. You can't really be stacking these up anymore. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself outside of playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. So, we're going to move on to the standings now and see that, guess what? They look pretty much the same as they've looked for most of the split. Who would have guessed? It is actually kind of weird, like when I think about it.
Yeah.
Since it is a shorter split,
most of the year,
it usually would mean more volatility because you're fitting in more games. It's just a condensed, amount of time. But no, this standing really has stood the test of time, I guess, outside of WE, who, because of Road to Asia Games, just really haven't gotten all that many games in.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I just want to quickly correct myself very quickly. LCS is on 13-12. I did not realize they were on 13-12. So, unfortunately, with the LPL so early, the LCS being on so late for me, I'm usually in bed when it's on, so I don't tend to watch it. You can watch it, of course, but I cannot. But we can come into today, obviously, and kind of see it's a brand new week. Great to see I'm excited to see what these guys do, because nothing's disabled, nothing is not on the table. You can pick Rel, you can pick Ivern, have been hot fixed since 13-11, have definitely received a hell of a lot of nerfs because they were busted coming onto this one. But we do have our best of week 4, and I am super happy to see Tangyuan here on the mid lane there, because again, just having such an exceptional week here for RNG.
Yeah, I mean, 2 MVPs in the week, averaging about 3,000 gold ahead of his opponent in his series. Across the board, been on very well-deserved. Kanavi, who is honestly the member of JDG you could criticize, looking back at Spring, you could criticize in those first few series, really has stepped up as well. And it's also nice that Light gets a bit of a spotlight on himself when Weibo has been so just volatile still, right? Just kind of the Weibo gaming keepsake of being able to impress sometimes, but also dropping series that honestly maybe they should win, like the recent one against BLG.
Yeah, I mean, BLG kind of, I've said this around for a while, but BLG, if it's against anyone else, they're favorites. If it's against JDG, they're not favorites. But again, I think JDG are probably the best in the world right now. And we have a look at the best player of week 4. It is going to be JDG's Kanavi. They haven't really stopped. I'm going to be totally honest. They had one little blip on the radar, which was Weibo, and then they've kind of just continued their MSI form. No MSI slump to see.
Like, how could you not give it to this guy after them 2-0ing the 2 teams right under them? I guess BLG was technically in week 3. Week 4, they only played against top esports, but still back to back of them taking down the juggernauts. And it all hinged off, the early game pathing, the early game planning that Kanavi was able to bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that for JDG, they'll continue on. They've had such a kind of a huge amount of games so far. Like, they're already 9 series deep, so that means they have 7 left. And you look at some of the people they're playing, it's like Ultra Prime, NIP, FBX. It's not exactly the top of the playoffs, so already having this scoreline is impressive. And also impressive is RNG's Tangyuan. No doubt here, if he's going to be on the team of the week, he's definitely going to be on the rookie of the week. Yeah,
no, I'm so happy that, like you were saying, right, that he's showing up, that he looks comfortable, he's working incredibly well with Lei. He's not just that Xiaohu stand-in that it seemed like RNG were trying to force him to be at first, especially, when we see him in some games last split. So actually getting to find his own identity really seems like it's been one of the things that have pushed RNG over the edge into looking like a solid contender.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And look, we can obviously look towards today's games. It's OMG versus LGD. OMG kind of having a little bit of a... They're still very good. It's still 5-2, but they're not having as successful a time as probably we expected them to be. And then later on today, top esports right up there at the top of the standings, going up against WE. WE still have a lot of catch-up to do. I think it's this week or maybe next week where they play 4 series in the week. So unfortunately, because of the Road to Asia Games, they had to take an extended break, but they are starting to catch up to everybody else right quick.
Yeah, it is. This week they play 3, next week they play 4, and the following week they have to play 3 again. And that includes 2 times they're playing back-to-back. In week 6 and 7, they have to play 2 days in a row both times. So, yeah, WE gonna have to kind of sprint a little bit to be able to get to the finish line. But first, OMG LGD. I like that you pointed out that maybe for OMG, maybe not as explosive as a lot of people would imagine them to have come into the split, but they at least are back to picking up the wins, right? They're on a 4-series win streak. They were able to take down WE in their last series, even though WE did push it all the way to 3 games, but I think showing that they are very comfortable. And they're a team that's also benefited with the patch, right? We're coming into 13-12. You have champions, I guess even before 13-12, but the meta did just start changing over so slowly, but things like Rumble kind of getting small changes that really feel like it makes them even better in the top lane. Things like the Kaisa getting a small buff. That was something we were already seeing on 13.11. You know Abel loves that champion.
Yeah, and again, like, you know, these are all kind of OMG buffs, as you say. These are all very kind of key things. And the funny thing is, for OMG, the Rumble was getting banned before these changes, before we saw, you know, kind of all these different things coming in for it. So it's very curious to see now if teams will continue to kind of push for that. I will say the big thing, obviously, for the Rumble is that the equalizer's on a much higher cooldown earlier on in the game. I think it's been increased by 30 seconds or something like that. So in the first level or so. So it's a huge kind of nerf in that regard. So, you know, maybe not as big of a kind of like drop the ult and, you know, control the lane, but more so a bigger team fighter.
And, you know, there was like quite a few, especially like stats changes with Rumble, and Riot's whole logic was trying to push him more towards top lane and push him out of, you know, mid and jungle being as highly coveted. It hasn't been in pro play, so, you know, I'm not quite sure what the numbers are in solo queue that kind of gave Riot that logic moving forward. But who knows? Whether nerfed, buffed, changed, whatever, you know it's going to be a permaban against Shanji regardless. And for LGD, we're kind of talking, when you look at them, they have some solid performers. You look at people like Meteor, and I feel like he's had a really solid split so far. We've seen some better things coming out of some of the fresher faces like Envy. And it's kind of tragic that they've had so many games that have looked close. They've pushed teams like JDG to three games. They pushed NIP, RA, so many teams to 3 games, but never able to close it out.
That's the big thing, is that like, we've been kind of perpetually frustrated with LGD as a team because, yes, they are down the bottom of the standings at 1-8, but there's been so many games where we thought they maybe kind of, you know, should have been able to kill. The one that kind of strikes me in my mind is always going to be that Weibo series where on the result, it just says 2-0 Weibo, which most people would be like, yeah, that makes sense. But that first game, they should have won. They should have taken that off of Weibo. And then the second one, they just get perfect games almost against, you know, Weibo almost basically perfect game them. It was an absolute stomp. And it's why it's so hard to know how good / you know, kind of, you know, average are we going to see LGD today, because sometimes they come out and they smash it, other times literally within the same series it's like completely different players and they don't know what they, you know, they don't have the same kind of cohesion, and it's hard sometimes as a long time fan of the LPL and one of our oldest organizations.
Yeah, and you know, I'm curious to see if they take anything away moving into 13-12, and it's one of those things, right, where we had a lot of the changes last patch, like the Rel, the Ivern, those that you already mentioned. But I feel like even on last patch, we took a bit of time to work our way into the meta, right? Like we weren't seeing static Shiv for the first however many days of the patch going out. Like LEC, all these other regions started playing it like immediately. So I'm kind of interested to see if especially Meteor really brings anything out as someone who over his career has been willing to lean on such weird, even look at this split, right? The Trundle, the Scion, 3 games of Kindred, like Graves being his most played. They really have been willing to go off the beaten path.
That's the cool thing about it, and with so much changing in 13-12 as well, it does feel like we are happily kind of moving towards maybe the Zeri getting taken out, maybe the Yuumi no longer being a perma-pick ban. Like these are the things that I am personally excited for. And also straight up, like I honestly think with things like Rel coming back in as well, the hard engaged supports are going to be, you know, again, that's the bread and butter of the LPL.
Yeah, and right, kind of you hit on the Yuumi, Lulu also being taken down a little bit, Ardent Sensor being nerfed, just Riot said that they want to try and move away from enchanters and try and push back in the engaged, the tank supports coming through. So if there's one thing we know that will make LPL fun again, it is that. And that's all we want here. Yeah. we don't care how clown fiesta it is.
I'm just sick of like 8 to 10 minutes of the first part of the game not meaning nothing, but no one doing anything, because if you were to mess up and like, you know, give over a kill or two, it's just such a massive like hard hit against you that most teams kind of take it of like, you know what, we don't need to risk it. We don't need to go for that 3v2 dive on bot side or 4v2 dive just in case it doesn't go perfectly. And only some of our best of our best. I'm thinking of like teams like JDG of BLG, of course, where I'm like, these are the guys that are able to kind of go for those moves because they're just so good, because they're able to kind of make them pull off, and then they kind of catapult themselves even further. But most of our teams, unfortunately, they just don't really feel like the need is there to kind of, you know, make those massive plays.
No, and I mean, even just like looking at stats, and you know, like you need context to really be able to like use stats appropriately. But usually at this point in the split, where we're halfway through, you're looking at like the highest number of solo kills being around like 15 to 20. Right now, we're at 9. The highest number of solo kills by any player this split has been 9. Champion kills per minute. How bloody are the games? Usually there's always a couple teams that are about 1 or hitting over 1. Now our highest is a decent amount under that. No team is hitting 1 champion kill per minute. So yeah, I am ready for the changes to come through. I know it's come back to us in Ashin. We know what that means. It always means we're very close to being in pick and ban. And there we go.
We are jumping into picks and bans. We are going to see OMG versus LGD. OMG on the blue with LGD on the red. And now we're starting to see a couple of curious bans coming out now. It looks like the Varus and Kindred much higher up, and there's the Rumble. We won't be seeing it today. Again, it was just number changes. It wasn't exactly the any kind of ability changes, but now we got to see kind of where teams want to prioritize. This is what I'm looking at now from these two teams, is what is the most important thing for you and how you want to build your comp.
That's where I'm at, right? I'm not going to come in and try and guess what the priorities are on this patch for these teams. We can't on things like the Varus, right? Another thing that's come out strong, not only bot lane, but I've been seeing a lot of people playing it in mid because of the static shiv. There is the Ivern, which we knew, especially Meteor, would be willing to bring to the table. So a lot of new picks already being taken off the table in the first instances of draft. So I'm really curious to see what OMG end up going with here. I know things like Kai'Sa obviously receiving a bit of a buff. That I expect to be a bit of a higher priority, especially with that can be flexed between mid and bot. And now we're going to see what OMG's read on the first pick is.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll wait to see now where everyone kind of brings themselves and where OMG want to try and prioritize. Because the thing with OMG is that they were very like, even in their previous drafts on the previous patch, where it's such a bot lane centric meta, they are still a team that very much heavily puts priority on getting their solo laners picked first and their jungler. They don't really pick something for Abel and PP God until 4-5. So it is kind of, par for the course that OMG would be maybe a little bit of an outlier from the league, because they just put such an emphasis on getting Aki and Cream high priority picks.
Yeah, and for them bringing out this Tristana, right? A lot of it goes to, like you said, they don't just want to prioritize necessarily getting Abel on this champion early. I've been seeing Crimson playing this in solo queue, so they have been trying to flex, trying to work with having more options, and they are going to have that one available. I'd still expect Abel to play it because you would assume he's the better Tristana. It's another comfort pick for him. And LGD going straight towards Maokai Melio. Melio, another champion who took, a bit of a hit this patch, taken more of with things like his items being nerfed, but his hit individually was things like his base armor going down, his passive damage going down slightly. But it looks like LGD still gonna feel comfortable with this, and I love it. Asheed, we're gonna get the double static shiv combo coming out from OMG probably.
Possibly. The Tristana has been kind of a staple here for Abel, kind of changing up the things. And that's the thing as well, the Tristana's, again, unique to OMG, is something that Cream and Abel have both been playing pretty regularly in both spring and summer. So bit of a flex. They now lock that one in for themselves and say, look, we're happy for Shanji to get himself a little bit of a kind of priority at the back end of this. And the thing is as well, you got to remember, he's still Kasanji. The Kasante nerfs aren't that impactful. I think he lost a little bit of cooldown on his E. That's about it. So it's not really kind of huge nerfs coming in for Kasante, but still relevant enough for people to kind of say, look, he's falling a little bit on the priority.
Yeah, I think, right from the patch, it's a bit of a problem when you have a champion like Kasante who doesn't do well for the average, player and kind of low to mid elos, but he's thriving so much in pro play. But he's having a great time. But LGD's comp so far, a little bit interesting. They can set up to play poke, to play long range. You'd have the Maokai ult there to be able to peel. Of course, that's what Melio does, is enabling the range of his AD carry alongside an accelerated shock blast. Can be rough, though, when you're already going up against the likes of a Blitzcrank and something like a LeBlanc coming through. I'm actually surprised that LGD opt into taking away the Poppy themselves when you'd assume that OMG want to double down on more aggressive engage options to be able to find access onto people like Haichao.
Yeah, it feels like the Poppy is definitely something that I'd see, when we with the Wukong, we have a Wukong and a Rakana in the game, kind of hard forces them out of the thing, but definitely focusing a bit more onto Aki, and the Wukong is still up and available. They've gone for the Viego and the Poppy. The Ophelio is going to be banned away now here by OMG alongside that Lucian, so we'll see where LGD or who LGD want to pair up with this Melio. And honestly, the Renekton has something that's kind of, even on 13-11, was kind of creeping itself back into the meta a little bit. I wanted to try and pick your brains as to why we're kind of seeing a change back away from the tanks back into this top lane kind of priority.
Yeah, it's been really nice to see, right? He got some good buffs on last patch. His Slice and Dice cooldown got buffed, which kind of just gives him more access to not only trading, but being able to escape from lane. And then his ult also got some pretty nice buffs to cool down the damage. So you're just able to go be that big meat shield for even longer. We've seen all the gore drinker and like all the healing that Renekton has really brought back. But back to OMG, you said it, Kashanji coming on the Rift. And this is what the comp needed. Like more engaged coming out. That's kind of what you would expect. With their first 3 picks and also with how LGD has rounded out their composition. So I love it. Incredibly explosive coming out for OMG. And we know it's going to be a bloodthirsty one, Sheen. I'm not jinxing it. It's going to happen.
You're not jinxing, you're manifesting. So there's a difference. There's a difference in the setups. But where LG want to do? Sivir did receive a couple of buffs as well, so they are going to lock that in. So got our first new AD carry, real new AD carry, you got to feel like, coming in on this particular patch. And if you're wondering what changed, not a huge amount, but she did get a bit of extra bounce damage on the W, so her ricochet has a little bit of extra thing. However, her base stats did take a tiny little nerf, so it's kind of more ability based, but never know, this could be another static shiv angle. I don't see why you would need a static shiv on a Sivir, but you know, like, people are building it now because it's the hot thing to do.
Exactly. And you know, kind of looking at solo queue, it looks kind of like hit or miss. Some people do build it. They build it quite early on. Go Navori, go Static Shiv, you know, kind of have that pushing power, be able to spam your abilities. And we'll see if that pushes Abel into it, because typically mid lane Tristana takes Static Shiv, AD carry, it's less common, but still doable. And now if Envy's definitely going to pick one up, it might push Abel in that direction, even if he doesn't need the extra wave clear for himself. But one thing I know is Sheen is, again, OMG are going to want to be decisive, and I know that makes you incredibly happy.
Absolutely. I want clean fights. I want people to be going for things. And you look at the amount of engage options available for the side of OMG. They have so many things that can just jump in on top of your face. I will say, though, if LGD can find a good flank angle with this Renekton Maokai combination, kind of pincer in, that protects the Jace and the Sivir, there's a hell of a lot of shred available for LGD. However, we can hypothesize, we can theorize all the hell we want, but we got to jump onto the Rift. It's going to be game 1 between OMG and LGD. LGD kind of bringing themselves up from the, you know, the brink of a 0-16 season, now sitting at 1-8. Still have a hell of a long way to go if they ever want to even think about playoffs. But for OMG, they're looking for a top 4, potentially even a top 3 finish with the current trajectory they're on.
Yeah, and especially with the run they were almost able to put together, and like how well they did in spring. That's what you want to see. OMG have bet on keeping a core, a foundation, and building on it year after year. And it really feels like this should be the split where, even if you don't win, because we have teams like the JDGs and the BLGs, and they do kind of just look insurmountable, like making it to Worlds would be huge for OMG as an organization. It's been a while.
Been a hot minute. I remember the last time they were at Worlds was when Going was on the roster, I believe. Could be wrong on that, but that was the last time I remember OMG at Worlds. At least they haven't been under their new brand.
I'm pretty sure you were right. I believe it was 2014 last time they went to Worlds, which was, you know, Going, and we'd cool in the mid lane still. Loveling was still in the league. Long time ago.
Very,
now
very
with
long
all
time
these
ago,
different faces and these fun picks that OMG are known for, isn't that what you want? Like, I would just hope if OMG did make it to internationals, we don't get like OMG versus other LPL teams. I've seen that enough. OMG are like the LPL team I want to see face, you know, LEC, LCS, and LCK teams and see how they kind of handle, again, all the niche picks, all the niche strategies that this team is willing to bring out.
It's always that thing as well, where it's like everyone's got a game plan until they get punched in the face, and it's just kind of how OMG like to play. It's like, oh yeah, we're totally ready for all these meta picks. Cool picks, you know, Rumble top and then Nautilus jungle. It's like, damn, what do we do against this? So we'll see. OMG obviously, you know, currently top 4, but they obviously have to make a decent run into the playoffs. They will be happy with their spring points to bring them maybe a potential kind of, you know, regional kind of gauntlet qualification. But again, like we've seen many times before, just because you get into the regional gauntlet does not mean you're going to be making it to Worlds. So wait and see what they can do now, because we have so many teams, Lyric. We have so many goddamn teams. Like, I'm looking at it right now. It's like JDG, BLG. Okay, there's 2. We only have 2 left. Top Esports, OMG, LNG, Weibo. Like, it's just
RNG
like,
on the up and
yeah,
up.
RNG, EDG. Like, it's just, you know, it's hard to know which ones we're actually going to be sending. We have about 7 teams, and we only got 4 spots.
You know, it is pretty much impossible, but also not actually impossible. I'll pause on what... Okay, no, I'm not going to pause. Never mind. LGD, though. You know, do you believe, Asheen? They're not out of playoffs just yet.
Are they mathematically out of playoffs? No. I cannot deny that they are not mathematically out of playoffs, but they can only get an 8-8 scoreline. They play OMG today, BLG later this week, WE, EDG, LNG, Ultra. Well, in fairness, LNG did lose yesterday. I'm a very big upset. Ultra Prime.
In spring, 2 8-8 teams into playoffs, but Jinzhao.
That's all you need, just one hook, and that sets up the fight. Envy getting some decent damage on the backside of this. Abel did have a reset, but decided not to go for it, and that's all it takes. That's why it's so powerful to take the Blitzcrank into the Milio.
Okay, we need to remember that it is OMG, and they have a Blitzcrank. We need to hone in, as Shanji, like you're saying, just be proxying up here towards this inhibitor turret. At the same time, Aki, he might find this.
Ooh, immediately Haichao knows he has to flash away there because Aki just perfectly executing himself over that wall into his invisibility, so the ward does nothing for you. And now, Shanji is going to die, unfortunately, and he's going to have to give that one over to either Haichao or Fairness, or you know what, he's going to give both. So that's why I was wondering, oh, he's flashed as well. And there's going to be a flash hit. I'm not quite sure what the tech was. However, he is getting a wave crashed into that top lane, and that's about as positive as I can be for that play.
I guess kind of banking on that mid lane gank got a kill off. We're going to see here Envy walking forward, but they don't even pay attention to him. Just wait for the hook to be able to come out onto Jinzhao, a bit overzealous. So you're looking for that trade pattern when you know he has it. And then just nice first blood being picked up.
Really, really nicely done there by OMG's bot lane. Of course, the Sanji kind of having a very early proxy, not really respecting that Haichao could rotate over if he does not die, which is exactly what happened. But unfortunately for LGD, it did cost them a flash off of Meteor as well. So at the end of it all, really, it's just a one-for-one trade at the grand scheme of things, and we can kind of come back into where things are going. And this is why, again, why we love watching OMG. OMG are this kind of team that love to be very aggressive and very much looking to fight. I will say, Fairness, yes, you are a Renekton, you have very good early power, but that's already a Bramble Vest picked up here for Shanji, so you can't really be taking those trades too lightly.
And it's always just been like the ultimate way of shutting down an AD laner across from you, right? Bramble Vest, and then if he did double down and went like plated steel caps, which I don't know if he will, since you're playing against APAD mid jungle, but it would really just shut Fairness out. We can already see just the Bramble Vest alone is doing enough. But Iron Spike Whip now gonna be in pocket, but level 6 for Shanji.
Yeah, gonna go all out, brings Fairness back towards the tower. Fairness will get himself sliced and diced away to safety, but taking a fair chunk of damage there. And this is the thing, I will say, good for Fairness not to blow his flash, but you always got to be very aware that Cassante can just keep putting you under this kind of pressure.
Still, though, I mean, believing with that level advantage and the item he had that he'd be able to take him down, bring him closer to his turret, just kind of did the opposite. Fairness now going to have some pressure with the Dominus, but Shanji baits it out.
Really, really nicely done there by Shanji, just making sure he's in the perfect position to back away. There's nothing the Fairness can do unless he wants to commit the flash, and even then, really, what's he going to be? Is he going to be able to kill off the Cassante is the question. But come back towards his bot side. PP God and Aki looking to be aggressive here onto the scuttle. And already we're starting to see some shenanigans. People getting very aggressive. PP God does land a hook, but he's taking a lot of damage. Flashes away from all of it. And there goes Abel to jump in, try and get the reset. Flash by Aki to try and keep him set up. Abel keeping his jump for the moment. Jumping in, getting jumped out. Hop, skip, and a jump. And everyone's just jumping around. They don't know where they are. They're getting dizzy with the amount of people moving around. A flash over the wall. Envy finally gets the kill. But can he get anything else? No, he cannot. Abel just about staying alive. I believe he went down to 10 HP. But at the end of it all, it's OMG just exploding in that fight.
2-0-3 now on the Tristana, 1-0-3 for Cream on the Blanc, and things are just looking so bad for LGD. I'm so surprised that they would opt into trying to force a fight this early on and really throw everything at OMG, but hey, they're going to benefit for it. So close now to being able to hit those first item breakpoints.
And again, this is just the power of a Tristana. I think it's Azael who kind of says, sometimes people think it's a misconception of Tristana being a late game champion. More so now as she's an early game, you need these kind of fights.
And look, you see Cream and Aki kind of jumping in to dish out a ton of AoE, and then Abel follows up, finishes off that kill, which allows OMG to keep skirting around the fight. And look how offensively he used that rocket jump just there. Jumps in, gets the kill, uses it immediately once again to reposition. It's movement like this coming out from people like Abel, like Cream. that really let them take over this fight. And sure, Envy flashes to guarantee himself 1 kill. He thought maybe he can get a second one. It had Abel been around, but all in all, that is just a huge win for the side of OMG.
Yeah, big win there. Big gives him a 1,000 gold lead, and now you can see just with the pressure Cream kind of garners for himself, he's going to be able to move himself now into this mid lane, commanding the respect of 3 members of LGD. I mean, this is what we wanted. You said you wanted it. You manifested it, Lyric, and I'm so happy that you did. That you wanted to see more aggression, more people kind of moving forward, trying to go for fights, and that's exactly what we're getting right now.
You're welcome.
Yeah, make sure you tweet at Jordan Corby lol on Twitter. Thank you, Mr. Corby. That's what you need to think.
Make sure you include a little bit of flame so that I know it's real.
Yeah, a little bit of flame.
You know. And then, if it was too nice, if it was too nice, I would just know it's BS. You know what I mean?
That's true. That's true. You assume I'm insulting you in a different way, but I'm going to see them now look for this one. Oh, Fearness flashed in, but got the clone. And now the Cyclone can come in to try and put in the damage, but they can't kill off the Croc just yet. Finally, they trade it back. Meteor gets hooked back in. Shanji's still alive somehow. Eventually, it's taken down to Milia, who takes that one there. At the end of it all, it's 2-1 in favor of LGD, and they get themselves the Rift Herald. Just the power of a Renekton. You took them so long to get taken down.
Yeah, the power of the AoE damage coming on through, and we were kind of highlighting that for OMG in the last fight. But one of the big dealers of that damage was that Tristana. Speaking of,
baits out the spell shield, and now looking for the damage. Flashes in, knowing they just needed one last auto attack. Abel is feeling himself right now, knowing just how powerful he is.
Yeah, the reason why he wasn't able to join that fight is because he was at base finishing off his Kraken Slayer. So Envy got to feel the full force of that one.
9 minutes.
Yeah, feeling the full force of that one this early on. But we get to see this fight again, because I am a little bit surprised that LGD won it so dominantly. Because like you said, initially Fearness gets the clone, ult comes out, but it's right here, Renekton slice and dice into the Q. Looks like a pretty nice Q to start things off from Haichao when he was in hammer form as well. And then very cooldown reliant topside coming out for OMG. All their consistent DPS is in this Tristana. So
yeah,
Abel learned that.
She's the fed one. Yeah, she's the fed one right now. So 3-0-3. Abel just finally coming into it. We do have the static shift being finished up for Cream. Has taken a little bit of a nerf on this patch, of course, taking a small little thing.
No,
so I believe it's
it actually got it got like a buff slash nerf, because the early game damage got increased, and it was like late game got kind of like taken down a little bit.
Ah, so early game it's still good. Like yeah, I think it's like gone from 80 to 100 in the early game, and then from 190 to 180 in the late. So scaling obviously depending on. I'm sure Freak has a video on his YouTube channel if you want to try and check out the exact maths of exactly what it works at. But yeah, we're gonna see a static shiv on Envy. Didn't think Sivir needed more wave clear, but she does, and gonna be confirmed here onto the bot side. But I just feel like the static shift that's great when you are a little bit ahead and you're kind of able to kind of control mid waves and get things around. That's why it works so well with LeBlanc. But it does feel like when you're falling a bit behind, it's not going to be as useful or as busted as people see.
I guess one of the nice things about it when you're behind, especially in a situation like this, and if you're afraid of like being in dive scenarios, is at least theoretically you should be able to like just clear out a wave instantly, like kind of keep the wave in a neutral state and make sure that those dives don't come through. So we'll offer him protection in that regard, but I don't know how much it's going to do. And now with Kareem finishing off his static shiv as well, he's going to be able to just have mid-prio constantly, and no.
Yeah, I mean, Envy doing some pretty decent fancy feet there with the Ghost. Doesn't even flash. Hell of a lot of movement speed there with Ghost and the On the Hunt being popped as well. But, I mean, the thing is, even if he doesn't die, he's not staying in this lane. And now, OMG need to make sure they're not losing Shanji again, who is 1-2 for the moment, but is getting collapsed upon here. Gonna use the all-out. Oh, he's got his own fancy feet and a flash. He's got a flash. They might try and turn this around. Aki's coming in with a teleport as well, coming in from Cream. They're looking to try and turn this one right the way around. Nerf this champion! This finally goes down, but after trading 1-for-1, that is busted!
Still, at least you get 1-for-1 on the side of LGD. You got to take the small wins when you can. Even going to have time to put down a Rift Herald machine, but Shanji buying so much time. I am surprised he lasted that long. My God.
I mean, just like, and the fact that you have to commit so much to it as well. Meteor had to flash, you had to go for so much else. Let's have a look at the replay here, because again, it's a great move from Shanji actually to get himself back into the river after kind of looping back all the way around away from the Maokai.
He also gets the wave in, right? So he's kind of like dissuading time and denying XP and gold to start this one out, trying to get in range of Aki to save him, and even a TP flank coming out from the LeBlanc to try to get things going. It's a bit unfortunate here that the Twisted Advance does manage to be able to get on him right before the flash comes through, because it buys enough space for Meteor to be able to get away, or that could have been 2 big kills for OMG.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could have been, and good for them to secure it, but it does feel like, yes, it's only a 1,000 gold lead, but OMG are the ones kind of dictating the pace. OMG are the ones kind of moving forward with confidence to get these plays going for themselves, and they're being decisive. They're being proactive and saying, look, we're not just going to let Shanji go, oh, well, you were weak side and you decided not to go backwards. That's their fault. They said, no, let's commit. Let's try and make this one work. Let's try and get ourselves back into a winning position, and I really love to see that from any team that wants to be, as you say, looking for worlds, maybe even looking for a deep run in playoffs. Yeah,
and right, a good performance here definitely would be the start of it. Is looking at their schedule going forward. OMG still have LNG, TES. Those are kind of the 2 biggest names left on their docket. EDG as well, if you kind of still put respect on the name value of some of the players. But other than that, OMG are pretty much favorites across the board. Honestly, OMG are favorites against LNG too.
I would say, honestly, after yesterday's performance, I don't think it's an unfair thing to say. I think OMG are, again, still a top 4 team from Spring. 5-2. This could be 6-2. That's an incredibly powerful scoreline to be going into the second half of the split, as we now see Fearness and Shanji having a bit of a 1v1. Shanji knocking him back and going all out underneath the turret. Does he have it, though? Because he's got Meteor and he's got Jin Zhao available to him, but nice little cozy campfire to make sure all the bad men go away. But again, you're having to put so many resources in this top side. Cream, with a static shiv, can just free farm and take turrets.
And this is going to be the most annoying part about OMG's composition. A LeBlanc being able to punish you through side lanes. Abel, wherever he goes. Tristana actually being one of the safer marksmen and going to a side lane, but also could just sit mid like he's doing now. And you're going to be able to pull LGD around the map so well and have so much pressure in sides, right? That's one of the things that LeBlanc with Static Shiv does give you, or I guess Tristana just brings naturally by her sieging potential.
And there you can see the trade back from Cream, able to bring Fearness down 2/3 of its HP. TP God looking for a hook, not gonna land it, but look, God loves a Schreier, and you miss all the hooks you don't take. So always looking to try and go for it there. I think it was Jamada and Munchable said yesterday, sometimes it's better to not throw out your hook, but you know what? I'm a believer in throw it out and see what happens. You know,
I'm with you.
You mess around, you find out.
You know, people need to have more fun with teams doing silly things. And then when you do, you realize the power of silliness, friendship, and all that, you know, junk. Usually works out for a little bit before blowing up in your face once you get to, like, top 4 in playoffs.
Yep.
And isn't that what everyone should strive for? Top 4 in playoffs, not a trophy?
I don't know if I agree with that one. I don't know if I 100% agree with that particular take, but you know, you're gonna mess with just a silly little guy. You're gonna have beef with just a silly little guy like OMG. Come on, man, that's not right. You can't.
That
have
is
beef
rude.
with a silly little guy.
That's just disrespectful. We're gonna see here, though. We're gonna see how silly this little guy could be. Is, you know, Harold gonna be able to finish that one off. It is OMG surprisingly not even gonna try to take like first turn towards River and maybe get some more vision set down. Instead, just going to wait out for the next wave to come through and try to use the prio that Tristana can generate and the amount of pressure Cream's putting up in top side to make sure that LGD can't just start this one off for free.
We'll see what they can go for. LGD going to start it off for the moment. There is a TP on Cream. We'll have his flash up in a couple of seconds, but he's just taking a free tower. And again, it's just a single cloud Drake, but with Shanji kind of moving off to the side, the Dragon is secured. Envy, everyone's got to separate it right now, so it's a bit of a 3v3 off to the side here, and there's going to be a TP from right onto Haichao. They're trying to jump in on the Meteor, who has to flash away. Cassante on the back line. They trade support for support, but you got to think that the Milio's far more valuable than the Blitzcrank, and everyone's moving in now. Envy so close to dead, but not quite going down. Still has this ghost, still had his flash. Used his ghost and his flash to try and make sure he moving speed, but yes, you get the Dragon, but you lose so much on the back of that fight.
Yeah, I mean, you lose turret top side, you're going to get more gold coming in from the kills. We can see Abel pushing in wave mid, waves going in bot, taking away jungle camps, really just denying everything from the side of LGD.
Let's have a look at the replay here, because again, OMG are 100% saying we're going for the fight, we're not going for the dragon.
I love it. It's what I'd call the triangle assault. Cream from one side, the three-man core from the other, and then Shanji to top it off.
They're dead.
Wait!
They're dead! They want to keep it at a kill a minute, and we are right at it.
I love it. I love it. This is our LPL. This is the LPL that everyone who comes and tunes in every day because we're all insane have been waiting for. And OMG, you deliver as always. That's why you're beautiful. LGD, you know, it takes two to tango. We still got to give them some respect for being able to contend. Now, though, our 5K behind. But you know what? They got half the kills that OMG do.
Absolutely, and I think the big thing now is that OMG just kind of have the run of the map right now. There's not a single turret taken by OMG. Honestly, they're not really close to many of them, to be perfectly honest. And it's the thing with a Jace to be absolutely busted when he's ahead, but this is just a, yeah, like, you didn't know where they were, and you got caught. That's just unfortunate.
The amount of vision control that they're able to have, and even just sticking around from last time, where we saw, right, not everyone reset right away. It was getting in the enemy jungles, taking away camps, getting some more vision placed down that allowed for some of these plays to be opened up. And now we look, pretty much 2 items across the board for the main members on the side of OMG. Luckily, it is kind of somewhat being matched by LGD, both Envy and Highchild being there, but not Fearness.
I also just noticed that Cream took Demolish with the LeBlanc. He is going for a full kind of split push, take towers with this Static Shiv build. Really committing to the tech, to be perfectly honest. And kind of saying, look, if I'm going to build it, I might as well just go full in and go say, look, I'm going to take towers. So, I mean, I love it. I think it's a great adaptation.
Yeah, something we've seen a few times now. And in my mind, LeBlanc being one of these champions, and the reason split pushing fell off so hard is there was no champions that could really safely, like, punish tier 2 and tier 3 turrets. LeBlanc with Static Shiv, with Demolish, she can. She can actually just stay in a side lane, very hard to gank, very hard to take down, and keep putting maximum amount of pressure on you while still having the mobility to, if like a fight breaks out in jungle or in mid lane, if you're opting into like a 1-3-1, she can still back off and join in a relatively short period.
Really, really smart play coming out right now for OMG. We come into just over 20 minutes. It feels like a lot longer. It's only 20 minutes into the game. It's a 5,500 gold lead. Fearness doesn't have, oh, he does have his ultimate. Excuse me, just came back off of cooldown, but Aki looking to try and just delay him, be a nuisance.
Does it feel like a long time because you're bored of casting with me, Ashin? Is that I thought time was flying by. I thought we were having a great time. OMG going for kills.
It goes without saying. Like, I mean, no, I mean, that's the thing.
Someone call Nymera. Someone call Nymera.
Yeah, man wants to leave. Well, speaking of wanting to leave, Shanji wants to leave right now because he's got 3 people collapsing in on top of him. There is not really many places. Envy's dead. Envy died. No, you thought you could get away from this. And while this is all happening, that was 5 members of LGD topside, which means that the split push from the block is disgusting. They're going to kill them all. No one can stop Abel. They can just get them all underneath this tower. They're going to try and flash him, but he gets stopped immediately. Huge healing for Fearness, but he's just not going to be able to stand up to the might that is this Tristana. And oh my god, OMG, I love this. They're turning around any play that LGD want to make.
Seriously, just matching pound for pound, and honestly, even going the extra mile, right? The push towards spot side, sadly not able to finish off the inhibitor turret, but getting incredibly close, and now furthering their gold lead even more to 7,000 to 8,000, 21 minutes into the game. One of the most dominant performances we've had so far this split is Cream. He just has no fear. He has no fear of anyone being around. They might not have the deepish vision to kind of see if anyone else had been a little bit closer by, but they have enough to know he can go for that place. We're going to see here Abel finding the opportunity to jump on Envy, following through with the flash, and then having the ability to pinch once again with Shanji coming in. And it is just insane how quickly Abel is getting off these attacks at this point in time. Sheen, you said it, they just don't stop.
They just don't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. And I love what we saw from Abel. I'm going to stop myself because we're going straight into a Baron fight. This is it. LGD, I like this play because you have no choice. You have to make a Hail Mary and hope and pray and that a wide receiver is open down the infield. That's all you got to go for right now. They're trying to turn back, but they've got a Cassante, a hook in. Fearness is dead, and he's going to be fearing Phil full as he looks to try and see the rest of his team deal with this fight. They do kill out the Cassante, but now Envy dies for another time in this series. A flash over, PP God says hello to Jin Zhao and gets the kill for some Portal combat. This is OMG's game, and LGD are just living in it.
Yeah, we are just at the point where it's not about who wins. It's a matter of when they win, because now LG just really can't do anything. You have too much engage potential, too much pick potential. Great champions for being able to play off vision with the amount of mobility. Pretty much across the board they have, right? Tristana, Wukong, LeBlanc, jumping over walls. Shanji with all his dashes. PB God being able to hook you from over a wall. This comp is just so dominating when it is ahead, as we're going to see here. Yeah. LGD going for that Hail Mary like you talked about. And just one stray hook comes out. Sadly for Fearness, Abel's in the area. And sadly for all of LGD, Abel's in the area. It's that simple.
Yep, and then PP God wants to finish it off, gets the kill there. That's kind of, they don't need to see it anymore. We know what it is. 7-0-6 there for Abel coming into this one. And look, that last play, if you're looking at LGD, you're going, what are they doing? Why would you go for that play? You have to. You don't have a choice right now. You're so far behind that if you let this just keep going like it is, you're just going to lose. We will see PP God get taken down by the demonic brace, or will he? Finally goes down. Oh my lord, that last tick was like took an eternity. But I mean, the game's over. It's done. This was just domination right now from OMG, and they're bringing us back to the good old days of LPL where it's all action all the time, and we can finally say that crazy is our game again.
4-series win streak coming into this one with this game win on good track to make it 5. Make their way to compete up for those buys, and it's exactly what you need to see from the development of OMG.
This roster is starting to get big. This roster is starting to get pumped. And like you said, the win streak is good. Fearness does not die. Not quite sure how he does it, as we do see Abel and Cream looking to see if they can pad out their KDAs, but they will finish out the game in just over 24 minutes. What a performance here from OMG.
Yeah, we had more than 1 kill a minute. Let's all take a second. Let's pour one out.
Soak that in. Soak that in and appreciate.
I don't necessarily have anything to pour out, but I want to pour one out for the fact that OMG are bringing fun back to the LPL. Yeah. And, you know, they have been...
that cup. It has a brand.
Exactly. They have been one of the teams, kind of them along with, like, Top Esports, JG have some games where, like, you do have some faster-paced games, and they've kept that up, even, like, in their past series. But now... I mean, right, bringing out the Tristana so early on, having the confidence to make this work. Like, LeBlanc now being like a full-fledged part of the meta. She already was last patch, but again, it took LPL a little bit longer to really adapt in my mind. Another champion that creamed us so well, and I believe he's now 3-0 on the pick in this split. And it feels like if you're an OMG connoisseur, we're going to hit a nice stride of patches where OMG were already good. They were already on a win streak, but they're only going to feel even better.
You I Will Dominate fans, we see you, we know you, we know that OMG is going to be having we're pretty confident, shall we say, for OMG. And honestly, again, it's so great to see because you kind of got the duality from Spring Split in terms of OMG versus EDG. EDG are coming in now into Summer Split, not looking even close to what they had in spring. Very much dropping down the standings. They've obviously had some roster changes and they're trying to figure that one out. But OMG have honestly looked better, if I'm being totally honest. They look like they've kind of taken the learnings from spring and said, okay, what can we improve? How can we push to make sure that we don't lose, in 4th place in the double elimination? We want to keep pushing forward and maybe, just maybe, get that automatic qualification. It's a lot to ask, but this team, they got to start believing this is a great performance.
I also think it's just like so counter to how LPL teams usually approach roster building, right? Where it's if you are trying to compete for a championship, you're spending money every offseason, you're bringing in all the different big names you can. It's how we've ended up with the rosters like JDG, BLG, Top Esports, all those teams. OMG being one of the few that were like, bringing up people at different times. Okay, we like this piece. We're going to keep him. Try out another piece. All right, we like this. And kind of slowly build up. Keep the core together over numerous splits. And kind of invest in the system and invest in whatever they've built up as, a 5+ man team. Because, probably got a bunch of coaches, analysts, managers back there. And yeah, it's that whole system that just makes OMG such an enjoyable team to watch. And I got to say, I'm surprised. I know Cream was dealing a ton of damage. He was keeping up in like the item departments with Abel, but just anytime a rocket jump came in, it looked like that was where like a good amount of the bread and butter followed up with you know, the E following through. So many things. It looked like Abel was the big damage dealer, but Cream actually showing up on this undefeated pick.
I mean, that's the big thing as well, is that Cream was split pushing a lot as well. Committed to the, as you can see in his runes, he committed to Demolish, kind of saying, look, I got the static shiv, I'm going to pushing now. But he also did nearly 30%, the most amount of damage for his team as well. He wasn't irrelevant. I think that's like the perfect split of a split pushing champion, especially someone from the mid lane, because you're not only having that side lane pressure, but you're also being able to turn around and say, look, I'm still helpful, I'm still being a relevant force in these team fights.
And like I said, it's one of just the nice things about LeBlanc overall, with that mobility, distortion, mimic coming through, that if you're pushing top and like actions breaking out on like mid or on top side jungle, very easy for you to try to get involved very early on. We saw Cream with the teleports this game too, was using them very liberally to try to join in the action. And a lot of times he'd TP in and he wouldn't find anything himself, but just like the threat of his TPs would usually cause LG to already start backing off, getting into unfavorable positions and giving OMG control over the space that they wanted.
Yeah, and look, for LGD, we could be excited for the Sivir, but it just didn't work. We're going to see a massive shift then from them if they want to try and take this series to 3 games. But we're going to take it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans for game number 2.
Sentada a qualquer momento e vem o ultimate agora. Sensacional o que o Raul faz! Porém a Fúria combate, vai dando contra-ataque. O ultimate não foi o suficiente e no final das contas.
Like you're looking to battle yourself. This battle has gotta be bad for your health.
IG now have control though of that mid lane. Wink misses that first little Q. They're going to see a knockback here. The feathers come flying down. They're going to get the knock up though. Blast of damage coming out here from Uzi right on top of Wink. But look at these health bars. It's going to be on Uzi to try and take them all now. Beishong does take up a kill onto the Aatrox. There we go. It's going to be on the AD carries. It's Uzi versus the world. Where have we seen this one before?
So battle yourself, battle yourself. You gotta get up and moan it. You're bruising your bliss and losing and wishing that you had a different opponent.
V3 スポーツドレイク獲得は戦後見事闇の波動のスタンが2人に入った。そこにおごり合わせ、さらにはロンコンがフリーディール。さあ反転ジェットに入っていくパラノイアヒロキ、これはしっかりキルまでつなげています V3 スポーツ。さあロコンをここも捉えていくワシダメガナ。ドレスコードを止めるプレイヤーがいない戦国ゲーミング。さあそのドレスコードがダメージを出し切った。ペッタキル。
Sounds like you're looking to battle yourself. This battle has gotta be bad for your health.
그래서 싸움 전환을 근데 태연 체력 관리. 예. 근데 역대 컨트롤 태연. 이게 마이퍼가 먹었다 이거네. 외쳤다. 너무 맛있습니다. 방송이 짱. 이제 끝내면서 시리.
Deal picked up. Oh, he goes stop. He sells it, goes or refunds it, goes back for the stopwatch.
I like that. Oh no, someday the perfect game for 100 Thieves. It could be gone. No, wait. Is he out damage? He's out damage is all. This crocodile is huge, and you can't take him down if you don't have the equipment necessary. Somebody's still gotta live. Welcome back someday to your home. 100 Thieves welcomes you graciously with open arms.
Boy, do.
They're going for the kills. Malrang has got that power. He just walks into the pit and smites it. Gift wrapped by the Mad Lions. Spur Rush has been channeled and all of a sudden Malrang is in trouble. Early Guardian Angel has been procced. He's coming back to life. The rest of Koi are running down Chasey. He will get dropped as Kazi is now the focus. Organutsan trying to do a Valios things. He stays alive because of red, white, and Koi are losing this fight. Kazi, the script is real. He is popping off the triple kill for the Mad Lions AD carry.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying.
wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are just back off of the back of a dominating, absolutely demolishing win there for OMG over LGD. I am still just Ushin. I am also joined by the absolutely fabulous Lyric. And we got to talk about our MVP. It was Abel. The man on the Tristana has been picking it up the last few series, and he is building this a bit of a reputation. Honestly, his Tristana looks a little bit more convincing than his Samira.
And it's just another champion that kind of fits in that same archetype in terms of, like, can aggressively jump on top of you, go in and take you down. And that's why Abel picked up the MVP, right? Because despite the fact that we saw that Cream did more damage, it was him picking off side lanes, especially finding NB down in bot lane numerous times. His presence in a team fight really allowing them to just turn it around, take over, you know, taking out Fearness first after the hook landed around the Baron. Just great performance to him, and we'll give a shout out to PB God, because PB God was also, I mean, PB God was setting it up for him every time for him to get the big snowball up. So it's nice to see that Abel and PB God are able to keep up the form when these guys are performing. They're one of the best 2v2s in the league.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing as well, is that when we saw, you know, we think back towards spring playoffs, the big thing that we kind of saw against BLG and against EDG when they lost those series was, unfortunately, Abel and PP God just kind of having very lackluster performances in, you know, some of those key moments, and that's why they lost out on those best of fives. If they're able to play like this and have this kind of emphasis and power in the game, I mean, this team is going to look like, again, another exceptionally scary bot lane that people are going to have to be very wary of.
Yeah, and I think people might not remember, to clarify, this is not Flame Machine, but Abel probably still is one of the worst plays in LPL history on like the Aphelios Scale Force into that push around mid lane. I remember it won the Golden Rick that year, which is mine and Hysterics award show for like memeest play. But in my mind, that's what makes it like so much better, is like Abel's longevity throughout the league. Like thinking back to when he was known as like one of the people brought up when like Uzi would take his breaks, to like becoming a starter, coming out of this OMG team, not really being the best when he started out. But again, another story of OMG committing to a player and split by split by split, looking better and better. And you really don't see that level of mistakes coming out from him anymore. And even if there are mistakes here or there, again, they're not game defining, and you know he can take over a game whenever it's put on his back to do so.
Absolutely. And again, I say this so many times within the LPL ecosystem, you can't just have a carry or two carries. You need to have carries available to you in every single role. And it looks like on their day, OMG are definitely a team that can be able to kind of work with it. I think Cream looked exceptional this game, because, you know, Shanji didn't have the greatest of times in the early stages, but did Cassante things and was becoming a nuisance on the backside. So for LGD,
his pressure.
His pressure was just enormous. He was constantly pulling people up to him. So yeah, he died a couple of times, but honestly, that's kind of what he was built to do. He was kind of saying, look, Bill, bring people to me. You guys go split push with the LeBlanc. But coming into this game now, LGD on the blue, we'll see what they kind of over-prioritize on this particular one. But they need a lot of changes coming into this one here, because it wasn't just one particular thing that went wrong or one particular player who underperformed. It felt like it was kind of around the map, just no one really gaining an advantage.
Yeah, it felt like not finding early advantages. I also wasn't a huge fan of their composition, where it was kind of like you have elements like the Jace Maokai, which again has some like re-engage potential, but I feel like other than early game, once you get to mid game, and there's a lot about buying space for the Jace to poke, kind of similar. You have Melio, you can extend the range of your AD carry, but then you're bringing in Sivir, you know, with that ulti. Sure, it could kind of be used to like peel back and kite back in a fight, but we saw them using it offensively all the time. Same with the Renekton. And LGD, we're trying to force a lot of these early skirmishes where it felt like OMG and their comp, and especially once you added in some of the lane leads, like the Blitzcrank hook early, it just wasn't the comp and wasn't the execution that they needed to you'd make this close.
Yeah, I mean, straight up, you can. Honestly, same, buddy.
Not a
same.
happy face,
Not happy. Not a happy bunny right now, and I don't blame him. But now they're on blue side, they will have a priority over the picks and bans, so we'll see what they kind of want to work with that. But for the moment, it is OMG's, you know, kind of after that performance, OMG are definitely the ones that you're feeling are heavy favorites. And again, LGD kind of saying, look, the Milio just didn't work for us. The Jin Zhao couldn't really kind of prioritize that, so we're going to have to ban it away. We also have to ban away the Vi, which is so strange to me, because it feels like that is an exclusive red side pick just about how powerful she is.
And I guess it just goes to show of, like, LGD's philosophy is, since Meteor is so willing to pull out niche jungle options, that they'd rather just take it off the table and kind of let both junglers push further into the pool and see who can do better. So, you know, we'll see how it works out this time around. But yeah, still Ivern taken off the table, still the Kindred. Now I wonder if they follow through with the Varus ban again. That is something that, you know, I kind of checked during the break. We did see a little bit of play over in LCS. And like I said, flexible pick can be played in mid, can be played in bot. So I'm interested to see how OMG's going to answer now that LGD have taken away this Tristana.
Taking away the Tristana and the LeBlanc as well. So OMG maybe want to go towards the Rumble. They could kind of bring that one back if they so choose. But for the moment, they're toying with the idea of what they want to throw into their solo lanes. And LGD getting that Tristana for themselves. That could go into Haichao as well, but we might just see some quick Rakan Xayah gameplay coming out here just to try and deal with this Tristana. And interesting enough, actually, we never even got to really talk about it in that last game. The Annie kind of slipped through the picks and bans because of so many more things to kind of talk about. It is still something that can have a huge impact on this game, and honestly, the point and click to try and burst down a Tristana is still very relevant.
Yeah, but still, going to opt into the Kai'Sa right now. We said this was a champion that was already seeing its value on the rise. Did get a bit of growth to the amount of AD she gets every time she levels up. So you're going to have great pick potential. Once again, another champion that fits Abel's style perfectly. To where LGD, we're going to see a similar route, right? Maokai and Renekton are returning. I do like it a bit more with the Tristana instead of having committed to, you know, an early Jace, or especially the Sivir, which who knows? Maybe if a better team pilots it, we'll be like, great pick. But at least not being all that convincing in game one. But the fact that OMG have already set up for a bit of a engage comp, a lot of pick opportunities as well, I wouldn't mind to see them go with this here. But no, instead just going back to the Wukong. And yeah, hell, even though a lot of times it wasn't necessarily Aki starting things off, his like follow-up on engages, he was hitting like 3 to 4 man cyclones consistently.
Yes, he was getting right into the mix of things and creating just havoc for the side of LGD. And this is the thing, if you can buffer any kind of this, you know, knockups or CC with the Tristana jump, that's great, that's awesome. But if you don't, you are in such a perilous kind of situation. And now we're going to actually see, they actually think that Haichao is going to be piloting that one into the mid lane. They're kind of saying, look, we just don't believe Envy plays it. We don't believe it's in his wheelhouse. So taking away things like the Samira, definitely feels like they're going to maybe try and take away the Lucian. Things that can have a little bit of an earlier kind of, you know, skirmishing time against the Kai'Sa in the laning phase.
Yeah, and on the opposite side, trying to pinch out Cream's champion pool has been a bit of an old reliable for teams that have faced OMG over, you know, honestly, ever since the tenure of like Cream coming in and just destroying people on Akali, Silas, Kiana in those first few months, you know, back in the day when he did finally come into the league. So I do like the takeaway, followed with the Varus. So another flex pick coming out there. I'm interested to see what OMG go with on 4, because, you know, enemies already theoretically showing top, even though Renekton can also be flex. So I think it might make a bit more sense to answer back here with a bit of your own top side. Still have a lot of like tanky champions left up. Things like the Sion still going to be online. Cassante is still there as well. And I mean, hell, after how much pressure Shaji pulled in game 1, I wouldn't be surprised to see him lock it in again.
So this is interesting to me as well, because OMG are giving Cream that final pick. And the reason why I say it's interesting is because Silas hasn't been banned. It's kind of definitely something that's fallen way off of a lot of people's radars. But I'm looking at the champions available right now, and these are decent ultimates for something like a Silas to kind of bring, especially that Maokai and Renekton, just so much power with the ultimates you can steal from them. So maybe they're waiting to see what the last few ones are before they fully commit to that one here. And the Nautilus as well. I mean, this for me is a Silas angle here for Cream.
I'm curious. I've been seeing, so I checked up on his solo queue earlier in the day, and he's been playing it a little bit still. He's mostly been playing it into Varus. in the mid lane, steal away those chains of corruption, and then, I mean, once you hit 6, right, you have just so many engage opportunities. We're going to see if he wants to go towards it, or if they're going to go with something a little bit more reliable, like how they've been flashing this Annie non-stop. And LGD were just like, yeah, we don't care about it. You can take it if you want.
Well, you know the exact information you have right now. It is going to be Renekton top and the Annie, or sorry, Tristana mid. So you're going to take the Annie there, fully loaded here for Cream. Not going to be the Silas. I hyped it all up for nothing, unfortunately. But teams are locked and loaded here. And again, like you said, the Kai'Sa is coming back into the meta. There's a lot of great engage. The kind of great support jungle combination that is the Rakan and the Wukong just gives you so much AoE if you're able to land it onto key targets like this Tristana or this Aphelios.
One thing I love about how OMG drafts all their compositions is there is just so much CC. CC makes your life so much easier. It's all like relatively strong, AoE, able to come out. So even if you fall behind, you'll always have an opportunity to dictate the pace of a play if you have a window where like enemies resetting on the map, you're coming out first, you're getting wards down, and to try to set up for a pick. But I think much more cohesive composition coming out from LGD in Game 2.
Yes, definitely feels like LGD built themselves a little bit more of a easier to execute kind of setup. And as well, if you get those resets coming in for the Tristana, as we saw for Abel, it can lead to a fantastic situation for your team just to constantly get that early pressure out. But we'll have to wait and see if the skirmishing persists. It's going to lead to a lot of gold into someone's pockets. And for LGD fans, you're hoping it's going to be onto theirs. But for OMG, they look so damn good in game number 1. They controlled the lanes. They controlled where everyone should be. They were able to do so much, which is just basic kind of, you know, communication and cohesiveness with their roster.
Yeah, able to just rely on the things they've been building up over the years. And now we're going to see if OMG keep it as action-packed as Game 1, if they can find just as dominant of a victory, or if LGD will be able to bring it back off of, you know, the likes of taking away this Tristana, getting a more well-rounded composition that also has a lot of tools to start fights whenever they want. Oh, no. He's surrounded, Ashin.
He is surrounded. I don't think he knows he's surrounded. Now he does. He's probably going to lose his flash. Or maybe he thinks he can get away with just the Q and... Ooh, knock back!
Oh, and he's still flashed!
Oh no!
You know,
it's disaster.
You know, we saw the looks on the players' faces of LGD before we came into this one. And you know what? I get it. That's all I'm going to say. Should I get it? That's all I'm going to say.
I was expecting like an elaboration or something like, no, I understand your pain.
What do you do? What do you do after that game? What do you do after that game, especially when you're sitting at like 1-8 down on the stand? It's rough. I mean, that's like the toughest times. I could say, like, from being team side 4 years, is that you could have like some of the best players in their roles, like players known for champions, like good strategies, whatever. The second you start falling this far behind in a split, things you would never argue about before, like things that wouldn't necessarily be problems, start to pop up because of the stress, because of the pressure, because of, you know, a whole bunch of intangibles, which I usually don't like to bring into it because we can't know about those things. But it's been pretty consistent across any team I've ever been a part of. It just makes sense logically, right? Like they are feeling the heat right now with where they are in the standings and in the series.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that they are intangibles, but that doesn't make them any less valid. It feels like you have to kind of, at some point, make reference to what these things are and who these people, you know, again, because at the end of the day, it's always how these things go, is that, sure, if everyone was a robot and played perfect League of Legends, that's fine, but that's what makes, you know, League of Legends esports so much fun, is that these are humans. These are, you know, people who will make decisions and make mistakes, and
please,
unfortunately,
don't give me AI. Yeah. Don't give me AI playing pro League of Legends. I don't need it.
No, it's all right. I don't think we're going to be getting AI playing Pro League Legends for a while, but again, it's why any sport is fun to watch. It's because, you know, a moment against all odds can happen, and because it can, that makes it exciting to watch, you know. Yeah, unfortunately for LGD, that's a moment for them there.
And you could see Haichao trying to reach for those moments himself. Cream already having that passive stacked up, already ready for the stun to come through. And Tristana into most matchups, you have Prio, right? Coming out with your E, being able to push in, and that same kill pressure always going to be there. So one thing we know for OMG this time around, at least not going to have the same ease of access of Cream being able to roam. I guess in Game 1, a lot of it came after Static Shiv was finished, but this game it shouldn't come at all.
Well, we are going to have the Grabadom coming in, but Jinja's taking a fair chunk of damage here. Abel just standing his ground, not afraid. just able to kind of trade back. It is still a better trade, though, in favor of LGD. You would always take your support's health bar over your AD carries, so definitely feeling a little bit better for it. And Abel recognizes, hey, there might be a gank coming in here, and yeah, he's going to reset. PP God, though, not going to have as much luck with it. Maybe just going to try and soak up as much XP as he can, so it's not a complete loss to the tower.
No, but still, it's going to be huge, especially for the fact that, like you said, with the trades going down, one on AD carry, one on support, Envy hasn't even had to blow his potion yet. So if it has a bit of sustain, if he needed to opt into it. But they're just going to go for a reset after getting that one in, try to match Abel in terms of him, going to come back on that longsword. And we're just going to full off recurve bow coming out for Envy. A nice bit of attack speed to play with. And hell, even things like the cleanse still being up, not under as much threat if PP God can somehow find and engage.
Oh, Fearness taken a beating underneath this turret as that extra ruby crystal that Shanji was able to pick up for himself kind of paying dividends right now. It shows you the small little minor details that are able to kind of change the course of a lane, change the course of how a player plays into it, and just the confidence oozing out here from Shanji just to say, yeah, look, you know, I'm on one of my favorite champions right now. There's not really a lot you can do, as we see Chow going for a decent trade here onto Cream, who will get taken down to about a fifth of his HP, so it's actually quite a loss, so he needs to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, has to at least be very vigilant of what is going on. And we saw, kind of going back up to your top lane point as well, we saw something similar in game number 1, where Shanji was getting on like components, and especially now we see the Bramble Vest once again getting on these buys so much earlier than Fearness. He was winning out. I might need to pause. Hook.
Yeah, those land on the PP God, who's happy to take that trade for the moment. Still has flash, no heal for a moment, with a pot ticking up for him. Should just be fine, but that's why we see the Nautilus going into the Rakan and so many options, because he's just so powerful in doing it. Meteor is going to take a bit of a trade here. Cream just hit level 6, and that's why he was being a bit more aggressive there with Aki, trying to see if he can maybe catch out the jungler of LGD.
Hoping that he'd be able to do so, but not going to be able to in the end, and now we're going to have LGD kind of 3-man grouping around the Spotside River. Really nice physical control. They have it completely lit up, so it won't be as easy for Aki to look for any sort of play. And I like that they keep going with it after Scrying.
Oh, no! Oh, no! It's Fearness getting caught out again. Does have flashback, but is he going to be able to use it? That is the question. He's taking the 1v1. Great flash from Fearness, but the minions are putting in work on top of him. Shanji wants this. He's healing up enough. Oh, not quite able to get it, and that honey fruit is the most beautiful thing that Fearness has ever seen.
Great flash from Fearness, though, to be able to escape, even putting a bit of threat on Sanji himself. Oh, this one's going to be close, but it looks like Shanji is going to back off at the end of the day, but Fearness might cut him off.
I mean, he's got an empowered Q. This will be a lot of healing, but Shanji's got himself the Bramble Vest again, so we're going back into an equal state now into this top side as both these top laners exchange all their summoners.
Even had the minion wave there to play with, like, had Fearness kept aggressing forward. So I think right call by Fearness to back off, and now LGD with the amount of river control bot side that we were hinting on earlier, going to try and use this to turn it into a Drake. Kareem had recall, doesn't have TP up, so this one will just be an objective for free. And with LGD having such, you know, a pretty solid scaling composition, double marksman, a ton of DPS going to come online later on, it's pretty good for them to start this dragon stacking quite early. And hell, we're a minute away from Herald. We'll see if they can try and transition this prio in bot lane and having push into Tristana into them also being the team to take that first Herald.
Better start here for the side of LGD, kind of bringing the gold actually ahead for themselves right now, as they do have a bit of a CS lead in bot and in mid. And of course, a couple of tower plates as well to their name, but for the moment, we'll see what Aki wants to do. With the Cyclone available to him now, he might start to look to maybe put some pressure onto this Tristana. The combination of the Tibbers coming down alongside that Wukong ult is just so potent. You need to be very, very careful if you're on LGD. But for the moment, they are holding their own, and we're having a much more tempered early game compared to the last one.
Yeah, we are. OMG not able to set up as many of the same opportunities. Let's remember a lot of that came from things like the Blitzcrank early on in the game, finding those hooks. You also had pressure able to come out from Cream. So this time, a lot of it really has relied on Shanji just being the one to look to fight. But now we might see some, right? Because we talked about how for LGD, they should have prio to go for this Herald with the lanes that they have. They have brought Jinzhao up, but PP God has also looked to match. And he's hit level 6.
Try and match this. Yeah, level 6 is huge. Jin Zhao does not have his. There's a good hook, and they're going to try and put down the Nature's Grasp, but not really able to put down much damage for the moment. Finally, we'll try and jump in, but another 4-man Cyclone into another one means they finally take him out, but it's taken so long. That little bit of extra XP, though, does mean that the Nautilus ticks up to level 6. And they're able to secure the jungle as well. 2 for 1 in favor of LGD, and they should be able to go back in towards this Rift Herald.
The story we're talking about LGD's composition setting up much better for this sort of game plan that they were playing out through game 1. So much AoE able to come out. You stopped them in their tracks. You had more damage in that fight than OMG did, as you pointed out very early on. Like, OMG, they get in, like a quickness comes out, but really no damage to follow it up after a great hook from Jin Zhao. Sure, stun comes onto the Tristana, but they're just able to follow up with the rocket jump in. You buy a bit of time, Izaki, but look, like Dominus on the Renekton, he's involved. Rocket jump Tristana onto many members. The ult coming out from Meteor, just so many people getting taken low. And Cream dropped his ultimate. That was pretty much the extent of the damage coming out from OMG. I guess a bit from the Cyclone and the shred coming out from Wukong overall. But Shanji wasn't really involved, and, you know, Abel wasn't there.
Yep, Abel was playing PvP against Envy in that bot side, a 1v1. As we see that just good pressure into this mid lane. I will say the Addy does exceptionally well into the Tristana to stop her from just kind of, you know, burning down turrets as quick as she probably would like. So decent combination here for Cream to try and make sure he doesn't lose as much as potentially he could in that bot lane. We are going to see the Static Shiv coming out here for Abel. It's kind of the build right now for the Kai'Sa. She obviously gets the great AP scalings, you know, with her W, of course, and trying to upgrade that Void Seeker.
Yep.
And
usually it's like Static Shiv and then Nashers. We get Ginsu's as well, and you're just stacking so much attack speed, and again having a good amount of AP in the build too. And honestly, OMG, everything's going to be based around this Kai'Sa in my mind, because again, she's going to be the main damage dealer. If it's not based around here, you're really relying on picks to come out from people like Cream. But oh, does Jin Zhao find him in time? Oh, he does.
Indeed. There's going to be a good hook, and all it's going to be is a little bit of a trade back of damage. Should be able to use his E to scurry away from this one here as the rest of the bot lane kind of comes back in and realizes they weren't going to be able to reset. But that's actually kind of key, because it means that Abel has to stay now on this bot side with the makings of a Static Shiv. He wants to try and collect this wave, or no, it's Aki who's going to pick it up because he needs to finish off that Static Shiv.
Yeah, nice cover being given over.
Oh, they're jumping in straight on the Envy, who just wasn't expecting the damage. Now Jin Zhao with no flash does have Meteor to try and keep him there. Nice Bramble Smash to knock everybody back. PP God going to be the target of a little bit of a return damage, but that is just huge amounts of burst that Envy straight up was not expecting.
I wasn't expecting that much damage. Like, his health bar was full, and then it was just gone in a matter of seconds. Good by Hockey and PP God to notice the window, take advantage of it, because we can see here, right? Losing Prio in mid, losing Prio in top. They needed to find something. And yeah, red buff online, goes in, finds the Q into the ulti, and then just keeps going with the Cyclone. I wonder what did that last big chunk of damage to him, because health bar literally went from like 40% to 0.
A turret shot. He threw out his Q, or his auto attack with the Infernum, and it caused it to take aggro. So a little unfortunate, but I mean that's it. And look, you know, Envy's been having a pretty poor form of the last few weeks. It does feel like it's just not really settling into the LPL style, coming over from the LCK challenger scene, of course, as well. So it's just not really working out for him. And you know, look, call it spade a spade. He's struggling. He really is.
He hasn't been able to find his footing. It is a bit rough to kind of judge someone in their first stint in the LPL and a team that as a whole, like, weren't able to even make it work before he was in. So, you know, I'll give him a bit of leeway, but I agree, right? What we've seen in Game 1 and Game 2, not having the best performances. We'll see now. Can they find the pick? His flash is gone. Punished once again.
Once again, punished. This time he gets away with his life, but there was no Cyclone available for Aki, so he loses nothing for that fight. Just gains a free flash, but again, just moving in around this dragon. OMG starting to pick up the pace a little bit, looking to try and be a bit more proactive. And in terms of single dragons, this is one of the best ones to get in terms of flat stats, but they're going for this pincer movement between Haichao and Meteor on the top side, Jin Zhao and Envy on the bottom. PP God and Abel recognizing this, they say, you know what, we don't need to flip this game just yet.
No, I think it's a good call. Maybe you have a window there where, like, you can engage on the top side of the pinch and, like, Cream could flash over the wall with Tibbers on the Haichao. That maybe could have been an angle, but I mean, without complete confidence in trying to enact that play and be able to win out, I think it is a much more stable call by OMG to just back off, collect the waves that LGD were already... Man, is he really doing this again?
I mean, he's doing it, but I don't know if he's winning it because nice little dodge backwards. He gets the slice and dice out of Fearness, and Shanji's just playing with his food right now. Shanji's got to go and like, dude, I don't care. Like, you can keep chasing me, but it's not going to be that big of a difference. Haichao, though, moving in, flash forward to try and get the stun down. They will get himself all outed. And again, another great opportunity turned into a basically kind of a fight in favor of OMG. They will get the double knockback. Shanji is just taking no scuff right now. Flash, flash! As Jin Zhao does not hit the hook, and everyone from LGD now in this mid lane. Nobody dies, but OMG are kind of forcing and daring LGD to take a fight.
I cannot believe that Aki flashed that as well. I thought with Shanji flashing that, it would have been one of those cases where, like, Aki wasn't even thinking about it because Shanji's in front of the hook, so in his mind, it's whatever. But great reaction, great communication, whatever it was there by the members of OMG. And that play that, you know, the start of that play, you cannot convince me was intentional. OMG somehow turned around and almost made it into magic.
It almost worked out for them right there, but not to be for the moment. As we look at the gold on the left-hand side of your screen, see Haichao's doing some fairly decent numbers for himself. Highest CS in the game, I believe. Yep, just about. And Shanji is still going to run you down here, Fearness, so to be very, very careful. The combination of the Thornmail and the Sheen actually makes him quite a potent carry into the 1v1, especially against something like a Renekton.
Yeah, again, and with the plated steel caps as well, it makes it so hard for Fearness to be able to deal any damage to him while still having things like that Spellblade proc to make sure that Shanji is dealing damage himself. And I love that we are still posturing around this bot side river. Both of these teams have thought about this many times. You know, they've looked at the Drake, they've examined it, observed it, maybe given it a bit of a special checkup. I won't go into detail about what the checkup is, but he's at it again.
That's doctor-patient confidentiality.
Exactly,
like, you can't do that.
exactly.
Like, I mean, this is without All Out, by the way. Fearness is just forced to go away from this blue buff side of the map because he knows that he just cannot take this fight with the dragon being up. If anyone else were to go up towards that top side, there's not even a guarantee that Shanji would die, so you can't really give up that pressure just to try and, you know, take out a top laner who is not even a guaranteed kill.
No, it just, yeah, big waste of time going out for them. I also want to point out that we had Rocket Belt being picked up in the mid lane for that Annie, which is common, but you've also had like Ludens, Leandries, other things. But this game, I think Rocket Belt makes a lot of sense when you have things like Kai'Sa, Rakan, all going to jump the back line. Cream needs as much access to being able to follow up or start it off as they do.
Cream looking to maybe try and jump in here. Never mind, they're going to try and duke it out. Tristana is not our target. The squishy Maokai is. And that means that Nautilus here without a flash. Ooh, nice buster shot here from Haichao to make sure that Cream, gonna say, buddy, you need to be a little bit careful. Shanji taking a 1v1 on the top side. Now he has it all out. But again, OMG picking up the pace, being proactive. And the fact that they're doing is kind of almost sleight of hand where they're baiting into the bot side saying, oh, we're gonna go for the Tristana. But then as you mentioned, the Rocket Belt just helps with changing that direction so quickly.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised, but I guess with how far the Kai'Sa is, maybe if she was closer, you can Tibbers onto the Tristana and like follow up with the Kai'Sa, but they instead go for an easy target. They go for the Maokai, kill the front line first, and, you know, at the end of the day, good pick, but they couldn't really transition to anything more than just this dragon finally being taken off the table. Thank God they have wanted it for so long.
Yeah, they've desperately wanted this this objective, and they will be able to get it, of course, with the death of Meteor. Makes it a little harder to contest, as we now see Jin Zhao over the top, now recognizing that he might be a little bit scuffed here, actually. Needs to be very, very careful. And yeah, they're going to just collapse in on top of him, stop him from going anywhere. And Kai'Sa W does not land. But I don't know if they're going to be able to confirm this kill. They're going to commit to it. Aki does end up backing away a little bit. Not quite sure how that route hit onto him, but it did. And just a trade of health bars for the moment in favor of OMG as they look to try and find their next moment for a fight.
You know, with all the other, like, weird hitboxes in the game, I think Maokai deserves his ult to hit, like, 0.1 pixel over the edge of it. You know what I mean? Maokai can have that. It's not as insane as especially a lot of the support ones, right? The Nautiluses, the Leonas, all the champions that just want to go in. You're like, how did that hook hit? It shouldn't have. Take them down a peg, Maokai. I'm all here for it.
Absolutely. You're all in for it. We are going to see now the Rift Hell being kind of the focus here for OMG, as Shanji looking for a bit of a trade into Fearness, who will get dragged right back in. While this is all happening, they have perfect vision of this. They know that Haichao is going to be free to take this turret. You can even see on the mini-map there, Cream waiting in a brush, recognizing I am on the weak side. I have nobody to protect me, and there's nobody showing on the map really at the moment, so I need to back away. And that's just a good, smart call there from the side of OMG to make sure they don't lose anything on the backside other than the turret.
No, so now we're going to see what Aki's able to do topside with the Herald he just picked up. I expect him to probably just look for the counter jungle because not a lot of heavy trading has gone on. So this would be LGD's perfect opportunity to try to make this dive happen. Abel isn't too far away, though, if it does go down.
Yeah, they're going to bring him in. Aki there as well. Flash back in. They're going to try and burn down Fearness. They should be able to get him. That's a lot of healing, though. Bonk on the head from Aki, though. Confirms it. But because they committed 2 people towards that top side, it means that mid lane kind of had to go to the wayside. The static shiv is all well and good, but it ain't going to do nothing against an Aphelios.
The big thing is that Abel was on a reset. He was just coming back to lane, so Envy did have a bit of free time with that tower. Still, at least no counter dive was able to happen on that bot side. You know, I didn't think a dive would come out top, but I forgot that with all out, is it even really a dive if you're getting half the damage done outside of turret range? Not really.
No, it's not really a dive. It's more of a, more just a skirmish, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, look, again, just kind of taking the fight, bring him in. The fact that he doesn't bring him over the wall is actually kind of good because it means that Aki's like still here to kind of do in damage.
Yeah. I guess it's more of like Shanji was trying to take him out to dinner, but Fearness was like, no, I want to go home right now. And it's kind of rude.
You promised takeaway. I didn't want to get ready. I don't want to get dressed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, that is a very relatable feeling.
Oh, hell yeah, man. I mean, I think for me and you as well, because like we're like oddly introverted. That like it's like even when we're at like events and that's like I love being at events. I love talking to people, but every now and again it's like I need to be a gremlin in my room and do nothing for at least a day, just because I'm just so tired and I don't want to deal with people. It's
great. It's great being around like the exact opposites, like being around people like Captain Flowers and just how like outgoing he is, and then like the contrast and disparity is just always a good time. There we go. There's a shout out to Cap on the LPL broadcast. Because guess what, Asheen? LCS is on 13.12. How didn't you know that?
I like how you're just like, you know what? I'm just going to keep pushing this. You idiot. It is on 13.12 and some decent games as well. Having some bangers over there. I believe Emily had her first cast, which I'm very excited to actually catch up on. Shout out to Emily Rand. She also one of the historians of the LPL.
Look,
if you did not know, honestly, historian of League of Legends, because it does feel like every single region she's got the read. Like the sheer amount of information that woman holds is incredible.
She definitely deserves the clout, but it looks like we might finally have a play coming out with Shanji angling for the lane.
He's looking for something. Fearness jumps in on him and basically does no damage now with that Iceborne Gauntlet finished up. And yeah, LGD kind of moved 4 people towards Shanji to escort him off the premises. You are not allowed here anymore, but that means that you don't have priority over this dragon side, which means LGD are just running in blind. They're trying to say, look, we just got to go for this. We got to figure out how we're going to make this fight work. They're a little bit ARAM at the moment. This is going to be the dragon confirmed, secured by OMG. Now the fight can happen. Haichao has to back away. Haichao and Envy are not doing damage. They're just sitting on the backside doing nothing. Fearness thought a 1v1 with the Kai'Sa was a good idea, but guess what? It wasn't. And now OMG just got 2 kills. So disconnected from LGD.
It was so weird, too, considering that LG did a decent amount of vision. Like, look at the minimap where Casante is right now. They had a control ward, so they spotted out where Cream was and him making his way around. Like you said, so disconnected, people going in and out. We're going to get a replay of it here. But they wanted to force their win. I thought it might be good because they, OMG are missing out on some flashes. They saw Cream work his way around, and that's what dissuades people like Haichao and Envy from going in. But just, I don't know. LGD being mind-controlled by wanting to take the dragon, wanting to start the fight, Fearness. I mean, losing out 2.5 item Kai'Sa against not even a 2-item Renekton.
And it looks like it's not going to be the Guinzoos. Not quite sure exactly what it's going to be here for Abel, but with that lost chapter, it does feel like he's going towards a more mid or more AP standard mythic. We'll see what ends up kind of finishing that one up with, because again, just kind of utilizing all the AP scalings that come out with the Kai'Sa on her passive, and of course on the W. And oh dear, Jin Zhao, yeah, you're gonna have to flash away here and just about keep your life there, because honestly, I think if Jin Zhao dies there, there might be a Baron call.
Oh, it definitely would. And going back to Abel, I'd expect him to just go to the Ludens. LGD's comp is so squishy, kind of bringing back that more reminiscent, like, assassin, I mean, like, very assassin kind of poke, you know, throw out the W, does so much damage, is reminiscent to what Abel's doing. It makes sense. I mean, hell, we saw how squishy even Fearness was in his eyes in that last fight.
Oh, usually when we drop the scoreboards, we're usually looking for a fight or something like that, but I think it was just to highlight the vision control. It's been fought over here in the Baron area. Jin Zhao moving forward with Meteor. Aki goes in with the Cyclone there to try and take down the tanks, and they're not that tanky right now. Assassinated by Abel with the Void Seeker, and now he can shotgun himself right onto the backside. Double kill coming in here for the Kai'Sa. Haichao will get a reset, but he's so low. Oh, he still goes down because there was a red buff burn on Abel. Triple kill there for the AD carry of OMG, and with the W upgraded, he's able to get so much damage, but Fearness has a little bit more, using the power of that Renekton to try and keep it a relatively equal fight. 4 for 3.
This time gets in here, has the Slice and Dice to be able to follow up. The Dominus just finished off a Black Cleaver, but Shanji, in the meantime, is at least going to make it to where OMG converts something into an objective for this fight. So not really a big dominating gold lead, but still nice they're able to transition. We're going to go back, see exactly how this goes down, because every fight, LGD are just so split up. OMG keep creating these angles where, look, they kind of pounce in on the top side. Shanji comes in, separates the Aphelios, and then your whole core of OMG's like kind of dive chase squad is able to stick on the Tristana, who you mentioned is going to go down to that burn that goes through off the red buff. But luckily, Fearness able to bring it around, has the Dominus online, Cream not really having that much mana to work with, and then having the confidence that he can finish this one off, because again, Dominus is still going, has the Slice and Dice available to close the distance, then the Empowered W to get that huge burst of damage off and just finish it through. So I guess pretty good for him that he was able to finish off that Black Cleaver just before that fight, because right, that came down to minuscule stats for who could have won that one out.
Oh, absolutely. It came down to, like, you know, having the Empowered Slice and Dice, like you mentioned, the extra damage, and obviously the nice little bit of armor shred coming in. They are going to see LGD going for a 26-minute Baron this time around. The Cassante does not have TP, and that's why they want to go for this. They realize they've got an opportunity to burn this down so quickly, but the damage could potentially be on the backside of this one. Maokai secures it, but can they get the fight after the fact? That is the question. Envy so low, but he's still in Aphelios, and he's still doing damage. 200 years, but now the Cassante can come back in and maybe make this fight work. You can see Abel looking to try and take out Haichao, but he doesn't do enough damage. The Annie is dead. It's just Shanji versus the world. Can he take anybody else out with him? He's going to look to try and burn them all down, but he hasn't got the damage. They're trying to dip and dive and duck, but Envy picks up a double, and LGD with the Baron right back in this game.
And this is the huge commit by OMG that if some of us are going to go down, we're all going to go down. Great quick thinking by LGD, double marksman. They know they could do the Baron fast, and now even staying on the map with these like 20-second death timers, knowing they could force these waves in, they could get more turrets online, and now start building up a sizable gold lead for themselves.
Really well played there by LG to recognize that Cassante wasn't here, and they make a decisive call.
Yeah, we're going to see, I mean, kind of nice bit of death ball coming out from LGD. I also like how the Maokai ult sent towards like the main forces of OMG. Smite gets confirmed, and then the big difference is Haichao able to kind of like zone out numerous 1v1s, starts with the Annie, then makes his way to Abel with how big Haichao has been, right? He was the gold leader every time we've checked back in, and this time it was OMG being split up, a large part being off, you said, Shanji not being here at the start of the fight.
I'm gonna go back into live. I want to know how the hell Abel ended up in the brush on the top side of the Baron there, but maybe something I'll have to go back and check on the replays. We're gonna see another 5v5. Not a lot of summoners left available for anybody. As we look to see who's going to be able to confirm this one here. The Void Seeker doesn't really happen there. Meteor does not get the steal away, and now they can look to try and jump in on the backside of this fight, jumping onto the 80 carries. Envy, you cannot cleanse. A knockup has to use the stasis, but look at Abel, finally able to try and put down some work, put down some damage. Meteor trying to see if he can use his AP to make him pay, but he cannot. It's Dragon secured here for OMG, but it ends up being a 2-for-1 trade in favor of them as well. Abel has to run away. He's so low. But even with this Baron, they're just losing too many people at the back of it. They need to try and make sure they're getting something with this Baron buff.
Better comp, better performance in game 2. Once we get the replay, oh no. Even finds another one. There's going to be another turret going down in bot, another turret going down in mid, maybe an inhibitor. Well, Machine, we have 2 different stadiums today. And with LGD bringing it back, looks like we're not going to get there on time, but at least we have a bit of excitement. Like you said, that underdog story of like anyone being able to come out and find a win. It's potentially holding true here for LGD.
Static Shiv doing enough to kind of clear that one out and doing a decent job here for the side of OMG to make sure they don't lose anything else other than an inhibitor. But let's have a look at the fight here because Fearness is already so low.
But keep your eyes on Haichao because it's not going to be exciting. There's no big play make around Haichao. The crazy thing around Haichao is how he's just left untouched. Immediate Cyclone comes out. You're going to even see Rakan try to follow up on him with the quickness, but no damage. Able to follow up. You can see Fearness being that big meat shield and Jinzhao waiting in the brush with the control ward to get on top of Abel, really being one of the big difference makers. And now here he is, full HP Tristana. No one was able to get on top of him, and he could just finish chasing down these low health bars. So LGD did a great job of enabling their main damage dealers. Big shout outs to people like Jinzhao, and even a nice ult coming out from Envy in that fight. But yeah, if you're not going to get on top of either of these marksmen, what are you going to do as OMG? The Kai'Sa isn't finding the target she wants. And yeah, Abel not able to find the same impact as he did in game 1.
No, really not. But I will say as well, Cream just not doing the kind of damage we've come accustomed to for a Annie in these games. And yes, the Proto Belt has been, or excuse me, the Rocket Belt, no longer a Proto Belt, is usually exceptional, kind of just, putting yourself in a good position. We've kind of seen him scuff it into walls a couple of times. So not really ideal situations here for the mid laner of OMG, but the game's not over yet. It is a 6,000 gold lead for LGD, but you've 3.5 items now onto Cassante, 3.5 items onto both the AD carries. The Tristana is the issue. Haichao is decimating people with this build and just will burn through anybody who leaves him untouched.
And you're pretty much going to need some kind of like vision denial play. You're going to need Cream and PP Gadaraki waiting in like some brush or some unexpected area that's been control warded that LGD need to enter. They start off the CC chain onto Haichao, and then Abel has the ability to follow up with the ultimate fast enough to just outright delete him. Problem is, look at the minimap. OMG do not have control over where wards go with this lead that LGD have built up.
And look, should be easy enough for the side of OMG to defend this inhibitor, but Baron spawning in over a minute, just over a minute. They've got themselves plenty of vision now in this top side. You can see them just looking to try and be a nuisance here. You've got plenty of tank stats here on Jinzhao and onto Meteor. Static Shiv decent to try and kind of burn this one down. Nice buffer of that CC from Shanji. These Ws, these Void Seekers are going to start to really hurt if you keep getting hit by them. When a blue buff, Abel's going to be able to spam these. Oh my god! Oh, TP, TP. It's going to be coming in from the flank. They're going to try and burn down Envy. They know they've got an opportunity. They need to try and take it now. Sanji taking up as much as he possibly can. Finally goes all out, but the Infernum is good. Jumping on the Haichao, who jumps back away. Double kill here for the Tristana, and she's still pumping out damage. The beating heart of LGD does not die, and LGD will send us to a game 3.
LGD, I'm so happy. Draft better, draft an easier comp to play out to take advantage of the prile that Tristana brings and do a great job playing around these team fights with the double 80 carries to bring down OMG.
Massive, massive momentum swing there for LGD. They get themselves their patented game win, but can they turn it into a series win? We'll have to wait and see, but it's one good step in the right direction.
You know, this is where you bring out the bias and you say, I hope LGD does it. Because again, we're going to be behind on our next series. So if that's going to happen, OMG, I'm sorry, we all love you. But let LGD make the Cinderella story worth it. You know, like get them up to that 2 wins. And hell, we saw this game. They're able to do it. They'll do. I love the adaptations of the draft. Take away the LeBlanc, take away the Tristana. You now have all this power. You now have all this prio coming out from mid lane. And just the amount of threats that the side of OMG had to deal with, right? We saw in that last fight, okay, you're going to try and commit onto Envy, and they didn't even take him down. But it's like, even if you do, guess what? Tristana's just jumping around the fight, skirting around, being able to get all the damage she wants done. You have a ton of peel coming out with, like, Maokai Ultimate, with the Nautilus, you know, putting on just so many things to enable the 280 carries to be able to do exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, it really did feel like LGD had a much more cohesive time to try and, or much more kind of comfortable time, probably a better word, just making their composition work. And that Maokai proving so much more valuable in this particular instance compared to game one, because a lot of the time, like you look at everyone on the side of OMG, they all want to go in. They all want to engage. And if you can isolate them out, if you can separate it, delay that engage where it is, as you mentioned multiple times, it's just Aki. It's just Sanji. It's not a combination of, multiple members getting all their bursts down at one time. You can survive. You can make the plays happen. And great to see LGD bouncing back in this one as well. And honestly, great to see Haichao having a great game as well. It really did feel like he was kind of going to the wayside a little bit, not really having bad performances, but not having great ones either. This was a great performance and showing how comfortable he is on that Tristana.
Yeah, I'm very interested, already thinking about next game, in terms of, like, you would expect OMG to move back to blue, and now you'd have to expect LGD probably have to ban out that Tristana. Like, neither team, I'm guessing, wants to give over that Tristana as a first pick in this series, so it's going to be, new to see how this plays out without the Tristana, when the Tristana really was the defining force in both games.
Yeah, the Tristana was the be-all and end-all, to be perfectly honest. I will say Abel was doing a hell of a lot of damage. No one really close to the amount of stuff he was doing it. But again, the poke damage is only so much. If you're not killing people off, you're not getting people into that gray screen, it means nothing. That's the whole thing. It's why I personally always rate kills over kills and assists over damage done, because could be a little bit deceiving on how actually impactful it was. But I mean, great from LGD to kind of keep themselves going. And I really do feel like, despite the start coming in, despite the fact that, Fearness lost his flash and the first blood, they kept themselves composed. They didn't let it rattle them, and it really did feel like they just constantly put pressure onto Cream in that mid lane to make sure he couldn't find Haichao in these fights.
Look, you rate kills and assists over damage. I rate isolated deaths as my favorite stat to judge a player. Because if you have a high number of isolated deaths, that just means you are an absolute Chad or just madman who doesn't care about anything. People with high numbers of isolated deaths, the Shy, Bin, people like this. So, Machine, there you go.
Some of the greatest names in top lane history.
Yeah, there you go.
Isolated deaths. I'll keep an eye on it. It's something we always like. But I also like isolated kills. Kills seems like, again, those 1v1s, the solo bonos. It's always a fun one. But yeah, I mean, look, for OMG coming into this next game, potentially the Tristana being a very high priority. We'll see if it does get picked banned. But does mean it's something else going to have to drop to the wayside. Plenty of targeted picks to be able to kind of come out from both these sides. We'll have to wait and see how it all unfolds. We are going to send it, though, to a quick break. When we return, we'll have the third and final game of the series.
can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Don't care what they say. Yeah, the bruise on my face. Never thought I'd do this on my own. Yeah, I've got something to say. Time to get out the way. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Guess you got what you wanted. You sold a lie, I bought it. This time I can't ignore it. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We have ourselves a full 3 games in our first series of week number 5. I am still Just Ushin, and I am still joined by the absolutely loopy Lyric as we come in now for game number 3. We got to talk about our MVP. It's about the Tristana. It's always been about the Tristana, and it's about Haichao just getting those resets at every single time.
Yeah, we're not going to see this champion next game. If we do, you're going to lose. Whichever team lets it through and doesn't get it, you are going to lose, as we see again. The amount of control that this thing is bringing to the mid lane, I guess unless we see some kind of niche counter pick come out, so much control, able to move first, taking over fights, and giving you multiple damage sources like we talked about, right? That even if you come in and all of your engage is thrown onto the Aphelios, like we saw happen a few times, it doesn't really matter. Or fights like this where you have a fight happening very early in the game, both 80 carries aren't here, Tristana going to be able to bring more damage to the table, and LGD is such a great comp to be able to follow up as well and be able to run forward with that Tristana. So that's why we talked kind of coming out of draft that we had more confidence in LGD with what they would be able to execute. And the Baron is really what sealed the deal in my mind. Of just great sneak Baron, great call, knowing that they had the damage to pull it off.
Yeah, this was the turning point. You had a gold lead there for OMG. You were building off of the momentum of several different kills, but just knowing that Shanji wasn't around, knowing that there wasn't enough burst damage to try and take him out as the kind of game went on, and honestly just Envy kind of staying alive and doing damage at the back of the pit was huge. This I quite like from OMG. Again, it feels like everyone might be like, oh, this is a bad play or something like that, but they got Envy so low and they just could not kill him. Like by the time they actually got down to try and get him, he had already basically had his his GA. So getting that down wasn't really going to be the be all and end all. So, but again, for OMG, they're willing to pull the trigger on those kind of plays.
Yeah, and I mean, going into game 2, right, OMG are swapping back to blue, which I mean, now we know which team will get the first pick of the Tristana, so LGD going to have to ban that one away. And I expect us to see quite a different game in terms of the picks and bans that are going to come through. So for both teams, right, OMG, you want to find this win. If you can try and find a way to sneak into that top 2, would depend a little bit on like BLG and JG dropping the ball, because OMG have already played both of them. They lost to both of them. But still, you got to hold out hope that can happen. And you could get that bye straight into double elim, to where for LGD, I'm an 8-8 believer. If you can make it to 8-8, you're getting into playoffs. And LGD, do not put us behind for the next series to not keep the 8-8 dream alive. Please.
I don't know, man. They do this on a regular basis. This feels very LGD-esque to look like a very cohesive team and then completely... Like, I mean, we've literally had the duality of LGD. Game 1 kind of got smashed. Game 2, much more competitive, much more kind of cohesive setup for them. It does feel like this is, again, looking towards that draft, looking to see how these teams kind of perform and what they put priority on. We know what one of the priorities is going to be, and it is going to be that Tristana in the mid lane, but that means also, not even just the mid lane, but also the LeBlanc, the Vi, there's so many little things, the Kindred, the Ivern, these are things that still have to be banned.
Point. Because, like, looking back at Game 1, LGD banned Vi, Rumble, Nico. They showed in Game 2, they're probably all right dropping the Rumble ban, but are you going to drop Vi or Nico to pick up to ban out LeBlanc plus Tristana? You know, I would assume out of those picks that you're changing Rumble for Tristana and you're probably letting LeBlanc through. And, you know, Abel got MVP Game 1, but remember the amount of damage. Like Cream topped the damage charts, and he was also having a great game, constantly finding his way into the fight. So, yeah, I don't think there's an easy answer for LGD here, especially because usually when we start to see the LeBlanc come back in, Tristana was actually the answer into the LeBlanc that a lot of teams are picking. So if you're having to ban that one out while also leaving it open, I feel like OMG can just be, you know, a favorite in those first 3 picks phase, unless LGD really has something off the cuff, which I'm all for.
I mean, sure, absolutely. You can feel the kind of, yeah. I mean, it's gotta be definitely a lot of talks between the coach and the players to see what they want to prioritize, what they want to try and build into the comp. And maybe they have a different answer. Maybe they're gonna say, look, maybe we want you to take the LeBlanc because we have a different answer into it. Don't know how well or how successful that could be, but we'll have to wait and see, as we can see now where OMG take their draft as well.
Machine, I don't want to wait and see. I want to know, God, we're already getting a draft. I wanted to know what wonky champion you wanted to come through, because that's what matters.
You want my genuine answer? My genuine answer is I would love, well, never mind, we're not going to see it, but I was going to say if we would pick the LeBlanc, I would love to see them just go like full, like Yasuo Gragas or something and just like try and like burst them out or something. It's not a great combination. I don't think it's very good into LeBlanc or Tristana personally.
It's not about good, yeah. It's about what you want.
Exactly, it's about what I want. The Wombo combo is always very, very fun. But now OMG kind of saying, look, we're going to take away the Renekton, the Maokai. We're going to change our bans completely. We're going to have a lot open. The Kindred, the Ivor, and I was just about to say the Vi, but more importantly, the Nico, and OMG want that for Cream.
Only 2 games so far this split. He's went 1-1 on it. You know, not really a staple champion you would think of Cream for. It's not Yagao. But it is a champion that, you know, if it's left open, still has to be respected, has to be taken away. But now this is where we really get out of our depths as like our first day on 13-12, and especially in the LPL, and seeing, like you said, Ivern, Varus, like, are these types of champions going to be prioritized at all? Please don't get me excited, LGD. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for
time.
You know, and I expect us to probably get it in the jungle, but I know, like, we're having the solo lane on-hit Ivern now, with Daisy being able to proc those on-hit effects, and it'd be fun.
It would be fun. And everyone's Ivern now in the later stages with the passive now on the new passive on the blue and the red buffs. And there it is, Ivern locked and loaded for Meteor. It was banned twice. We'll finally get to play it. And I feel like OMG kind of knew that this was coming, and I feel like they maybe have the goal. But also something that's kind of flipped through or kind of set through our minds is the Milio. Milio's still kind of being left to the wayside here. There's still so many power picks as these teams, again, the first in the LPL, to try and figure out what is meta, what is the power, and where does the priority have to go?
Yeah, going to go towards the Aphelios. The Milio you mentioned being on the table, kind of showing us that PP God is going to lead that direction. So getting a composition a lot more reminiscent of what we've already been seeing, rather than a lot of these new stable picks coming out for the side of OMG. But I'm most curious, again, about how LGD are going to round this one out. You can already expect the Jace going towards the mid lane, which is another thing that kind of signals to me that I don't know if we'll see like a top lane Ivern come out like you do see a fair bit of in solo queue. But for now, just going to round out with the Nautilus. So some decent engage, some decent follow-up. And right now, what you want is LGD is some I think, big carry for the Ivern to be able to enable even some of his other changes now, right? Like his shield, if you place it on an ally or even yourself, and it doesn't, when it detonates, it doesn't damage anyone. The shield refreshes, and you get like another cast of the shield. Just the second time around, it doesn't explode. The point is that would be great for enabling some type of like carry in the back to just feel even more safe.
This is the thing, though, is that yes, you have the Ivern, you kind of very good at kind of, as you say, enabling someone to try and just build them up and stuff like that. But I feel like when you go into this side of the bans, you're getting more AD carries being banned away. The Kai'Sa, the Xayah, the potentially Sivir as well, if Envy really feels like he can kind of go for that. Those kind of champions that build off of so much kind of, priority off of things like the Ivern having them available for their teams. So we'll see what the side of OMG want to go for and what LGD end up picking, because right now it does feel like it is OMG kind of dictating what this bot lane could potentially look like.
Yeah, and especially now where, I mean, Aphelios gone, Tristana gone, Xayah, Kai'Sa off the table. We're really getting into the gutters of, this is the patch that has like some of the changes to Zeri. Varus is a band that we were talking about earlier that we've been seeing consistently throughout the day. So maybe you could round off with this. Ivern also does provide some decent peel coming out with that Zeri, throwing out the Q to stop people in their tracks. And it looks like they are going to round out with this. So now for OMG, hard engage. Cassante still left open if for Sean, you want to go towards that for a third time. If they wanted more guaranteed hard engage, right, the Scion still being on the table is definitely something that comes to mind.
Yeah, remember, these aren't the Nico changes. They will be on 13-13, but we are still kind of dealing with full-fledged, full-style Nico as we kind of thing, and kind of see a little bit more of her kind of come into this one here. But OMG gonna lock themselves in the Kindred. So the two things they were banning away will be in this game. So Aki looking to be aggressive into the Ivern and make sure that he can kind of deny him a lot of his priority of just taking these camps for free.
Yeah, right. Kindred great at dueling. So wanting to take that one, especially once you get some levels under your belt, find that early aggression. If they can get some prio throughout these lanes, it really would just enable them to be in Meteor's face. We aren't going to get the funny solo lane, like on-hit Ivern that you do see in solo queue. We'll just be the normal one in the jungle. But LGD, once again, I'd say cohesive identity coming out from their composition can set up for 1-4 quite well, to where Jace and Varus are going to be able to clear mid waves quite easily. Obviously can group up and try to like re-engage off of a 5v5 with the Nautilus and the Gnar. So for OMG, kind of keeping it very stock and standard in terms of, once again, playing for a lot of these all-ins, but having many more peel tools this time around for themselves. But I mean, when LGD want to poke, that doesn't really make all the biggest difference if they're not really engaging into you.
Absolutely, and something we actually never really mentioned in terms of the system changes, shall we say, is with the buff sharing, which is going to be very prevalent and stuff like that. Red buff got mega nerfed, mega nerfed coming into this patch as well. The health regeneration later in the game is like I think it's almost half. I think it's gone from 9% to 5%. It's now the slow amount is down and halved again for ranged champions. It doesn't do as much damage. There's definitely a huge kind of priority of those buffs not being as huge as it used to be for AD carries for sure, but definitely curious to see how the kind of teams kind of work with that one here. And again, looking at the way that these teams have kind of built themselves, great poke coming out from LGD, OMG building to try and jump in with the Nico and the Cassante, and how the Milio does kind of protect the Aphelios to do 200 years of damage.
Yeah, I mean, they have, a huge wombo combo able to come out. I mean, Nico ulti, Moonlight Vigil being thrown on top of it. I guess not the biggest wombo combo, but still a respectable one. That if they can get on top of, if they can get on top of Varus and Jace, I mean, they should just outright go down. Again, we'll see how much Meteor on this Ivern is going to be able to do a lot in dissuading and soaking some of this damage from coming through.
Gotta love the Gyos. Remember how ominous it was during 2021 or 2020 and 2021 when we just didn't have crowds? It was just so quiet.
You know what was fun was towards the end of 2020 when we started having like the online Gyos, and you'd get like fans, from all over China, and even famous players and famous players and coaches and stuff like inserting their Gyos for like a former team. It was really cool.
Yeah, it was cool. Again, people kind of being a bit more creative, shall we say, in those kind of trying times.
LPL don't need the silence. That's one thing I know.
No, we do not. We do not need the silence. We need the aggression Cream, nice little stutter step to make sure he does not get hit by the shock blast. We're probably going to have a pretty early... No, nothing really too early, I imagine. The Kindred, however, will be able to kind of be able to dictate where and when to go for everything. This is the thing with the Ivern. You just put down your passive on all the camps. You don't actually hit the camps. That's the thing. You don't do any damage to any of the camps, except for Dragon and for Rift Herald, because those monsters are too far gone.
Yeah, you're a friend of the forest. I don't believe either of those are in the forest. I also want to point out he went Domination secondary, which I know it's usually kind of a choice between that or Inspiration. Nice thing about Inspiration is it gives you access to Futures Market. You're right, it's been a hot minute. But when you go Domination secondary, it gives you access to Relentless Hunter, so getting some... Oh! No more talking about the game or stats or runes. This is an OMG LGD series, and we're going to remember OMG on blue side. It's like game one. We're back to the action.
We are straight back into the action there. Flash being burned on the bot side there as Meteor now picks up all of his little marks that he's picked up for himself. Aki seeing if he could be aggressive, though. Checking to see if he can maybe plot out who he is. Yeah, he knows exactly what's going on. There's not going to be any vision, though. I love this from Meteor, trying to make sure he doesn't get caught out. But at the same time, Aki's in full position to try and capitalize on this. This should be just a straight-up flash burned here by Meteor. Pops down the brush to see if he can maybe get away from this one. Does have a fair bit of slows. Taking decent damage. One more. Oh, good flash from Meteor. But that's going to delay him a little bit more now on his clear. Should be able to get this buff, though, over the wall. Not quite, though, because PP God has already moved up.
Yeah, I want to highlight PP God being able to move up first when LGD were kind of in contention for wave control was really good to make sure that he didn't just get pinched from behind, because NB and Junjiao did start making their way over. They do want to deny Meteor from being able to get this camp, and they do.
They will.
And yeah, good start. Good start from OMG with them bringing out the Kindred. And hell, even though we haven't seen it from Aki so far this split, like some more aggressive junglers have been in Aki's wheelhouse for a long time. Hell, I even remember like things like the Zed alongside SOFM, like he'd bring out things like that. We've seen him bring out the Graves. We've seen him bring out the Kindred. So the champion he should be very comfortable on.
Absolutely, and the thing is as well, he got a little nice RNG as well. Got his first stack on that bot side as the Scuttle spawned. So definitely feeling very good about that particular trade of things. And now Aki can just be aggressive. And honestly, he needs to be as this Kindred. It's why you kind of pick it into the Ivern, is that you just know you're going to have a much stronger time against this champion pre-level 6, and you need to make the most use out of that.
Yeah, you really do. And now I kind of expect OMG to just keep this up. You have a full... top side of jungle camps to be able to clear Abel.
They're trying to make this one work. Envy needs to go forward with this one here, putting down the damage, but you can see that Cozy Campfire doing so much. Now a TP coming in. That's going to be the Nico jumping on the side of this one, maybe being a minion. Thinking about it, but not quite able to go for it. Flashes in! He was just at the perfect opportunity. Nice block on the Q as well. Jin Zhao shall die. Cream with a beautiful read and perfectly sets up 2 kills on the bot side.
And we said before, right, Nico not a champion you necessarily think up his wheelhouse, but coming in with incredibly creative play, does give over pressure in mid, but picking up 2 kills for your team, you getting 1 in your AD carry, picking up 1 as well, is huge. Is Abel going for the faster back? Because he also
honestly,
gets that
yeah, I
in.
actually think that's worth. Not unironically think that's worth. Let's have a look at this fight anyway.
Now we see OMG being the ones to play really aggressive, having level advantage for Abel, but doesn't matter. Hook comes out, and once a lot of that burst comes through after the initial kind of like shotgun shot from Abel, Jinjiao flashing forward and chasing him down is beautiful, knowing that they're able to extend with more DPS in a drawn-out fight. But here it is. TP in from Kareem. You set up as a minion. He might not have level 6, but flash into the root. They're easily able to finish these off.
Creme de la creme.
I even like him giving it over.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, again, Abel kind of comes in here. He does this on purpose. This is 100% on purpose, because I think it's just like a faster recall. I'm not quite sure. It was still about 10 seconds. Not as fast as I thought it was going to be, so... Maybe it was it definitely was intentional, but maybe it wasn't as good as he maybe thought it was supposed to be. Not quite sure exactly about that. But
hey, he would have had to spend maybe 2 seconds walking back to that brush and pressing B there.
True. No one got experience. No one got any gold. It literally is a pointless death in the sense of no one cares. But it actually I'm actually looking at the virus. Sorry, the virus going towards the static shiv.
Yeah, so Static Shiv, Nashers, I've even seen like some Rift Makers Mythic. Some people still do go like, like more towards AD. So very curious, is Aki He's so
There's a cozy
aggressive.
campfire. He's so aggressive because he knows there's no flashes and they can just separate them out. Just make sure there's nowhere for them to go. Envy pops his flash to get over the wall and to safety, and OMG picking up the pace again.
Really just keeping it going. Again, the confidence coming from blue side. And a big difference just being like game one, mid-prio, enabling so much for them to be able to do things securely, right? Even if Cream isn't involved in the play, just knowing he can move down at any time. And even some of the item, you know, like the components starting to come through across the map. And even though we haven't seen top side of Sheen, with how, like, you know, how much Shanji has not cared this game, I would expect he's doing the same thing in this game.
Yep, the exact same thing is the, we just see another mark going over, so that's going to be, I believe, 2 now for Aki. Yeah, you should be able to see it there on the bottom left, but that's a decent start here for OMG. 2,000 gold, 2 marks on the Kindred, a dragon, and slowly but surely we're seeing a lot of momentum. And again, it's massive praise for OMG, but it's always going to come down to, it's like, why? Oh, I thought myself as Shanji takes a little bit of a 1v1 for the moment. Could be a 2v1 as Meteor kind of comes in. Ooh, no crunch down though. A nice buffering on the CC means that Fearness cannot finish off the kill. Will be able to get some decent turret damage onto the top lane, but no kill for Shanji. No death for Shanji is probably a better way to put it.
Yeah, not able to find that. Kind of use that time to point out another new thing about Ivern, which is now after you throw out your Q, you can have a choice to either go into melee range by recasting, or if you auto, it'll bring you into auto range. Also works in reverse, that if you're melee, throw out your Q and then auto attack, it'll bring you backwards to your auto distance.
Oh, here we go. He's jumping him over the side, and they're going to flash in and kill off Fearness before he can go Mega. Should be taken down here, you would imagine, but he's actually going to get Mega now in the next second or two. Finally, Shanji gets in on top of him and slices him down. 4-0 are the kills, and they're across the map.
Yeah, 2K gold lead at 8 minutes. This one feels like it's getting to the done and dusted point. I mean, not a huge lead, right? We saw LGD able to come back from the same gold deficit last time. The problem is, at least last game, they had a pressure point on the map. They don't really have that this time. Like, Haichao's winning in mid lane in terms of like the trades going through. Cream, let's remember, did TP bot earlier on and lose out on some of the CS, but they don't have any tangible pressure that they're really turning into anything.
Well, Haichao and Cream having a trade-off in the mid lane is about 20 CS lead here for Haichao to be expected. Let's have a look at the replay here, because again, it's just, they just know how to do it, and every single time I watch Shanji and Cassante, I'm like, why is this champion not banned against him?
Even starting off, pinging him over, and then being able to follow through. And it's like, I don't know. Are you having PTSD at this point as Fearness with the fact that this has happened to you? This has happened to him every game. Every game, he walks up the turret, gets you know, ulted to a similar position every time. I guess on red side it would have been the opposite way, but still, it's been huge. And I've also learned, you know, Sheen, usually these days, I don't talk about the game. I don't talk about things like runes or patches or changes. I chill. But anytime I try to, action happens. So I don't know if that's like a sign for me to do more of my job, or if it's a bit, because it's kind of heartbreaking. It's kind of heartbreaking that anytime I'm like, yeah, cool, something new to talk about, bam. It's just ruined. It's ruined by great bloodshed.
Yeah, you don't get an opportunity. You don't get to talk about, we even tried to talk about the Varus static shiv. That didn't get to come to, you know, you talked about the build a little bit, didn't get to finish that one off. It's upsetting. You
and
know,
then when we just talk about random nonsense because nothing's happening, nothing keeps happening. Like right now.
Is this what it feels like to be God? And look, we'll see some action, I imagine, in the next minute 40, or potentially
Here,
even
you
sooner
try.
than that.
Give some analysis. See if a fight happens.
Oh, you don't want that. No one wants that. No one wants.
It doesn't need to be right. You could just you could just say, oh, look at that minion, so healthy.
The game knows. The game knows, and actually, Fearness. Hey, we talked about analysis, and it's the exact same play. We should see them get right over this wall. He will be able to get the knockback, but just good enough to make sure that he lasts a couple more seconds. That is an identical play that we saw just a minute or so ago, and this is why we call him Kashanji.
And this is why, going into their next series, I don't know, against OMG, you really have to like think about your bans, especially on red side, right? Are you going to keep giving over the Cassante? Now you've seen, okay, you want to ban the LeBlanc? Oh, great flash!
Oh, the flash. Nicely done here. No flash for Envy. That's a hell of a lot of chakrams. But can Abel get him? He can! Slightly off the center of the screen. We will see Abel take the 1v1. 6-0 is the scoreline right now, and Abel's death in the first few minutes does not matter because he is making up for it with a solo bolo on the bot side.
This game is such a mirror of game 1. Fearness dying the same way. Abel finding these solo kills in the bot lane once again. We're going to go to the replay here of the topside play. Great knockback, and Shanji just so good at landing these. Nowhere is safe for Fearness, and guess who's waiting in the wings once again, Fearness? It's your good friend Aki. Shanji lands the last knock-up. It's all that they needed, and there's nothing to say here, Sheen. Abel's absolutely goated.
Absolutely. And honestly, I don't even think the flash was necessary. Maybe not to dodge the ultimate, but definitely to get him into space and to build himself back up. Really, really well done there, just utilizing the power of the Kraken Slayer. Look, the Static Shiv is great if all you're doing is kind of, you know, clearing waves and poking, but if you get all in like that, Static Shiv doesn't give you as much, you know, kind of raw stats.
No, right? Definitely about the wave clear and kind of over a period being able to poke out the enemy when that's getting recharged. We're going to see OMG be able to get this dragon uncontested. They're still posturing like they want to fight.
I mean, they can. Like, look at the chakrams coming out there. The damage just burning through Daisy. She just had nothing to say about it whatsoever, and this is starting to build up to become a pretty difficult game now. 4,000 gold at 12 minutes, or nearly 13. We're seeing plenty of plates as well, and all out underneath the tower as he wants the solo bolo. Shanji resets the tower aggro, flashes in, cuts them down, and OMG are feeling good in this game.
Shanji is just massive in this series. And right, I mean, Shanji's arrival to OMG as an org in the past few years really was one of the, honestly, the biggest bright spot for me in terms of like pushing themselves to the heights that they've now found. Now, push coming out from the bot side, Calibrum, so much range to play with.
Not quite able to get the secure on that particular ultimate, which would have brought Envy down very, very low. But look at the work this is able to do right now. Getting themselves a couple of plates as well, right before the turret plates go down. The 3-0 Cassante, it's a 2-1-2 Aphelios. Let's have a look at this one here, because like he just knows he's just stronger right now. Literally, as soon as his all-out's back, immediately goes in. Off cooldown.
Yeah, goes in, has the Q up. You know, finds the W as well to close that distance a little bit better, and great Q into Flash to be able to finish it off. Has Iceborne Gauntlet as well as plated steel caps.
The emote and all.
Like, look at items across the board, right? Two, like an item and a half, you know, maybe two if you even consider how much plated steel caps is able to get done this early. Kraken Slayer in jungle, so you're a full item up there. 80 carry, it's about even, but if Shanji keeps doing this, it won't matter.
I mean, Shanji doesn't have his all out yet, and I say yet because it is starting to come off cooldown very quickly, and you can see on the minimap, LGD are trying to force people up to this top side to try and cover for it, but that means bot lane's going to go down almost immediately. That's a 5,000 gold lead. OMG are just having a much stronger game in this one here, and again, it comes down to the kind of common factor that we saw from game 1 and game 3 for LGD's comp is that they're not as easy kind of, you know, to kind of go in. The only person who can really engage is going to be Jin Zhao. After that, you're looking at picks. It's not really built to kind of team fight.
No, you're looking at picks.
Not as well.
Yeah, you're looking at to play out team fights through poke, through being able to disengage. And normally I'd say that's all right into what OMG picked up, but when OMG have a lead and they're always going to be on objective first, it just won't. It just won't be able to work out the way you'd want it to. Will this work out the way LGD want it to?
I don't know. It's going to be... So far, they're getting perfect gamed. I'm saying that a lot about LGD in this split. But they're looking to try and take down Shanji. No flash here on the Cassante. Could maybe see them go for something aggressive, but it's so difficult. Look at the armor on them. And yeah, they recognize that it's just not worth it to invest so much time. And now Haichao, he's going to find Aki, who's going to burn him down. Oh, he's already used the acceleration gate. Has to flash. Does Aki flash in against him? Yes, of course he does. He doesn't quite have the damage just yet, but he's going to be able to finish him off. Nicely done. Picks up a mark as well. I mean, OMG are just playing with their food right now.
Yeah, I mean, finds and isolates the 1v1 to be able to get that down. And 6K gold lead, 15 minutes. You're already 2 dragons up. The next one comes up in a minute and a half, so it's going to be a very early soul and a Hextech soul at that. This one is not looking anywhere close to game 2 in terms of like the comeback ability, if that is a word.
Oh my god, we're gonna see the all-out again. Fearness, he's gonna probably have to flash. He does not flash yet and gets dragged right back in. The all-out is good. The Meganar ultimate is better. It flashes away. There's gonna be a flash or a TP in from Haichao. It will not be a perfect game. The invulnerability is good, but that Gnar needed to leave because he is getting traded back. It's a 1-for-1. The end of it all, and actually Abel died. How did Abel die?
Well, we see his body. Doesn't look very
see his body.
like well kept, not cremated. His Jin Zhao's gonna keep going.
He is. There is still an ultimate on Aki, so he's not really in much danger just yet. He's holding onto it for the moment. They're trying to isolate them out. PP God will not be going down just yet. Haichao goes a little bit too far forward as well. Trying to use that healing in and will be able to get a kill back. 2 kills coming back. Chain of Corruption is decent, but can they get more kills here? Cream looking for 1, does trade it back very effectively, and now will get caught and killed himself. What is happening in this game? It was all OMG, and then they just decided to turn off.
I feel like a clown because literally 60 seconds ago, I said, this is not like Game 2. This does not look very comebackable. And I don't know. How did Abel die?
You're a liar.
I am a liar. I am a liar. We need to find out what went down with Abel. Takes a turret shot right off the back, and then Flash coming out. I wonder, if it's a bug coming out from the spectator, or if he actually didn't have flash here, because I mean, not flashing through any of that does feel way too disrespectful. I'm kind of leaning towards that one, that he must not have had it. It must be like in our replay system that he did, and then we're just gonna see Jin Zhao with the decisiveness following up, constantly going forward. But another fight.
Yeah, we're going to have flash from Shanji should he want it. The smite is good here from LGD, and they will get that confirmed, and now they are running away. Chain of Corruption comes out just to make sure nobody can get themselves any purchase on the backside of that one here, but mid lane now going to be the priority while Rift Herald is available. Good poke coming out here from the Jace with those 2 items. Almost got us completed Muramana. Or Manamune. Going to be able to kind of move that one back up, and we still might see a fight around this Rift Herald.
You know, Sheen, I went back, checked the VOD. I have an update. He did have flash up, and he, just didn't respect it. And I guess after the initial hook, he thought he'd go down.
That's, well, look, that's a very able thing to do, if I'm being totally honest. It does feel like very, very on brand for him, but we come back in. It's still 4,000 gold lead for OMG. There's still 2 dragons to the good, so they're not thrown it completely yet, but 2 items onto the Varus, 2 items onto the Jace. The Triforce Fantasy finished up here for Fearness means that his side lane pressure gets a lot more potent and a lot more powerful, so that's going to be the Rift Herald secured and given over to the side of Aki. We'll wait to see where OMG, they need to calm themselves down. Yes, your Kindred is doing very well. Nearly double the CS of the Ivern. That's fantastic, but the Ivern doesn't really care about CS. He's got the Moonstone Renewer, which has received a couple of nerfs as well, but still a very, very powerful champion in his own right.
Yeah, he's super strong. The one thing I'm scared about as we go forward is the fact that for OMG, you kind of look at their engage options if this game does become a little bit more even, and it's like, all right, like Cream can try and sneak in there, you know, if he's transformed into something else, and maybe like Flash or Rocket Belt for an engage. Shanji can look for a flank. Or I guess LGD have given them a lot of opportunities. But outside of that, there really isn't much. And then LGD can play off the range of Haichao, of Envy, and then really just make OMG's life so hard. So I kind of think for OMG, it'd be nice if we can see them extend this gold lead with this Rift Herald. Maybe even find a pick and turn it into a Baron.
Jin Zhao might be the pick, though. Yep, he's caught out. No flash, nowhere to go. Chain of Corruption used to try and dissuade any kind of dive onto mid lane tier 1, which will be taken here by Shirley. And now with the Baron up, TP topside, not looking like OMG are going for it just yet. They're going to try and get one little bit of pressure back into this mid lane, and they're honestly kind of just back to what they were a couple of minutes ago. Apart from that one blip in the radar, which we'll see in the gold lead at the end of the game, should they win, it's not really changed much of how they want to play.
No. I mean, still just going forward aggressively, making nice use of their prios, and honestly just overloading one side of the map. They have Kareem safely answering in topside. They can see members of LGD kind of catching waves in all 3 setups to know that they're fine. Now I want to see where we are at with Aki marks-wise. I'm pretty sure the last time we were at 3, right? So we hadn't hit that mystical number 4 yet, which does give you that 75 range. Come on, Observer.
Yes.
Show us.
No, he's not going for anything just yet. Now he is. Will we see him on? No. He's got to click on them. That's the thing. You can't just hover. You have to click. It's only when we get a hard cut where we'll actually see it. There he is. No, what's that? I don't know. That doesn't look like he's... I don't think he's on 5 marks for taking his own. That doesn't make any sense.
You know, they'll click on him one day.
Yeah. Oh, Fearness gonna get all out after the hop, so that's gonna force his flash. And that's again another little moment here, another little pick available for the side of OMG that can lead to more and more advantages if they take away these summoners.
Just doing a nice job of playing. It's kind of weird because they're kind of like switching up setups, right? Like last play we saw was a coordinated 4-man invade into the enemy jungle, playing around the pariahs they'd already generated from the play before. This time around, it's kind of splitting up the map. You know, Cream up towards top side, you have Shanji and bot, and just kind of forcing a pick, maybe giving them a sense of security after playing so heavily as a unit.
They are building themselves nicely. Again, LGD did show that they have got opportunities to kind of isolate and segregate people, build themselves back into this game should they need it. Envy going without the mythic for the moment, recognizing that he's full AP Varus for the moment. Going towards a Zhonya's, you would imagine, which should be able to kind of stop a lot of the Nico damage and Shanji from getting on top of him should they find themselves in a poor position. But for now, everyone's kind of moving themselves back in towards this mid lane, gaining control of this lane before the objective spawns in 20 seconds.
Summoners we need to keep track of is Abel, no Ghost, so not going to have as much freedom playing around a fight, but all flashes are up at the very least. And Envy did have that stopwatch, so a bit of defensive tools there for the side of LGD if Shanji can find this opening engage, but immediately taking out Daisy. And Daisy's where a lot of like Ivern's newfound strength is.
Yeah, it's definitely feeling like you're going to be having a lot more priority, or at least looking at that Daisy a little bit more than you know, previously in this game or in this series. In this, I suppose game was the correct one, in this League of Legends.
I guess on-hit Daisy is the one that you worry about more, though. And, you know, we didn't get that. But we do get another Baron. Same as game 1 and 2.
Yeah, we do indeed. I love this from LGD, though. They're just kind of delaying the idea that the Dragon will be taken, but they've gone a little bit too hastily, which means that they kind of leave open mid lane to be pushed back in. That's going to mean that the Dragon will be taken, and Soul Point confirmed here for OMG. We're just waiting again for more and more priority to come in here, and waiting for, honestly, for LGD, they need a big pick. I feel like they need a mistake from OMG if they want to try and stall out this game till later.
Yeah, they're going to need to find something. I like that they don't, like, overcommit to an objective. They don't necessarily, it's not like, right, like, you know, end of the line, right? Like, giving up Soul Point is scary because it means even just, like, a lucky smite or random, like, big damage ability can steal that one away. But, You're already getting close to having like 3 items on Envy, him having that Zhonya's that you talked about, Hai Chao as well, nearing that. So I like the idea of buying time when you know you probably wouldn't win a fight at this point in the game with such a deficit.
Oh, for sure. For sure. But now, looks like OMG want to try their hands at the Baron. They want to be the ones to figure this one out and maybe make a bit of a decisive call. Baron down to half HP. Hai Chao TP's in. Does land a little bit of poke onto Aki, but it's nothing exceptional. OMG back themselves away. Not willing to do anything crazy just yet. A little bit of poke damage was enough to kind of dissuade them, but they did get the TP out of Hai Chao.
So right now, playing for the small wins. Doing a nice job with the map, especially when you look at side lanes and things kind of being pushed past the areas of their control. Is a mark in the blue side jungle for OMG to go look and take away, but right now so focused on trying to find this fight, or at least make sure that LGD don't start something themselves when they're not showing insides.
Good damage here. Both the AD carries onto each other as we wait to see what will be the match that lights this absolute fire of a fight. Still 5,000 gold lead in favor of OMG, and they've got themselves on the Soul Point as well. So the longer this game goes on, closer and closer they get up to that Soul Point. And why buy Static Shiv when you get your own personal Static Shiv with the Hex Soul?
Yeah, true. You know, Sheen, I could say something about the game, so maybe some action starts. So, Meteor, Staff of Flowing Water. Another thing that kind of has changed a bit with how Ivern works, because now with the shield resetting, if it doesn't do any damage to someone, it means that you can refresh Staff of Flowing Water when the extra shield comes online. So I believe Staff of Flowing Water is usually 4-second duration. Now it would end up being about a 6. So, you know, very, very small, mild benefit there with that item for the new Ivern. And you know what? It didn't work. No fight broke out. So all we did was learn something.
Learned something, and LGD learned that there is a Baron being taken. Cream off to the top side, thinking about looking like a Cassante. The Zazie kind of dropped in to give a little bit of information, but don't want to be losing that health bar too much. Shanji moving forward. Cream is disguised as the Cassante. I think they're going to be pretty obvious of which one is which, and LGD kind of lean away from this fight, and the poke is doing decent amounts now. They're holding themselves in this mid lane and honestly kind of coming out on top of these trades. Oh, I say that. Whoa, Envy goes into the stasis. There's going to be the Pop Blossom. 3 men get knocked up and 2 get killed. Abel picks himself up a double. That was the opportunity that OMG needed. LGD were holding steady for so long, but one mistake, and that's all it was needed for the side of OMG.
Yeah, one overstep finally sets up for OMG to have some engage. Now, 30-second death timers. It looks like they're just going to try and barrel through the rest of the game. You have ultimates up like Shanji, Aki, and PP God, so there is some room to play with.
There is a little bit. Jin Zhao looking for a little bit of a hero play, but it's not to be. OMG will go up to 6 and 2. You can see Shanji just having more and more 1v1s as Meteor flashes away just to watch his Nexus die. Still go on, waiting to see what LGD can do. They looked so good in game number 2, and game number 3 just sadly fell away for them. One small misposition from Envy sealed the deal for the side of OMG.
And I'm torn. I'm torn because I like OMG. I want to see them do well. Again, they'd be one of the most fun teams to see on the world stage because of their lack of, I think, big names. But LGD brought us to 3. So I wanted the underdog story to triumph. And yeah, not going to see it here again. OMG, great dominant early game in this game 3. Then it got a little bit closer. Still not closer, like OMG were the team in the lead. But the fact that you saw LGD realizing they didn't need to commit too much, play around their poke, it wasn't until an overstep and them thinking that they were punishing Shanji's over-aggression that led to Cream finding that huge ult on the Nico.
Yeah, absolutely huge. And look, for LGD, it's bittersweet. You get so many 2-1s from this roster that it just feel like they have the makings of something good. They feel like people like Haichao, Meteor, they're doing their best, they're building from it, but it's just not quite sticking. And that's what I'm always saying, is like there are no easy matchups in the LPL for anybody, but at the same time, it just feels so degrading for a team like that. Now they're looking at a 1-9 scoreline, I believe now. So it's rough. It's a rough time to be an LGD fan. 7-9. I mean, they're not mathematically out, but they are very close to being mathematically out right now.
Yeah, I believe in our time in the LPL, there's only been one split where a 7-9 team made it. Maybe 2. I know there's definitely been one, but not many of them. So I don't know how long we're going to sell the stream. And I guess by we, it mostly be me. I was really the one trying to sell the stream all series.
You're a dreamer. I love that.
I was going to say, I won't pull you down into the abyss with me. But
welcome to my nightmare.
Yeah. But hey, we are in Shanghai for this series, so I know we're gonna get like our normal breakdown and stuff like that, and MVP, but that also means we're gonna get an interview. And I was excited when we get OMG interviews because I feel like most of their players are either vibrant or even the ones that are like more serious, kind of thinking about people like Aki in the jungle, who kind of can come off like still a bit humorous, right? And willing to poke the bear and kind of say exactly what they think is going right or wrong. And it's always one thing I love when you get those teams who feel a little bit more confident than giving the usual, down to business answers.
Wow, PP God. I have never seen such a low damage. I know that's not what Emilio does. That's not his point, but it's a lot less damage than I thought anyone could really do in a game where you're, into a melee matchup. Either way, good to see OMG getting themselves the win here today, up to 5-2 6-2, I should say, in the standings. So that puts them just one series win behind Top Esports. The big thing, though, is that Top Esports, who are playing in our next series, actually currently playing right now, we will hopefully be catching up to them as soon as we possibly can, but they're on +7. And OMG are only on +3. So this is where Game Store actually starts to make a big impact, because when you're starting to get later on in the split, every game starts to count, because we've actually seen it where I believe it was RNG in 2022 summer did not get top 2 because of Game Store, did not get top 4 because of Game Store, or something like that. It was exceptionally close between it. So every now and again, you know, you kind of see these teams drop a game, and you're kind of saying, oh, but they got the W. Sometimes that game can come back to haunt you.
Yeah, it really could.
The Ivern didn't die.
You know, I guess it just shows its success, and we're gonna see more of it. And you know, I'm kind of curious when we eventually get Weibo, because I know Karsa was spamming Ivern like the whole time, and you know that is a huge tangent. Weibo are not playing today, but I know there are some people who gravitated towards the Ivern right away. It's gonna be really fun to kind of see, hell, even in our next series, right? WE TES, how that one works around it. But OMG coming in, not really needing to show anything too fancy. They stuck with their identity. They brought in some new kind of, I'll say new picks, but like, you know, showing they're very confident on the Tristana, still even willing to first pick it. And as the meta just keeps slowly heading into their direction, again, the OMG faithful are going to be quite pleasant with their series coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, for me, it's going to be kind of like seeing where OMG go. They've got FBX and they got LNG. They actually play 3 series this week, because as you can see in the scoreline, they're a little bit behind. They actually play 3 series next week as well against Ultra Prime, TES, and then TT. But we're going to send it over for our winner's interview with Abel.
Thank you so much, guys. And Abel, good to see you here. Congratulations on today's win. And I want to talk a little bit more about Tristana, this champion, first, because it feels like in both game 1 and 2, the team that in the blue side just picked this champion on their first place. And also in game 1, your Tristana got the perfect KDA. You just played dominantly, and you got the MVP for the game. So when picking this champion, how did you manage to maximize the strengths of this champion, Tristana? 那首先恭喜 Abel 今天也是获得了比赛的胜利。第一个问题要问到的是关于小炮这个英雄，感觉到今天的比赛其实前2局蓝色方都会一选他嘛，而且当第1局你拿到小炮的时候，不但拿下了 MVP， 也确实打出了完美的 KDA， 然后呢在比赛当中有非常非常亮眼的表现。所以说拿到这个英雄的时候，怎么样去最大化他的一个优势呢？
就对线最好能击杀，然后就推塔。
So when playing Tristana, it would be a better case if I can got some kills in the laning phase, and after that my mission is just to pushing all the towers. And definitely the dominant Tristana in game 1, and also it feels like your bot lane really played so good as well in game 3, because you were able to get the kills in the laning phase, and also all the teammates would like to put more attention around the bot lane to help you guys a bit. So maybe what's the early game strategy from you guys? Maybe put more attention to the bot lane? 那其实也想问一下关于你们的一些前期的一些策略。其实我们感觉到第1局你们的下路就表现得非常出色，来到第3局的时候，同样你是对线造成了击杀，在那之后队友也是一直在下路来帮助你们。所以说可能你们有什么样的一些前期的一些安排呢？是说，可能要把更多的目光移交在下路吗？
当时就没想那么多，就来下路了。
So to be honest, in the actual game, we don't have much thought. We just would like to just play the bot lane game. And definitely the bot lane game, I agree with that, because in game 3, you also got the gorgeous performance. And also, I want to touch a bit more about the last team fight in game 3. So in the main lane, it feels like suddenly after that team fight, you guys were able to just close up the game, and all of you just have a perfect engage. So what happened there? What's the communication around that fight? 那同时也想问一下关于第3局中路最后一波团战。 感觉是突然一波，你们就直接终结了比赛。当时是发生了什么？队伍里是怎么沟通的呢？
当时就上路看到一个很好的机会，然后他就问我们能开吗？然后我们就说能开，然后他就把对面开了。
So that's very simple. It's just our top laner Shanji. He just said like. Oh, guys, I just seek a very good opportunity. So can we make the engage? And we all said, okay, it's a good opportunity. You can just engage. And then after that, we just simply win the fight. And definitely, congratulations again. And my very last question is about the new meta. After today's game, we feels like we have seen so many different choices. The Kai'Sa and Virus Bowling, and also there has some new jungle champions happen. So what's your thoughts toward this new meta, especially around the bowling champion choices? 那其实来到今天的比赛，我们也感觉到非常非常多有趣的一些英雄选择嘛，包括说下路的无论是卡莎、维鲁斯，感觉好像在未来都能有更多的登场。然后同时呢，其实像打野也有新的英雄出现。所以说你怎么看待新版本的一些英雄选择呢？特别是关于下路的。
下路的话，感觉就除了泽利跟卢锡安，其他英雄都差不多吧。
So I feels like maybe in this meta, except for Zari and Lucian, maybe we have the same chance to see different bot lane champions, different marksmen on stage in this new meta. And definitely we're all looking forward to this, and we're looking forward to your better performance in the future as well. Congratulations! 那再次恭喜你们。And back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Wendy, and bless his little heart and soul. Very nervous in front of the camera there in the interview, but look, always great to hear the information. Always great to see the kind of the vibe coming out from the camp, and even if they were very limited answers, we still get to get a feel for how OMG are kind of coming into the back half of the split.
I mean, it makes it even better if, like, they're still kind of figuring things out and, like, what they want to do, and they're still looking this good. Shanji, of course, picking up MVP because this man was a gangster this series. He didn't care about anything. Seriously, if you watch every game, he is, like, farming between, inner turret, inhibitor turret. He's just walking around the enemy jungle. He was constantly bringing fearness into his own jungle. And
into LGD's heart.
And again, it just makes you wonder, the next team that plays against OMG, how are they going to draft? It's going to be a nightmare. But as Sheen, I hope now that MVP's gone, it means we get to move on to WE versus TES.
We do. We get to fly all the way from Shanghai straight into Xi'an. We're not going to take a break. We're going to jump straight into game number 1. I believe we're not that far behind. I think we're only a handful of minutes, behind the actual live game. So hopefully we won't be getting too far behind. It means that by the second game we should be live. But seeing now Top Esports versus WE, and for Top Esports currently 7-2, this should be a series they come out on top of. The only series they've lost so far has been LNG right at the start of split, and then JDG most recently. So WE, they're gonna have to bring up something special here to really make sure that Top Esports don't run away with this.
Yeah, WE, on the other hand, I mean, might only be 4-2, but that's because 4-2, they haven't played all that many series yet. TES definitely coming in the favorite, even off of the spanking that they were given by JDG the other day. And you know what? We're just going to head straight into it. The beautiful background anytime we are playing in WE's arena. It is my favorite one. And picks and bans relatively tame. We get the Varus coming out for Hope, which I think is good, and is one of the champions that he has done quite well out in the past. And we get it alongside the Blitzcrank machine. That means more picks and more action.
Absolutely. I love the Blitzcrank as well. Again, it's just such a strong pick into Emilio. Catch him out, burn him down, and take him out. And for WE, this is a good opportunity here. They did lose against TT recently. That wasn't a great kind of opportunity for them. They're actually on a 2-loss streak, I believe, against TT, and I think they lost to OMG as well. Both went to 2-1s, and unfortunately, they weren't able to kind of confirm that victory. So, but this is kind of a great litmus test, a great temperature check, if you will, for WE to see where are they? How are they feeling? What is the kind of, vibe for this team coming into the kind of postseason potential for top 10?
I think especially when you look at how like this game, how they've drafted and how they'll be able to interact with TES in this game, already going for counter jungling, splitting the map, getting some aggressive wards down, and they have great peel, right? You have like Emperor's Divide, Chains of Corruption. You're gonna have a Poppy denying the entry of from people like Tien and Rookie. So if they can get into the mid game in a stable place, I really like the tools that WE have to be able to peel for their 2 carries.
Yeah, really like that we're seeing here from both these teams. I think that the kind of long-range engage option with Wayward kind of honestly, I feel like the Ornn is the only real option he could have went for here, because you look at the side of Top Esports, you got the Ari, the Kazakhs, the Emilio. No one really got to be kind of standing up with you and kind of going that aggressive to stand in front of people. So I like having the Ornn here because it gives you that long-range engage. And speaking of engages, we're going to see the hook after the cleanse. Jackie Love taking a fair chunk of damage. Iwandi looking the worst for wear after it, and it's just so difficult to really make that play work. That was a flash and ignite just for a cleanse.
Hung might be able to find this probably a bit too long trying to finish those ones off. Was spotted on the ward, but yeah, if Jackie Love and
level
Mark
3 though
had kept going.
He is level 3. Jackie Love would have to flash. They definitely know. So if they lose, if they get killed to this is 100% on them. But Top Esports looking to try and create their own pressure. That's a flash from Shanks as he recognizes as soon as he gets charmed, he's probably dead. And Top Esports' bot lane will back themselves away. So, oh my gosh. Oh my god. I thought he got it. I thought he got it. I was like, there's no way. But now Shanks might be in a bit of trouble. Flash in with the charm. You just rinse and repeat. Very easy first blood there for top esports.
Great play from Rookie. When you look at the side lanes with kind of how the exchange of bot just went, with now Hope and Iwani pushing in, with the support of Hung, and with Cube just able to win out in this matchup in a 1v1, no lanes having pressure for TES. So now that you've found this first kill, you've blown a flash, it's going to be a great reprieve for them, and give them a lane that team can now start to reliably play around.
Well, we do have ourselves a little bit of a pause. So we're coming back to us, but hopefully, I mean this hopefully, we are able to use the power of
being behind to bring us right back to where we should be. So maybe we're not as maybe we're even less behind than I even think we are, or maybe we're still paused. I don't know. It's a very hard thing to do when you're kind of dealing with yourself back in time, but for the moment, it is a bit of a pause. I believe we should be able to get an update at some reason why it was, and hopefully catch ourselves back up if we are in fact caught up at all. Yeah, so apparently Wayward reported a device problem, and the live game did resume, so hopefully we're going to be able to follow suit quite shortly. It is kind of weird. I feel like, okay, we're getting shots of players. I can't remember what team it was, but I remember the other day I casted a series where some team is just sitting under their tower, know they're going to die to a dive. That's what it is, having to be in a pause that you already know has ended. You just know that what fate has delivered to you, and there's nothing you could do about it, despite that it shouldn't happen. Know what I mean?
Yep. I mean, that's a fair way to put it. That means that we do skip the pause, so that's a very nice way for us to come back into this game. We should hopefully see if there's any kind of movement now. Good start here for top esports as they kind of build themselves a little bit. We look at the replay here, and again, it just kind of becomes a really easy thing for them to kind of call, because they know that once the hook is down bot, immediately, as soon as he saw the Blitzcrank hook didn't hit, he's like, cool, I don't need to go bot anymore.
No, yeah, feels relieved, and Rookie going with the flash charm with no flash on the Azir, not being able to skirt away with his abilities either, assuming he just had to use them to trade aggressively and get that wave in. Oh, that was, I feel like that was so hype. That was so hype. Hung finds him. It's like Rookie's going to go down. Rookie has those sums. Then Hung just scurries away.
Yep, and just going to see a little bit of a trade back as well from Shanks and TN as we look to see where these kind of teams want to kind of prioritize. And the thing is as well, I feel like when you have the Varus and you're able to put down this early pressure, which looks like it's going to be more of the lethality poke Varus, has gone with the tier first and foremost, but I think that you definitely feel like you want to start stacking these dragons as WE. You want to be able to put down this pressure, keep, the kind of priority that you've been able to garner, and especially with the Blitzcrank being able to push this Aphelios and Milio underneath the tower. That would be my priority here for WE, but we'll see if Top Esports have anything to say about that.
Yeah, I feel like they're too afraid of the potential ramifications around mid right now. Should lose out in the 2v2, even though Rookie's also missing flash. We're about to hit level 6s. His spear rush is going to be up and just having a ton more damage between Ahri, Kha'Zix, than you do Azir and Poppy. But maybe if you can start leaning Iwandi over towards mid, try and find that pick with the hook, that then, relieves pressure from Shanks. You can transfer that back down to bot, and that could be their window into picking up this Drake.
We'll see. You see TN hovering down towards his bot side. Maybe he wants to go for something himself, but for the moment, it's all quiet on the Rift. And we can kind of have a bit of a talk about Top Esports as well, because definitely had a disappointing spring considering the names on this roster. We're trying to figure out between Wayward and Xing Tian who would be the starter on the top side. But for the moment, they seem to have come into summer with an awful lot, kind of stronger sense of self. They feel like they know exactly how they want to play. And honestly, I gotta say, give it massive props as well. I feel like Rookie has massively stepped up in the last few series to really be the carry that we all know and love, and we've all been kind of waiting to see on an international stage once again.
Yeah, kind of barring the JDG series, but that one definitely needs an asterisk in general, like anyone playing against JDG right now.
I mean, anyone JDG, I'd be like, you know what? It's all right.
Well, I like that you bring up this conversation, because I feel like especially when teams with big name players lose, it just opens up the overreactions. Where I saw some takes like, oh, Top Esports are only 7 wins because they've had an easy schedule. Which it's like, all right, who do they have left realistically that's a favorite over them? BLG for sure, and then I guess you put OMG as a favorite over them too, probably if you're going off recent form. But even that one's close. Rookie? Okay, he's going to have Spear Rush, so he's going to be fine. Is he going to be fine, Rookie?
No flash to the land there. Rookie just dodged it out. But yeah, as you said, BLG and OMG are the only kind of 2 major players they've left to play.
Yeah, it's like the overreactions that, and I get it because they have hype players who maybe sometimes are overhyped, sometimes aren't, like whatever it is. But point is, I think TS are still in a great spot with the schedule they have remaining. WE, IG, RA, Ultra Prime, AL, like they should take most of these series quite handily.
Absolutely, and even then, like even hypothetically, if they were to lose against OMG and BLG, they're still ending the split 12-4. That is an insane kind of thing to go into it. To kind of put that into perspective, I believe in spring season, JDG and Edward Gaming and LNG all finished on 13-3. So like that's one series off of the rest of the teams that were on such incredible form in spring. So really does feel like, again, like you said, a couple of overreactions that come out from this roster and this team, and it's great to see. Again, we a lot of stop myself, great hook there, but Jackie Love's got some chakrams to build up there, and kind of keeps himself. Actually, that was more of a play to help Jackie Love get closer to the tower, to be honest with you, than anything else. But yeah, like again, I feel like Top Esports, definitely we had much higher expectations of them in spring. They did not lead up to them, but I gotta give props where props are due. They kept their ideas going. They put their guns right beside them and said, no, we're sticking with these guys. We've no problem with this whatsoever. And they've made minimal changes apart from the top lane that was a little bit kind of volatile anyway. And it's been working out great.
And even looking at this game, right? One player we've talked about a lot this split has been Jackie Love, because he was a player who always was just so hit or miss, but has pretty much been entirely hit this split. It's given TS a very stable kind of carry in the mid to late game that they can count on, especially this game where TS aren't building up a huge lead. We kind of talked about a lot of the disengage. Okay, Jackie Love, you're just saying hello, but you know what? TS for a long time were a team that were still like pretty aggressive.
Oh, that's a good hook. Cleanse is not enough, though, as you've got yourself a cozy campfire there. The power of the Milio almost leading to a return kill there for WE, but just so much healing stops it. But again, we're seeing the power of the Blitzcrank. That's Cleanse burn. Must say for Jackie Love, not losing his flash is kind of incredible.
Yeah, and also Mark had to burn the heal. So heal and cozy campfire. Big engage.
Oh, that's a massive engage. Love the synergy coming out there from Hung and Shanks. Getting the steadfast presence up. Rookie will have to use a Spirit Rush to get away, and that's going to be Dragon here for WE. Exactly what I wanted to see them do. Focus, get that bot lane priority, turn it into objectives.
Doing a great job of waiting for a bit of an overextend coming out from TS to want to try and re-enter River through Tribrush. And yeah, they pounced quickly. They're able to convert that into an objective. And WE, I mean, even though TS came in as favorites, I think WE's still quite unknown about where they should even end up in the league, just again with the fact that they've only played 6 series. I mean, hell, TS have played 9, right? Played 3 more than them in such a short amount of time. If you missed out, W, you're going to have to play like 3 series next week, 4 the following, 3 the last. They're going to have to play multiple back-to-back days. And that really stymies things like your preparation.
Absolutely. And look, you're representing your country. You're always going to take that over most other things. But let's have a look at this replay, because, again, it's just a really smart move here from Shanks to recognize, look, you know what? We can go for this play, because with the steadfast presence, they have no escape.
Yeah, they were waiting for that re-engage. They knew that TS would probably be a little bit bold, trying to walk forward and re-enter River so they can dissuade WE from doing that Dragon, but they just opened themselves up from the pick. And now we're starting to see what I hit on earlier, right? Move Iwandi from lane, start to kind of bring him around mid and see if you could put a bit more punishment on Rookie.
Looking for a single hook. Actually, a Crown of the Shadow Queen has become the flavor of the Azirs. Double Sunfire as well. Technically triple, as TN does have to kind of walk himself away from this one here. Shelly will get a push in this mid lane. 2 plates going over to the Poppy. Not the most ideal thing in the world. Rookie has ulted. Oh my lord, these hooks are so close for my Iwandi, but not going to get much else purchased from that. Not quite sure what we were expecting to happen here, to be perfectly honest, between both these teams. And that's just going to be kind of 4 plates unanswered given over here to the side of WE. Really great to see them kind of having this kind of control over the early game.
And this is exactly how WE were playing on their 4th series win streak against some of those lower tier teams. Is it was much more slow, like much more controlled. Like they thrived with the pace of games that we've been having. You could even see now, use the topside pressure, just zone Rookie off the turret, get even more plates down. And with how they know their comp scales, especially in terms of the formation that top esports are going to need to play. Again, playing heavily off flanks, relying heavily on Wayward, getting like a great ultimate, and then Rookie moving around. I feel like WE feel like they're in such a chill spot right now. TS are going to have to be a little bit creative in terms of finding an avenue to get onto Shanks or Hope to even be able to bring them down. And look, we're back at a point where Summoner's up for both of them. You have your ults, and those are great self-peel tools.
Yeah, absolutely agree. We'll see TN trying to see if he can secure his red buff, but this is not your buff no more. You're going to need the rest of your team to kind of come in here. There's going to be a 4v4 over a red buff, and yeah, I feel like top esports rightfully decide, you know what, probably not worth it. And ooh, good flash from Rookie. Gets him out of harm's way. Didn't have the Spirit Rush available to him, but Shanks trading his ult for a flash, that is always worth.
Yeah, taking away even more mobility from Rookie, once again making him a little bit limited in terms of wanting to play forward. Is about to have that Spirit Rush up, so it won't be too bad, but not going to be as easy as he'd like. Is TS trying to use the fact that they have 2 members bot, which is going to guarantee priority with Iwandi hanging here on mid, to try to collapse and like search for a pick around mid lane, but WE are just so comfortable and understand that, right? They know Varus getting pushed in, Hope's communicating with that, and they're finding advantages on bot side. They're winning out in the top lane 1v1, and everything's just smooth sailing so far for WE.
Yeah. I'm not sure why Hope cancels autocrack there, but he did. And it does mean he misses a minion out of the 6, which is a little bit unfortunate. It does mean he keeps up equal on Jackie Love, so Jackie Love's very happy about that. It's about 1,000 gold lead. Mainly those plates that went over to Shelly and to plates. And honestly, so far, it's actually been all WE in terms of the neutrals. They got the first Dragon. They got the first Herald. They're being a little bit more proactive, I would say. And at the moment, it looks like it's Cube kind of just being able to kind of keep this Ornn away from those team fights. It's really proving to be such a... Again, like I said, there's very little hard engage from the side of top esports outside of the Ornn horns. You really need to have Wayward with his team if you want to try and start a fight.
Yeah, and I mean, any setup from, like, let's say if Rookie Spear rushed in and looked for a charm, unless someone like Hope or Shanks is egregiously overextended, you're always going to have Iwandi there who can, like, threaten a hook if you do Spirit Rush in. It just feels like they have some of the tools to deal with this. So right now, TS are doing a good job. Kind of overload mid lane because WE have sent Cube down to bot side, and they know that. And that at least opens up for top esports to get this Herald and try and pull gold into their favor.
They do get the TP out of the Cassante. They're coming in. Nice 3-man knock-up, though, as Wayward tries to turn in on top of Iwandi. He's still fairly tanky. The Moonlight Vigil does land, but it's only onto Cube, and they brought Wayward underneath the turret all over a Rift Herald, which you haven't even confirmed yet. Shanks coming in from the bot side, or sorry, top side, does get charmed, will have his crown shattered, but his DPS is still nothing to be scuffed at. And honestly, I think if you're WE, you take this win, you go down towards Dragon, you let them have the Rift Herald because you're stacking right now.
I agree. Definitely what they should look to do. I even would have been fine if they tried to like posture around long enough and look for a contest, because you hit on it. That was really their full engage power. Rookie had already blown Spirit Rush too, and you have like the poke from Varus and Nazir. So I think they could have maybe put a bit more pressure on TES and try to challenge that, but that would just take away from, you know, the easy scaling, like you're saying, that they're setting up for. Also allowed Cube to get down to the spot lane faster, which pulls Wayward's TP out. So in a few minutes, you know, there will be a disparity where Cube does have TP advantage.
Let's have a look at the replay here, because again, Rookie looks like he's got him. And honestly, it's the Keeper's Verdict that keeps Hang alive, just like right at the last second.
Yeah, we're going to see here everything comes down, but not a whole lot of damage. And then great ulti to allow him to fall through. Flashes, manages to escape, and then Wayward really trying to commit for TES to be able to follow up on this fight. Goes a bit forward, and then Cassante pulling in with the old good chain CC coming out from Iwandi. Being in a position where your team can't follow up, and yeah, not a like real great place for especially Kha'Zix and Inari have to play out, like in that small choke, so close to an enemy turret. Wayward getting ahead of himself, and when you look at TES, we praised Jackie Love, right? And we said rookies had, you know, I'd say more on games than off. But I think when you look at Wayward specifically, has struggled. Tien has been kind of having some of his slower games. And that's why TS, I can understand why fans and players are so like volatile in terms of how they feel about TS, when like the roster, in terms of individuals who's performing, have been so hit or miss.
Absolutely. Great to see WE kind of taking the 2 losses and taking them on their chin, kind of saying, you know what, that's fine. We didn't play as well as we could have. And again, 2-1s. They were winning games in both of those series. And I do think that the TT one was definitely probably the more egregious. Maybe the fatigue finally hitting in. But So far, so good here from WE. It's still only about a 1,500, not even, honestly, it's only about 1,000 gold lead, but those 2 dragons, and we're looking at an Ocean Soul. So this is where the game starts to get a little bit more funky, because you've got a Cassante, a Poppy, and a Blitzcrank. That Ocean Soul to keep them alive in teamfights could be massive.
And right, I mean, they are playing like a poke composition. They're going to be fine if they can just back off and chill. TS would enjoy it for the same reasons, to be able to sustain back up after they do get whittled down a little bit. Do find an avenue to use Herald in mid. Is it going to turn into a turret? We're far past plates being available, so only going to turn into a bit of pressure for the side of TS when Cube, who has maintained like a 20 CS lead this whole time, is going to be able to take a turret for himself. So first turret going to be picked up by WE. More waves being denied in top side. Everything is still just going WE's way.
This is great to see from WE. Again, we're talking about this team being a potential, you know, playoffs dark horse. They came in, had a 4-0 start. Did have 2 losses, though, in the most recent Memi against, you know, not some of the greatest teams, I would say, in our league. I'd say OMG is definitely one up there, but losing against TT hurt very much so. But for the moment, we kind of owning this map and owning the kind of pressure and presence around both mid and bot, having those 2 towers down. And you can see with the Azir going top, they might be able to get that turret as well. This poke is really starting to hurt.
Yeah, now even Hung, can they catch him out?
Can they catch him out? That is the question, and the answer should be yes. He's just going to be isolated out. Tien will pick up that kill. Let's see Cube going in onto Wayward. Wayward taking a lot of damage. Needs to be very careful with how he wants to take this fight. It's a trade of turret for turret, but a kill over to top esports. They try to bring back this gold as they've fallen down to about 2.5.
And they're trying the best to force something to accelerate the pace of the game.
Here we go. They're looking for a flash onto Iwandi, who does nowhere to go. 3-2 now into the kills. Nice little picks, and this is what we're talking about. When you got the Ari, you've got so many tools available to you to try and get that single target CC down. And now, Cube might be in a little bit of trouble. He's still a Cassante, though, and still absolutely busted. We see Azir looking for a little bit of a flank, but I think he got caught out.
I think the biggest thing there is, why is Iwandi and even Cube so far forward when your Varus is just bagged and your Azir is like hard pushing to enemy tier 2? Yeah, they just opened themselves up for the pick. They had no business being there because their wave clear had just recalled and gone back to base. And honestly, this might be what TS need to have a bit of a chance. Finding picks like this, we're going to go, I'm sure, all the way back here. Hung trying to clear out vision and I guess just ult them away, make sure that no pressure's put on this mid lane turret with the fact that Blitzcrank and Cassante are still heading back from base. But then we're going to see, right? They're going to keep pushing. We're not going to get to see the egregiousness.
No, not quite. But I mean, look, like I don't even have that much of a problem with Hung getting caught out there because, like, you can tell that he just wasn't prepared for everyone from all sides to come in. I'm going to stop myself because he should be fine, actually. He has the rest of his team with him. But he just wasn't expecting everyone to kind of just be in at all angles where his Keeper's Verdict has the least amount of value, I suppose. But we'll come back and see just over 20 minutes into the game, about 2,000 gold lead now for WE. Second item's kind of completed for a lot of the side of WE, and that's kind of where the gold lead kind of situates itself. Having the Mirror Mana upgraded, and now the Nashor's Tooth, this Shanks Azir is going to start to become a very big problem, especially with the range difference you have over so many others on the side of top esports.
Yeah, like you said, the range difference, even the top side, Cube having a full Jack show completed, so he's up over WE. So top esports, they know they're falling behind.
Risky.
They know this game's going to be hard, so they're feeling pressured to take a risk. Potentially try to bait out a fight because Shanks had just started moving down. And I believe he walked over a ward in River, so they knew that.
I mean, it's hard for them to go for this Baron or any kind of play like that, but I'm going to say, stop myself, is here we go. There's this ultimate traded, nothing hit by the Poppy as the Ornn has no health. He just got obliterated. Does end up getting out with his life. Cube trading back his health bar as well. WE will survive. They will have Wayward go back, but he hasn't got a TP this time around. They're going to try and start this one off, but with the poke coming out from Hope, you have to be very careful of this.
And now with the Cassante TPing in, and he's going to be on a path to cut off their retreat.
Yeah, it's risky. Oh, my lord. That Baron literally helped out top esports, getting the knock up right there. Jackie Love flashes away, does not get hit by the hook. But now WE might go for this Baron fight as well. No.
I'm a bit surprised because there, I think for WE, you looked a bit split. It looked like the four members of WE wanted to keep running TS down. But like one or two of them splintered towards the Baron. Cube looked like he was gonna like just try and cut around and meet up with his team. So it didn't look completely on the same page in terms of they probably could have cut the Baron right away if they wanted to like keep forcing a fight and try and get that one down, use Cube to zone them out. or maybe even been a bit more aggressive with the engage with the fact that Cube had Flash, and a lot of top esports members don't have Flash up.
Could have been a bit more aggressive. They will secure themselves Soul Point. They get themselves 5 minutes away from a potential Ocean Soul. We talked about how having that available to you to just deal with all this poke for the side of top esports would be invaluable, but they have not had a look in around these Dragons at all. They look back towards the Baron. It feels like top esports are recognizing they're really in a tough spot. You look on the other side, it's Azir becoming a monster on those side lanes, pushing him in, just constantly having the wave clear. The poke from the Varus is only going to be able to be tanked up by the Ornn. No one else really has those kind of stats, and this is getting harder and harder, so top esports maybe feel pressured to go for something a little bit more desperate.
Oh, they know they need to. I mean, they can feel themselves just being choked out by WE. W and me are very much alike. They're like that old driver that always drives
out people.
No, they're that old driver that always drives 5 miles or kilometers or whatever under the speed limit, and they chill and they want to be as safe as possible at all times because they think, you know, they don't want to go in an accident. Not that they want to go out in a cool way, like dying in a volcano or something. But point is, they're like that, and it's going to be slow and steady. Even fights like the last one, where I really believe they could have pushed to the furthest extent. It just seems like they're happy. Probably going to wait out this next 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Luckily for us, TES are probably going to continue with that desperation that you talked about. And again, they know they need to, and try and force a bit of a fight or a pick themselves. With Wayward already being here around mid, it kind of shows us that, leaving bot lane to its own devices.
Yeah, okay, quick item update. You got the Jack show coming in here. The Ornn has gone for the Radiant Virtue. It's a curious one for me as well, the Radiant Virtue, because yes, obviously you get the extra health from when you ult and stuff like that, but because you usually ult from so far away, it doesn't feel like an immediate, you know, we've seen it with Vise and such, and oh, I'm just gonna stop myself. Hang moving in towards this top side. Rookie's been caught out, and Rookie should be killed off. He has Flash, he has Spirit Rush, but he does not have any health, and that's going to be a quick little kill. Now with Rookie dead, WE have lost very little. They can go straight for this Baron.
Yeah, going to start making their way over now, but still being conscious of TS really being able to funnel them in. We're going to see. Call of the Forge got into Moonlight Vigil, can do quite a bit of damage, but with Q playing off to the side, it's going to be impossible.
I mean, it's going to be difficult. They're going to move in. The hook goes wide. Iwani doesn't have that one there. Now they're going to turn and burn for the fight. The steadfast presence right on the mark. Mark is so low. How does he going down? No, not quite. How does he not die? But it's been a trade of top laners as both the supports get out with sub 10 HP. There's no way that this is a one-for-one trade. And honestly, at the end of it all, that's a great move from top esports. They stop the Baron and they trade 1-for-1. That's a win.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like WE had such a good position there, especially with where Cube was. Still, I'm sure we're going to get a replay following up on the Kazakhs kind of ulting towards the enemy team instead of like bringing someone into the rest of yours. And yeah, just leaving it to where it's pretty much both top laners playing at a 1v4, and that ends up even, which TS are always going to take in this position.
We come back, look at the replay here, because again, the catch-out Rookie so well played here to pull up the step-out press. This combination is so crippling to the Ahri.
Really just can't do anything, can't dash it away. You even push her further back, and then having just enough range to be able to finish her off. As we're going to see here, I like the idea, go towards the Baron, bait it out. You have Cube coming from behind, you have Iwandi up front, misses the hook. I think you can hold that for a little bit longer, and then Cube brings someone into your team right away. He even has Flash to try and get behind Jackie Love and really force him in, so now you don't have consistent DPS, but two isolated top laners, that's how it goes down.
Yep, that is how it goes down. You're tanky until everyone else jumps on your face and takes you away from all of your team. But we'll come back into live, and top esports hard forcing this one again. I think this is going to be our song and dance for the next few minutes. They want this Baron. They want to try and force WE into a fight now so it doesn't go later. 4,000 HP on the Baron, down to about 3,000 HP. The ultimate from the Poppy misses. Now, are they going to try and go for the fight? Hen goes in!
Oh, no!
And it's stolen by the Varus. He gets it with the Q. They trade back the Poppy's life, but at the end of it all, they still need to get this fight. The Aphelios has been caught out, has been brought all out, and it's a double coming in now for the side of WE. They're going to get 3. Where do you think you're going? Get over here, Wayward, and you're brought right back into the fight with 30 seconds until the dragon spawns. This is WE with Baron and almost certainly Soul.
I mean, this is WE's game. All of top esports' hopes and dreams were put into that play, and the fact that Hope manages to swipe it away, and then they can finish winning out the fight with how big Cube is. That one That one stung. That one, but hey, it gets WE exactly where they need to go. They're going to pick up Ocean Soul, so not only have more region for themselves, where top esports, we've said their comp really struggles to like stay on top of WE, but also denying it from TES. We're going to see here. Keeper's Verdict doesn't answer anything, but let's pay attention to the Varus and how low this one gets. Because really going back and forth. Q into the EA, and looks like Smite came out from Poppy in between it all. So Varus, Q, Smite into the E, manages to pick it up. And look, Q still going at it on the back line. Iwandi peeling for a hope. It's what leads to WE taking the fight as well.
We're just a couple of seconds away. It literally came off just after he's died for the flash for the Aphelios. And you feel like having the Chakrams, if he's able to flash into hope, he gets some, you know, kind of resets going for himself, or at least with kills and the Triumph, it would be able to kind of make it much better. And WE, I mean, this is such a great look for them right now. And this is giving me 2021 summer vibes. This is giving me the vibes of that team which Shanks was a part of, that was able to kind of, you know, almost make a victory run, almost make it through the regionals, played so many best of fives, and unfortunately weren't able to make top 4, but hopefully for this team, this is looking so much better right now. Honestly, looking fantastic in this game 1.
Yeah, and they were a team who, like you said, I mean, have been on a bit of a downtrend and against some lesser teams, right? They beat a bunch of the bottom teams early on, but lost recently to TT. Didn't look like they'd be able to come in here the best of form. But maybe TS not being able to bounce back after a slaughter by JDG.
Yeah.
Always hard to bounce back from. I think especially when you look at the picks that ended up. Call to Fortune going to come out first.
Hope goes golden to try and delay something. Then the Wayward gets kind of booted out of the fight. Great disengage here from WE, but you've lost the stopwatch now on Hope. 25 seconds left on this Baron. They haven't really gained a whole lot with it, if I'm being totally honest. They've only kind of gained the gold, and that's about it. So for now, Top Esports doing very well at just holding WE away. And the thing is that you might see a little bit of engage. Rookie gets caught out though by Steadfast Presence, trying to flash away, gets over the wall, bumps back in, Guardy gets a shutdown onto Hope. But you can see Shanks putting in work, putting in damage. Will he look to try and engage onto this one? Tien will go down. Rookie trying to do his best off to the side, but he knows he can't re-engage onto this. And look at the tanks on the side of WE. They're just not dying. They're just refusing to go down. And WE, despite getting caught out, trade 3 for 1.
I mean, WE at this point, they just feel so monstrous. Like, even if you find an initial way to get into the fight, how do you maintain against so much DPS coming out, against so much lockdown and, you know, like, zone control? Now going to be able to push through mid lane, take another turret. They should be able to get an inhibitor. I mean, you have 20 seconds of Jackal, 25 on Wayward. We'll see how much they value, like, tempo or reset coming through.
Yeah, no flash, no ult onto Rookie, which makes it exceptionally difficult for him to really kind of contest this one here, even with a cozy campfire and a fair bit of damage onto Cube. But again, still Cube, still doing very well. But I mean, this was Hope getting caught out and still WE coming out on top of the fight. Like, Rookie was playing it so well over the side of the wall, ducking and diving in between the red buff pit and coming back into the fight. But I mean, there's only so much he can do.
I was so like blown away that TES find the one angle, the one time where WE walk forward where they really don't have vision around to play for, and still get absolutely shut out. I wonder what it is that allows the Kazakhs to not find that kill, you know, even faster. But eventually Varus does go down, and then again it's just this peel, this like disengage and CC. Look at how much the Azir soldiers are doing to stop people like Jackula from being able to walk forward. Cube constantly throwing out those Qs. Jackal, you always have to be afraid of a knockback. You know, with Rookie having to flash back out over the wall, what more support can you really give? Throwing out, you know, a charm here, maybe a Q there, but that's not going to be enough to burst someone out, especially against, you know, the power of like things like the Ocean and this being fully online.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, the ornaments will be nice. They will add a little bit of extra kind of oomph to it. Trying to see if I can remember. I think it's the oh my god, I forgot what it's called now. The Radiant Virtue is called the Primordial Dawn. I think it's very cool.
Yep.
Very cool. I don't think Duskblade Drakar changes that much. I think it's like Dathkar's Shadow Blade or something like that. It's not as cool.
Very close. Drakthar's Shadow Carver.
Okay, that's not too bad. And then Gale Force just becomes Typhoon.
Wait, is that
it's
really
quite
it?
Easy, actually. Yeah, it's just Typhoon.
You know, some of them have such lame names. Upgraded Arrow Pack. What is that?
Yeah, that's the what you call it. Oh my god, Rocket Belt. Thank you.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just I still maintain that Jack's show is the best one because it becomes the unspoken parasite. It's so metal, so metal, so cool.
Some of them are just really cool in general, like Ceaseless Hunger for Gore Drinker.
Oh, that's cool actually. I like that one. I know that the new Helia.
Oh wait, we gotta look at Tien. I'm scared.
We gotta look at Tien. Tien's not part of this fight. It's a 4v3, and they've been able to catch out Wayward completely. Now Shanks picks up a kill. They flash in on the Jackalope. Where do you think you are going? Double kill here for the Azir with 4 items finished off the death cap just to join it in. And now Tien. Don't know if you're going to be able to get out of this one here. He is level 16, so should have some decent cooldown reduction on his ultimate, but yeah. He's just going to bring them on a weird and magical journey. Cube off to the bottom of your screen is going to be starting off this Baron, and honestly, this has just been WE having such a great time of it over Top Esports. Top Esports picked a comp that needed to be, you know, much more aggressive in the early game. They didn't get it. It went late, and WE are going to win.
Yeah, WE going to pick up Baron. You know they're going to be able to win it on Elder. They're going to be able to keep up Prio for it. I wonder if WE even opt to go for it, right? Because there's an argument made. You see it a lot from teams when they're this far ahead that you don't even flip it. You don't even, like, give a chance for, you know, Tien to go through some, like, extra, you know, dimensional portal, and he suddenly shows up under the Elder, and bam, Smite comes through, and it breaks all the logic of the game.
Like
you don't even risk it. Oh, never mind. They are going to go for it.
They are going to go for it. They're checking to see if they're kind of doing it. I will say that when everyone respawning on the side of Top Esports, they're right there. They haven't cleared out the vision just yet. Wayward has been spotted out for the moment. Now they know that Rookie and Mark are off to the side. Wayward, oh, I wonder, almost kind of catching him out there. There's going to be a great Ornhorn. A multiple. Oh, my lord, that went down to 31 HP. Oh, my lord, that went down to 31 HP. But now you have the Elder, and this should be the game-ending fight. Top Esports are going to have to try and defend themselves as best they possibly can. Jaculov running as far as he possibly can. Rookie will have his second death solidified by the breath of the dragon. And that is going to be an easy little thing. Oh, the way we're trying to TP to defend this tower, or I don't even know where he was TPing to be perfectly honest, but that's going to be pretty much the game. You don't really see Top Esports coming into this, but WE, bravo, really controlling this game pretty much from minute 1.
Yeah, I mean, they'd been so steady and stable. That's why seeing them go for that Elder play was so atypical for a WE team, but it just means they're going to be able to end this right now.
End the game if they can. They will see Wayward going in for a little bit, but again, just a fantastic Emperor's Divide as Shanks shows it's a little bit of a team gap. And WE, yes, they run a 2-loss streak, but they are not to be underestimated, and they take the advantage over Top Esports.
Yeah, they take the advantage. They're going to be able to come through with a win. And yeah, things are going to look pretty interesting going into game 2. So, even though I know we're not that far behind, so it's going to be kind of nice to be able to very quickly go in with the momentum and the knowledge that we have in this first game into game 2. But I feel like some key learnings from game 1. I feel like WE coming in and showing that they have a better read in terms of not only their own style, but like they countered TS's draft, I think, beautifully. Like you have so much stuff denying any like assassins or engage from being able to come through. You have self-peel on the Azir and the Varus. These both outrange the Aphelios, so he should never get in range to deal damage. And you also have the ability to like start fights with Blitzcrank, force flanks, like have turn potential to start up things like Elder or Baron. They really just covered their bases from pick ban and even ended up with a comp that not only countered TS but fit their style. So great to see from WE.
Oh yeah, I mean the Poppy is such a huge one for me. It's just like like you look at everything you want to do with this mid jungle combination, and the Poppy just stops it. Just full stop, end of sentence. You cannot move, and that is just such a great performance coming out here from WE. And again, like you look at the 4 wins they picked up without dropping a game so far. You know, in the first 4 series of the split. It was these slow burners. It was them just kind of keeping control of the game. They're not an explosive team. They're not a team that is going to be able to, you know, or just wants to kind of, you know, outplay you like BLG, keep the tempo high. They like to go late. They like to try and out-team fight you and just out-macro you later on in the series. But we do have our MVP, I believe, coming up after this graphic. And I think it was Shanks at the end of it all. Yep, those Emperor's Divides, those Sharina Shuffles. He was looking good on the dance floor.
Yeah. He always knew exactly his role, and WE played around him mostly, kind of barring the one fighter on mid where he was split pushing on top, but kind of getting that out of our minds, really enabling him to stack up gold, push in turrets, a lot of great engages and picks as we saw.
Wow.
And nice. We don't have to linger all too long as we get straight into draft for game 2. And yeah, we're going to see, I guess, things like the Azir, how these prios change, and see what Top Esports wants to elect for on this blue side.
Yeah, I mean, great to see us getting right back into the thick of things. It's kind of the one little OP thing that happens when we end up having only the one stream on ourselves, and we'll see how it ends up kind of going. WE now still on the red side. They will be kind of prioritizing the same kind of bans, and honestly, the Ahri wasn't a bad pickup for Rookie. I do think that maybe they need to pick up an earlier jungler, something like the Wukong or potentially the Viego has a little bit more power here. But again, I was just about to say, for WE, if it's not broken, don't fix it. So pick the Azir. I wouldn't even mind to see them pick up the Cassante as well. Just kind of really focus in on those topside picks.
So, Sheen, we didn't get to see pick ban live in game 1, but so far it is the exact same. Like bans in the same order, picks in the same order. If they choose to lock in Azir here, Azir Poppy was their first game red side rotation. So I'm curious if they followed up, or maybe if they do opt into turning towards something like Cassante even earlier, and like feeling like there might be a bit of higher priority on that, especially after how domineering Cube was on that pick, and Wayward not able to find the impact on the Ornn or another tank. So doesn't look like they're going to do that just yet, and they are just going to follow. Both teams going to follow same suit as game 1.
Yeah, look, it wasn't a draft diff, it was an execution diff for the moment for Top Esports. Honestly, I do prefer if they go for the Xayah over Khan. Give Mark something he can have a little bit more emphasis on. Give him something that can kind of give Jackie Love that little extra bit of oomph, and they are going to go that way. I am annoyed that they didn't go Xayah Rakan and went Rakan Xayah, because it makes the portraits look a little bit more funky, but that's just an aesthetic thing for me. And now for WE, see what they want to try and answer in here with. I wouldn't mind to see them go straight back to Cassante, let bot lane take a couple of hits. Imagine the Aphelios will be banned, and maybe even something like the Jinx, and just see, again, there's only so much you can ban here on the side of Top Esports. Yeah, get the Cassante. Your top side was solid in game 1.
Yeah, so now for WE, you would probably expect, I wonder if they'll go towards like top or jungle. Can bin out something like a Gwen if you want to like prevent any like carry options coming out from Wayward. I think it's like one of his better champions. Or you can just try and focus down jungle once again. In game 1, they banned away the Wukong. TN didn't have the best time on the Kha'Zix, but if you really did just want to double down, especially now Top Esports have picked up more engage in the bot lane and brought out the Rakan, like that definitely supplements more damage coming out from the jungle even better.
Now we get to see some more bans being put on the top side. And again, we're seeing this little kind of weak link being put into that top side. Wayward not having the same kind of priority. I would love to see them ban away the Malphite as well. Take away that guaranteed engage and force them back onto something that has to have a... it just has a worse time of it. Again, we've kind of seen now that it used to be the Scion into the Cassante, and we've definitively kind of learned that no one wants to play the Scion into the Cassante anymore. He's just too powerful on this champion, and on this champion in general is just too powerful into such an easy tank to kill.
Yeah, I also think it's just so hard playing into the amount of like peel that WE's composition does bring. I wonder if they just end up going towards Avaris again. It would fall in line with their composition. This would give them, I'd say, a little bit more like fighting power in terms of Aphelios' first item, big Moonlight Vigils, being able to like go in and set up plays. More DPS as well. We've definitely seen things like the Jinx fall off, so if they wanted to go for a long-range option, I would expect it to follow suit of game 1.
No Nautilus ban either. Prioritizing the Milio. The Lulu is there as well. Again, like we said, the Lulu and all the different enchanter things have taken a massive nerf on 13-12. Getting my numbers mixed up. And we'll see what way they want to work this one. I would much prefer to see this. Yes, thank you so much, TN. Getting yourself onto something that has a lot more engage and building up a much more cohesive team comp that doesn't need to rely on early setup is a much, much safer position for Top Esports to put themselves.
And if they lock in the Gnar, which they do, I think it makes them more well-rounded, right? You still have the ability to play for picks out of things like the Ahri and the Rakan to play a bit aggressively in that early game. We also cemented having a better team fight with bigger frontline like the Sejuani, where we're going to be able to play off on flanks, and now Mark playing a role in that engage. Ooh, though, this would be fun. This would be an Iwandi special, and it would even fit their comp of, like, again, playing far back, playing the range games. I still think it kind of went better. I guess you want Janna to enable more of a hyper carry. I was going to say the Varus would play into the poke better, but now you have the disengage coming out from the Janna, the Poppy, the Azir, while in the Azir to be as big as possible. And I feel like once again with the fact that WE have kind of hard indexed into a specialty with their composition, it's going to make the game very hard for TES to be able to play out without big early picks coming out from people like Rookie with Mark.
And the thing is, well, Iwandi's already played this twice this season. He's 1-on-1 at the moment. I'm not quite sure if he's the only person to play it, but this is something that he's very, very comfortable with and just bringing out quite a few times. So curious to see how these teams are kind of, like, dealing with it. Yeah, he's actually the only person to have played it so far this split in a win and a loss. It was once against the Rakan, and that was a win, and once against the Blitzcrank, and that was a loss. So we'll see how he's able to kind of do it. But again, the disengage that the Janna gives you and the protection it's able to kind of facilitate for something like the Azir and the Aphelios is kind of second to none. Just the shielding, the tornadoes, the monsoons, so many things that can just help you and keep your DPSs doing DPS.
And again, just so many threats on the side of top esports to really stop from coming through. And I'm just happy to see that they've pretty much aligned the amount of disengage and zone control necessary to be able to deal with it. So we're going to be looking at Rookie. We're going to be looking at Wayward too, if he's able to win out at all in that 1v1, to be able to get TS adjusted early to then be able to aggressively use this Ahri in the mid game.
We're going to jump straight onto the Rift. No breaks for you or me. We are back live here in Xi'an for WE versus Top Esports. WE having themselves home advantage and a home crowd, giving them that 1-0 start. And is around here, as is Shanks. And now Mark not going to get knocked up here. That was close, but I will say without the Poppy being there and available, it makes it a little bit more unlikely that he was going to be caught up.
Yeah, I mean, definitely wouldn't have been forced to flash or anything. I think at worst would have been forced to just recall and come right back to lane and, maybe allow WE to keep control over that bot side. Looks like Rookie wants to stick around to try to challenge this.
He's looking to do something here. Maybe thinking there was a little bit more kind of shenanigans happening, but now that they spot him out, they're just kind of walking themselves away. And I think it just comes down to the fact that the Zyra Khan is very good at the start of the game, but it needs a little bit more time and needs a little bit more kind of this needs a little bit more pressure. If you get behind them and you're able to kind of push them back in the Zyra and the Rakan without the feather pullback and the knockup of the Rakan, they are very susceptible to getting killed just straight up.
Yeah, I mean, right, it's going to be a battle of, like, looking for all lanes, trying to make sure that Iwandi and Hope aren't able to whittle you too low. So that's why Mark posturing so far forward with an aggressive position. And yeah, like we said, trying to find these all-ins in bot side really open up for Rookie, and if Wayward can win on the 1v1, pretty much aligning with Top Esports identity over the years. You need to see a good performance out from these players in lane before they're usually able to transition into anything. Like their team macro and transferring pressure from lane to lane, that's never through any iteration been TS's strong suit.
No. Absolutely not. It's always been power. It's always been just these kind of names for Top Esports back with Knight. And still weird to me not seeing Knight on this roster. In case none of you know, the actual symbol of Top Esports is built off of Knight. Literally a Knight's helmet. And they were kind of using him as a franchise player for so long. And then JDG swooped in, took him out, and now Knight's a MSI champion. Do with that information what you will.
I was gonna say, we won't say how JDG swooped in. I won't, we won't know how many zeros the check had.
We don't know.
Or how nice the dinner was.
Look, I'm not gonna say anything. All right, you gotta get that bag. Get that bag. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I feel. You know what? More power to you. You want to get that? Go for it. But I think that for Top Esports, they brought in Rookie, which I think for a lot of people was, at worst, a side grade for Knight, given the history of this guy, the world champion, of course, but not really coming together as cohesively or as amazingly as we expect them to be. We expected them to be right up there with JDG, and for the moment, they are still figuring out who they are. I will say that most recent series, they have gotten a lot better at figuring out how they want to play and how they want to kind of play, who they want to play around. But so far this game, it's been WE who've been able to kind of control them within a very kind of tempered environment and tempo.
I still think Tien, to me, always be a defining piece for whatever roster he's on, since he is so, like, he is the epitome of, like, can just carry your team or Like we've seen at some of his Worlds performances, right? Like be the thing that really brings you down. And he's always looked the most comfortable when he's aggressively playing an enemy jungle. You think back to like FPX days, enabling him and making their way down to bot side. And you don't see it as much on TS, but I need to pause because Hung looking for a bit of an aggressive play of his own.
There's Mega Gnar. They're probably just going to wait a couple of seconds here for Wayward to maybe hop away. Crunch is down. If he gets this knockback, they're actually going to go for it anyway. There's the hop coming in. They're going to see if they get the flash out of him. They will. Good respect from Wayward, but feel like that was just a pretty easy kind of, non-committal gank to come in. We will see a nice disengage there from Iwandi, and this is why I was so excited to see the Janna. This is very smart drafting coming out here. Gravitum comes out, but there's not going to be much else out of it, but the Janna just stops all of what top esports want to do. You think of a Gnar, a Sejuani, a Rakan, all trying to jump in onto your face. One good ultimate means that everything's disengaged.
Look, Ashin, we got kind of baited. We got kind of baited by the OMG series earlier. And it seems like we're going to be back to what we've always expected. We're going to take it more chill. Hung, we know he's not going to do anything. Tien, you're not going to do anything either. No bloodshed going to occur. And, yeah, cool. Raptors, woohoo. Look at them go.
Get your chicken nuggets. Oh, smite. That was confirmed by Tien.
Yeah, Tien being able to pick that up.
They're still going and being dummies about it. Hang taking a lot of damage, but shall not be going down. And that's just going to be the Raptors for nothing. But it does mean that Iwandi can go push in, get a couple of different procs extra on his support item. And Jackie Love gets a reset afterwards.
You know, this is the part where we talk about something else. You told me you were rewatching One Piece.
I am rewatching One Piece. I stopped after... I won't lie, I stopped after the Doflamingo arc because I was real mad. Doflamingo was like one of my favorite villains of the entire thing, and I feel like they kind of didn't do him justice, if I'm being totally honest.
You better not spoil. There's tons of people who are behind as well.
I know. No spoilers.
I don't know if it should count as spoilers when it is so far in.
I was gonna say it's probably that arc came out like maybe 4 years ago. I think like it feels like I'm in the territory of it, but I'm trying to rewatch it now. I got some new flatmates, and they hadn't watched it, so we're all watching it together. We're watching it without filler on a website called One Pace. It's very cool.
I feel like I betrayed you because I'm actually started watching non-anime. I'm actually watching Suits for the first time.
Oh, great show though. Great show.
It's been a banger. I'm like 3 seasons in, and I'm happy. Is Tien? Are you gonna give us something?
Janna. Okay, I told you, Janna. There's nothing you can do. But yeah, I'm very excited to watch all this.
I regret not watching Suits for so long. Sorry to interrupt you, but
not
great
at all,
show.
man. Like, I mean, like Suits is one of those shows that like I feel like it was popular to kind of hate on it for a bit because everyone was talking about it, and it was like, oh, it's too cool now. I don't want to watch it. But now it's kind of like died down again, and you can kind of appreciate how just genuinely funny and good it is. It's a great show.
You know, I was actually that hipster as well. Like things like Game of Thrones. I've never seen Game of Thrones. Never seen it. Was too much of a hipster.
I watched season 1 and was like, this isn't great. And there was about 3 seasons out at that point. And then I didn't think it was like
flamed.
I know I'm gonna get flamed, but like I mean like I'm just like not. That's not my style. I love like gothic horror and stuff like that. Like if I was to say a setting that I would love as a fantasy kind of thing, it would be like Bloodborne. I love that kind of gothic horror kind of stuff. It's very cool. That's my vibe. So like fair enough, I wasn't super into it, but then like people kept saying like no. Gets much better in season 2, and I'm like, if I have to watch 2 seasons before it gets good, that's not a great thing to do, you know. That's how I feel about it. I'm sure it's still great. Obviously people are very mad about the ending, but you know, other than that, you know, wasn't it George R.R. Martin did the lore for Elden Ring? That's been fun. I'm super excited for that DLC. I don't know why you're getting excited. Get excited for Elden Ring DLC.
I just want to believe, Ashin. I just want to believe.
You just want to believe.
You know what?
It's not gonna happen.
Let's see who's scheduled on WE's next series.
They have quite a few actually. They've got quite the gauntlet to come up against, if I'm being totally honest. And speaking of which, again, not really going to see much else happening in this bot side. It's just too easy to disengage. The Rift Herald will be confirmed, and I feel like WE know that it is happening right now. And they're just going to try and move in here.
We're going to will this one. We're going to will this one. We're going to will this one. He's not going to go for Krugs. Mark and Jackie Love, they're going to turn this. They're going to look for the engage. Mark, you are going to get in there. You're going to take Hung down. You're going to remind us all why you were paired alongside Jackie Love. Ashin's going to give some awesome call that's like, Jackie! And then, you know, we're going to go forward.
Okay, I'm waiting for you. If Jackie Love gets towards the pen, I have to give you the penta. If
I want it to be, I want you to call it like Jackie Chan Adventures.
I don't think I can. I don't think I can. First blood goes over to Top Esports as TN was in the right place at the right time. Q wanted to go for the 1v1. Wasn't able to happen. And again, just really good movement here from TN to kind of recognize, look, you know, there's nobody going to be coming up to help him here. And that's just a great turnaround from the side of Top Esports.
TES finally get something going. 9 minutes in. They even have a Herald. Aren't going to opt into using it. As we actually take stock of the game again, you don't even really have like all too many plates down elsewhere. So I'd say no obvious place to set it up. Now that we're having things like Azir kind of show their face back into the meta, I'm always a big fan of using it mid because it can be quite hard to take down that tier 1 mid when you have such like heavy wave clear coming through.
This is a couple of minions going down as well. The Rift Herald still in the back pocket, so maybe he wants to try and throw it towards that mid lane and potentially at that dragon fight, but not going to really have much time to kind of use it, as we are going to see Hope being a little bit cheeky here with his bot lane, and yeah, he's going to have to leave that cannon to die because didn't have support, so if he gets engaged on there, he is just dead. So really unfortunate there for the side of the WE bot lane, but while this is happening, slowly but surely we're getting small little kind of increments of CS leads pretty much across the board here for Top Esports. Top lane, mid lane, jungle, all getting themselves about 7 or 8 or so ahead, and that's equaling out, including that first blood, to about 1,200 gold lead, if a little bit more.
1,200 gold. You've gotten 1 plate down in the mid lane for Rookie. Again, I'd expect TN to be looking towards this one once again soon, but we have this bot side littered with wards, and that's from, you know, the kind of pseudo cross map we saw come out before. Now Hung's going to be ready for this.
He's going to be very ready for this. Going to jump on the TN just to kind of dissuade. And again, like I said, WE love to play the game slow. They want to get up to 2, 3 items, and that's when they start to ramp up their pace. And for Top Esports, it does feel like it's the same thing happened in the first game. They're getting a little bit impatient. They get a little bit kind of overzealous to make something happen. It can bite them in the butt if they don't execute on it perfectly.
We need to see them get a little bit more impatient. Like I want to see them Gordon Ramsay in someone else's restaurant or in Hell's Kitchen or, you know, one of those. I want to see them get Gordon Ramsay levels of agitated and then just go in, call WE some kind of sandwich, and then bam.
What kind of sandwich are you? Boom, leaves, no explanation.
Pastrami on rye.
Oh, Shanks gonna use his ultimate there just to disengage, but Rookie can go straight back over, and that's just gonna be an ult for an ult, an eye for an eye. Do you know most of those restaurants he does in Kitchen Nightmares, even though he like helps them and invests in them? Oh, gonna stop myself as they're gonna go for a flash away by Hope, but that's not gonna help him out that much. Wayward is here, looking to see if he can engage. He's almost there, gets the 2-man, but eventually gets knocked backwards. There's gonna be the Monsoon to try and re-engage though. And that's going to be Shanks coming in here with the TP. They're going to try and jump onto Mark. The Steadfast Presence stops you in your tracks, but do they have the damage? They do not. Everyone fighting themselves up in the bot side, but nobody coming back out with any kind of kills.
No kills going across. Who would have thought? But we do have Rift Herald going out mid, kind of like we projected earlier on, and even a bit of a trap play being set up by TES with TN waiting in the wings with the Rookie not anywhere nearby. It's not reminiscent to like what FPX used to do, where DoenB would also be in the other brush and you instantly burst someone out. So WE going to keep up with their river control.
They come in, see what they want to try and work for here. 20 seconds till the dragon spawns. A lot was expended in that bot side, specifically the ultimates and summoners of the AD carries. That is what I'm looking for right now in terms of how the next fight could potentially file out with that Everfrost being built up there for Rookie. He's feeling a lot more confident to kind of push in and be aggressive against some of those WE members.
You know, Shane, this would have been a great game for the Ivern to come out. You know, we could have talked about Ivern or maybe the Sivir, and we could have talked about the Sivir. We could have just had loads of deep intellectual conversations because both of us very in-depth Ivern knowledge. Missed opportunity.
Yes, that champion I've definitely played 100%. Have one single game of Ivern.
Was it a win?
It was a practice tool, so because
not even a game.
No, it wasn't even a game. It was practice tool, which is down right now, not working. But yeah, no, I play practice tool when new champions come out for like 3 or 4 hours just to like learn how they function. That's generally what I do. That's what I found was the best way for me to figure stuff out. And speaking of figuring stuff out, WWE got to figure out how they're going to try and gain priority over this bot side. It looks like they're going to use Shanks' priority from mid to move him down. Still no completed item. Ooh, steadfast presence into the knock into the wall. They're going to bring him all the way back. Tien flashes the Moonlight Vigil, the knock up from the tornado. Tien is tanky, and he's got the mark to help him out as well. The feathers will fly, and they're almost taking out Shanks. How the hell does he survive? That ultimate was huge. Rookie looking for the ultimate, but Janna gonna stop him in his tracks, actually taking a fair chunk of damage on the backside of this. And while that was all happening, Cube finally found his 1v1 and got the kill in top lane.
If it wasn't for Cube,
Oh,
okay, Mark.
Never mind, there's the monsoon. I talked about the disengage. Now you don't have a way to try and stop this one. Tien getting taken so low, not quite going down. One more auto will do it, and hope is just that for WE. Saved by Iwandi on the Janna, and they do come out with the kill, the prize they looked for all those minutes ago.
Thank you, WE, for getting the job done. Cube, he gets 5 stars because he was the first one to get the mission achieved, finding that first kill. And then, yeah, us seeing the amount of tools that WE has, despite the fact that Mark and Jackie Love should have some great engages. It just wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to deal with the Janna. And this is why Iwandi is always such a nuisance. That he could bring this one out, round out a comp that has, again, the Azir, the Pompey so well to make sure that nothing goes over. And we're actually going to replay what happened on top side. Looks like Wayward just trying to make it hard for Cube to be able to walk back in and contest the wave. But Cube feels fine going through the contest. All out comes through, able to dash in. And with Hop being down, no flash, Wayward is just stuck at the mercy of Cube. Very overzealous for him to try to punish Cube's like entry into a neutral wave state.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the Gnar into the Cassante. Yes, the Gnar can just kind of keep himself safe, but in the mini Gnar form, if you get caught without your flash mid-hop, you're screwed. You just are such a small child of a Yordle. You do come back into live, 2 dragons into the good for WE, a Mountain Soul. Again, another exceptional soul to be able to give over here for the side of WE. Top Esports would love to deny it. It does feel like WE are kind of, again, just kind of controlling the tempo and the pace. And I have to give Iwandi massive props for this Janna pick. It just feels like it's just completely negating everything Top Esports want to do.
Yeah, I love that you're saying controlling the pace because this really is the pace that WE have shown they like to play at. We usually have at least one team that is a bit kind of more methodical in terms of how they want to play, fine with isolated laning phases for a bit longer, wait for big objectives and teamfight around it. Remember, it was RA in 2021. Last year, EDG had points of the year where they had hints of that. And this split, it is all about kind of WE being fine at that pace. And if you can't find a way to crack open it, it's going to be rough. But it becomes even harder with things like Azir coming back into the fold, Poppy being even more of a staple, and Janna. I mean, Janna isn't, right? Janna is here because of Iwandi, but also her being one of the enchanters that hasn't been hit since she isn't in the meta, I think feels quite nice.
Yeah, and I think this is something that is always so beautifully unique to the LPL. It feels like because we have so many teams and so many players, like you just end up in a situation where you kind of end up with just so many unique champions, unique kind of pocket picks that come out and help you out for your team. So this Iwandi Janna is very much something that he's kind of pocket picked it into himself for this split. Kind of picked it up twice. The only person in the LPL picking it. No one else, I believe, really in any of the major regions is actually picking it up at all. And it just gives WE more depth, more options to go for when they have, you know, again, very meta comp that Top Esports have built for themselves to engage. They have disengage.
And we saw exactly how that one worked, even Shanks able to dodge out. Crown, though, is procced. He might be in a lot of danger, though, because look at the minimap and where the forces of WE are. Kind of great timing by him to back off. I guess he actually has a bunch of wards around bot side, Tribush, and outside of Dragon Pit. So my apologies, Shanks. I was kind of impressed but questioning your regression.
I was unfamiliar with your game.
Exactly.
Well,
he might be
Shanks,
unfamiliar with Top Esports game.
Well,
I guess he must have
He's going to make him familiar. He's going to make him familiar. There's a flash. Going to ult them all out as well, but the charm is still good for the moment. TP immediately by the Cassante. It's a lot of ultimates burnt there from the side of Top Esports, but they haven't lost any summoners, and losing the flash off of the Azir is still decent, but they got to convert it into something in the next few minutes.
We're going to see if they could. I mean, hell, Dragon coming up in a minute and a half. That might just be the way to do it. And kind of taking stock of where we are at with items. Do, of course, have... Ooh, no, a pick on Do I Want It might finally happen.
Nice little flash away.
Janna!
Yeah. It's Janna, man. No interactions. No way. Jose, are you getting in on top of this? And we are going to see a TV coming in, though. The Gnar almost mega, and Cuban hang in a little bit of trouble. They will have the ultimate available for the Poppy. Does he want to try and go for it right now? He does! Oh, perfectly in the air. That hop was a little bigger than the Gnar probably intended, but... I mean, great disengaging here from WE. They're not allowing Top Esports to do what they want to do.
WE are the ultimate pacifists. There they are, sitting at the highest peak of the highest mountain. It is their temple. No form of life goes harmed. The insects, the plants, everything just gets to survive. And you know what? Maybe we need some wholesome vibes in the LPL that WE is giving us. Because like you said, Wayward came in. He had a great angle. You're going to be able to get the pinch down. Goes out of vision, but comes right back in with a Cassante jumping in. And my God, that was like pixel perfect. Oh, what a sad jump for Wayward.
Well, bot lane turret does get traded back. We will see Shirley now here, but Mark kind of caught out, nowhere to go, all out, dead. Nothing he can do about that one here, and that's just before Dragon. We're seeing again and again more priority from WE around these Dragons because they know that's where the ring condition can be.
And right, huge numbers advantage. Rookie's up towards topside. Shuri's TP, but there should be no way unless Hope gives it to them.
I mean, Hope was very fancy with the feet there to make sure he didn't get caught out. And that's going to be sole point at 20.5 minutes. That is huge here for WE. And again, a Mountain Soul to stop any of the bursts from Rookie, to stop anyone from really having a chance of taking down these tanks. I mean, this is perfect for WE. They're just kind of mind controlling Top Esports into whatever the hell they want. They know they can't make a fight.
Sheen, do you remember 30 minutes ago when I called out fans for overreacting to TES losing? I am sorry. I am joining the overreaction because
haters gonna hate, and you've got yourself a new leader.
yeah, exactly. We're jumping ship. I don't care. I don't need to be ideologically like consistent in terms of my beliefs here. TES, like again, WE are just kind of like kudos to them. They're having a lot of great disengages, but even just them coming in with some of their drafts, I feel like it automatically looks so hard to break kind of what WE are doing. And this is 2 games of Top Esports getting to play on blue side. The side that people do view as stronger, that we saw in the last series have so much presence.
I mean, the thing is, I'm glad you brought up the last series and the fact that blue side was kind of such a big thing, because if you remember in the last series, Tristana was the power pick. Tristana seems to be like the big pick right now on this patch from the very small sample size we have here in the LPL. Top Esports banned it. Top Esports do not feel comfortable taking the Tristana themselves, either for Rookie or Jackie Love, and that's a bit of a problem, because if you're now taking something like, you know, potentially like the Yuumi and the Zeri back on old in the red side now onto the blue side, you're effectively losing a ban. The power that the blue side has just doesn't exist.
No, and you're right. I mean, that could have been changed with something like an Azir or a Poppy coming through and really denying. I think especially the Azir, I'd love that banned against WE for, again, just what Shanks is able to do. He's only picked it up once before the series today, but you think back throughout Shanks' career, his Azir incredibly clean. You know, I know Cassiopeia is still the first champion that comes to mind with Shanks because that is his niche pocket pick that he's able to bring out, but still, this one, WE are going to start being able to put fear into their opponents once again, with Shanks being able to just give so much control. And hell, now we're actually finally getting to see the benefits of bringing Cube into the roster, right? Because earlier in the split, it was very hard when they were playing against lower tier competition, and Cube looked fine, but didn't need to have a big impact. Today, I mean, I would have told you, like, Cube has been playing better than Wayward coming in, but I think Cube in this series, even in this game where he's, like, down, we saw in Game 1 he had a massive impact. And we still haven't even gotten to the team fighting phase where, once again, the Cassante is going to probably be able to pop off.
I mean, it's just so difficult to really see how this can really work here for the side of Top Esports. Like, team fights don't really go in your favor. You'd have to maybe look, as you mentioned it quite a few times when we get into these game states. It does come down to kind of a fog of war play, a brush play, to see if you can go something like this, where Tien and Mark kind of find themselves in a little pocket of unseen vision and a move around the map and see if they can maybe go for something in mid. But with Heng and Iwandi there, that's a very difficult guy to try and catch out here. They will jump in on top of him. There's going to be the cleanse. They're going to get himself caught around, and this Janna and Poppy are too damn strong. Cube TP'd in. Shanks joined in on the side of it. And again, like, that's again, they went on the Fog of War, they tried it, but into the Janna and the Poppy, it's just impossible.
They aren't doing anything. They are not able to get in there. I guess they did blow a few summoners. Cleanse down for Hope, heal down for Iwandi, but Top Esports had to blow more summoners. Jackie lost his flash and heal. Like, yeah, it's just now W are going to be able to take advantage even more. And now we are 1 minute, 20 seconds away from Soul coming through. You have such a huge front line in top jungle. Top Esports will have no way of being able to cut through it, and it just feels like we've... Again, kudos to W. We might have kind of memed the slow game pace, but they did a great job at, like, pulling TES in, picking comps that fit it, and then really make Top Esports do, like, a slow dance compared to, like, Top Esports wanting to go to, like, the hottest club and, you know, get a little bit wild. Don't let them do that.
I mean, yeah, straight up, and with the Poppy that being so powerful as well, like Han going into the Locket, that gives more support. He picked up the Balmy Cinder and then basically said, cool, I am now a support, because he's got himself the Chalice of Blessing. He's moving either towards a Redemption or a Mikhail's Blessing. I imagine it might be the Mikhail's Blessing, or the Redemption, just to kind of build that one back. All right, is Redemption a Mythic? Yes, it is. So, oh no, it's not. It's not a Mythic anymore. It's not a Mythic, right?
You know, Ashin, we're starting to get to levels of tiredness where, like, when you ask that question, it's like, what is he talking about? No, Redemption's not a Mythic.
Redemption is not a Mythic. But therefore, again, going towards that Redemption to build back into this would be huge. Just to kind of, again, extend the fights.
Yeah, would be able to just sustain even more favor for W. And here we are, 1 second. Cube off on a flank. He might get isolated.
I don't know if he's isolated just yet. He's actually trying to get the Mega out of Wayward super early. I really like that play from Cube. Kind of sacrifice his health bar to start the ticking down. No one really priority in this mid lane. Makes it so much easier now for both these sides to kind of prioritize this. You have to go for this as Top Esports. You cannot let this go down. You cannot give over a mountain soul to WE. You have to fight it. Now the Mininar is down and buried. WE now moving themselves forward. You're going to have a little bit of time. Mark on a great flank. No flash. Does have a Hex flash. But they will spot him out. They know where he is, and they know exactly his plan. So now they might try and isolate him out. Yep, Shanks goes in on top of him and tries to just make sure he can't go for a fight. Dragon, 4,000 HP, 3,000. There's going to be the Poppy ultimate to come in. It misses, secured by the side of Top Esports, but can they get out with the fight? Ooh, that's a big Moonlight Vigil, and all of a sudden these help bars are looking mighty low. Can Top Esports escape? Flash and a little bit of a Shirelia's battle song does mean they get away, but now can they get back out to the map before this Baron gets taken?
Please, Ashin, let WE take the Baron. Let WE take the Baron. Top Esports buying another 5 minutes, unless they can convert, is the worst timeline. But we're going to see. Baron comes through. Don't mind the unbiased here as Top Esports going to try and make their way in.
That's going to be Rookie coming in after taking that down top lane turret. 3,000 HP on the Baron. It's going to be secured, you would imagine, in the next second or two. No! Tien
no!
Gets in with the steal, trades his life. But now the Cassante on the backside. Can you take the fight on the back end of this one here? Shanks throws himself in on the Jackie Love, but Jackie Love doesn't go down. Never mind. Finally taken. Tien with the steal keeps Top Esports in the up in this game.
They get the Dragon to deny Soul. They steal the Baron. Some members go down, but as Top Esports, you've now flipped the game where you had 0 control to where now you're at a 2K gold lead. You at least have Baron to try to supplement some amount of pressure on the map, and it's not looking as bleak as, honestly, it just was. It just looked like it was over for TES.
This is getting a little bit dicey here for Top Esports. They needed 2 back-to-back confirmed steals. Well, confirmed smites, and Top Esports just get it. And again, it's all Tien. Tien is the only one who can make this happen. Nobody's helping him. And that steadfast presence not quite enough to stop him from getting into the pit.
No, doesn't have that. Doesn't have ulti. Just great smite coming out from Tien, and a player who I'd say is one of the more criticized members of TES, fairly so. It's nice to see him come in with kind of back-to-back good objectives coming on through. As you love to see the TES fans actually have something to be excited about in a series where both games now, they really just have slowly been burned down. But now kind of looking forward at what they can do with this Baron. I mean, you have some potentials to play around sides, right? Having Rookie on the Ari and Wayward on the Gnar. You're probably going to look more to try to collapse in mid and then, like, find picks like we've seen them do consistently, especially, like, no Hull Breaker on Wayward. You don't really have much opportunities already to actually hit that Tier 2 turret. It is still going to rely more on them bringing it together and finding a pick. The problem is, Ashin, every few minutes now, they're going to have to worry about WE just lucking into one Dragon. It could literally be they have the worst setup every single time, and just one thing goes right, they get their hands on it, now they...
This is the thing, is that, yes, you got the Baron. It's only up for another minute. You're not going to get much else out of it. Sorry, that's just the way the game goes at the moment. But it kind of just brings you back into the game just a little bit. Because, again, the issues for top esports are still there with this composition. How do you get on top of Hope? How do you start a fight? It's all well and good them kind of coming in afterwards and trying to, steal stuff away. But if WE can just, kind of maybe stamp their feet, as you mentioned, one smite goes their way, one team fight goes right for them, I just don't see how top esports can actually start and engage without WE kind of walking into them.
Yeah, going to rely a lot on people like Mark and TN. We saw the amount of threat that they were, kind of putting on with, like, the threats of flanks before being able to pull WE away. We're going to see if maybe some kind of magic can work out, but I feel like WE have been very conscious about warding around their flanks like we saw in that last position, and now with Baron timing out, you're not even going to have the same pressure or prio to be able to keep up. Maybe Rookie backs, he buys a death cap. You're getting closer to numbers where you can try to just outright 100-0 someone like Hope or Shanks. But Hope still has both sums up. Iwandi has the ult, and Shanks flashed down for a little bit longer, but he has the stopwatch.
Yeah, and the thing is as well is that, yes, Cube's a little bit behind. There is a bit of a gold lead here, about 2,500 for top esports, but those 2,500, because it's spread so thinly around so many members of their own team, it means that it's not really that big an advantage. That death cap is going to be huge, but you can see that it's 3 items across the board for top, mid, jungle. These are all coming in 40 seconds now till this dragon spawns. WE are in a position to fight.
Yeah, W trying to get the setup by just TPing the Azir in, maintaining control and posture over the mid wave. And even though we're kind of spelling this very hopeless for TS, what you were talking about earlier in the day, like, there's the human element. Mistakes do come out. Even just great plays come through, like what Jackie and Mark almost made happen in the bot lane 2v2 earlier with just a quick trigger pull. We're going to see now they're controlling bot wave. Maybe you can start bringing Rookie down from behind, but you're still giving away free gold to the side of WE.
Jackie Lovett's kind of on his own here. Just drop down the Shrima's Legacy on the side of WE. As you can see, Tien looking to be aggressive, and this is when the Azir starts to do damage. You can see one auto attack there kind of burning through it. Mark. Yeah, you need to walk away, my dude, and there's no way you can really kind of go with Shanks. Going to get charmed up, but does have the crown to kind of go for it. They found Rookie and knocked up and killed. While that was happening, Wayward is split pushing on the top side, but you now lost Rookie a lot of your kind of damage to come in. Why are we looking top side just as bot lane went into an absolute fight? Now the 1v1 we come back down towards the bot side. Shanks is a god. He is an emperor and a king. Top esports can do nothing against him, and he has divided them in this fight. WE can barrel mid. They can end the game.
Yeah, even Cube having TP, and he did end up solo killing Wayward. It was a slow burn, but that is exactly how WE likes to play their game. And it's going to lead to them just raising more questions for TES.
We come in wanting answers. We leave with more questions. And this is WE taking a decisive 2-0. Massive win for them, but they got to be able to finish it off. It shouldn't be too hard. These are tanks. These aren't the guys who are going to be threatening your carries. You can ignore them. Hell, you can even take them out. Rookie comes back, but I think it's a little bit too little. Too late. 2-0 to WE.
WE, they come in, they have a game plan, right? When you look at draft, like, very clear identity both times. Like, they almost just ran back the same draft in terms of the top side picks that they brought out, changed the bot lane a little bit. And it's an identity that fits them well. It's something you could tell they look very comfortable. It worked well against the compositions that TES drafted specifically in both games, and TES just looking muted. And I don't know if this is, like, again, off the result of JDG, or if WE were another team that we didn't have the best read of, but also could just be the ups and downs, right? Because WE did still lose to TT, but now beating top esports, it shows, maybe their floor can be down there, but their ceiling can also be just as high.
And this is a huge win for WE. We talked about how they started off the season against probably some of the more, actually all, if not all, the more kind of lower down teams currently in the standings.
Yeah.
This week they go against Top Esports, LNG, and EDG. With a win against Top Esports and how LNG played against IG earlier last week, or like later last week, this is a 3-0 angle for this week, which is unheard of at the start of the split. This could be a massive swing for things. They could end up this week at 7-2. That's huge for this roster.
Yeah, that would be monstrous to be able to come through. And their roster that we did a fair bit of hyping up coming into the season. You know, the fact that they already had Hope and Iwandi down on the bot side, like we got to see what Hope's been able to do on like JDG and EDG in the past. Shanks was the highlight player on WE, so it made sense to keep him around. Hung was kind of the hit or miss when he came in, but has found more stability. And then they upgraded topside. They got rid of BuBu, and they brought in Cube. And Cube had always been that guy who, like, you know, you'd have your S-tier top laners like the 369s and the Bins and these guys, and then Cube would always be like the one step below them. He would never really get destroyed by them, and he would destroy the people under him. So it's nice that we got to see that WE in this series.
Yeah, and again, I'm just filled with very much kind of reminiscent vibes of 2021 summer split WE, the team that was able to make it to playoffs, was able to make a bit of a run, make the regional finals. I just hope that if they do make that run again, it does not end in heartbreak. If they do end up putting down a little bit of a marker here, it definitely feels like they could be able to kind of go a little bit further for themselves, because it's been so long, Lyric. It's been so long since we've seen Team WE internationally.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute. It's been what, season 7, I want to say, off the top of my head when we saw them last
like that
at an international tournament. So yeah, 4W would be great. I still think it doesn't necessarily look in their favor, but they are definitely still one of the teams. Not only, you know, us saying earlier that anything can happen, but just us not having the most information on where they are, just with how sporadically they've been playing. But WE are going to be the team we learn the most about in the next 3 weeks with how often they play. So that one is going to be incredibly fun. And for TES, Matt, I don't even know. This in my mind was like the expected dub. Like, okay, LGD, I thought that was a higher upset chance than I thought WE coming into TES, and it wasn't. And TS, like we said, don't have a very hard schedule left. Like, they do face OMG and BLG, but you look at their next game, they have IG, which you should consider them favorites for, despite the fact that IG won and they lost. They still have teams like RA and AL. But now we gotta be a bit wishy-washy. Who knows where TS is a favorite or not?
I mean, that's the thing, is like, as much as I'm now hyping up WE and kind of saying, look, against LNG and against EDG, I actually would probably say that they should be coming out on top. Maybe the LNG is a lot more closer than I think, but in current form, I'm definitely leaning a little bit more towards WE. But for Top Esports, again, similar issues we're seeing from Spring. Similar setups where it's like they come in, they're not quite really all on the same page. Even that last engage there was just very disconnected. They're going in for a 1v1 top side, but then also defending the dragon. It's like, just, you know, you had so much pressure. Just pushing the lanes and then TP the Gnar down. Like, you know, that's where your fight kind of begins. But it does feel like they're doubting themselves. They're doubting their abilities, and they're just not coming out of it, especially after Tien had gotten them back-to-back smite secures to keep them in the game, and they just kind of felt like they threw it away.
It's one of those things where, like, I feel like TS are really suffering off of just not being able to come in, kind of draft in a way where they can, like, hard win out through certain lanes and then allow Tien to just heavily invade around that. Because, again, I feel like not only for TS as a whole, but, like, Tien throughout his career, sure, on FPX it might not have been as much about winning the lane, but Duin be really roaming and enabling Tien to get in the enemy jungler's face and obviously then transition that down to, like, the famous FPX spot lane dives.
See that little sliver of red right after the big blue mountain, the big blue tidal wave? That's LPL,
you know,
baby.
Though, this gold lead was such a lie. This is the biggest lie of a gold difference. If you are just tuning in now, WE controlled this whole game. WE were always the team in the driver's seat. Top Esports couldn't do anything. And WE didn't want anything to happen. Anytime an engage came through, oh, Poppy ults them away. Oh, Azir ults them away. Oh, Janna knocks them away. And it was just them biding their time as they stacked up dragons, and then they won. It was, again, they really are just, I don't even know what to, they need a nickname machine. They need something creative, and I'm not creative, but they're slow, they're methodical, they're
I like how you say you're not creative, yet you make music on a regular basis. Like, you send me like, hey, this is my anime intro I'm gonna make someday, and I'm just like, oh my god, like, you just created this,
you know,
and he calls himself not creative.
Right now, I'm working on Caribbean folk deathcore, which is, makes no sense. Maybe some classical elements installed with a bit of EDM. But point is, I'm not creative. WE, the best way to describe them is slow. And there we go. That's all I got. That's all I got, Asheen.
They are the tortoise in the LPL right now. But as we all know in that story, the tortoise does win the race. So this is kind of coming out trumps for the side of WE. And like I said, now sitting at 5-2 with such a condensed schedule as well, this is going to be such a difficult run. But beating the likes of Top Esports, if they can take, if I even said at the start their last series where they lost, I said, look, honestly, for me to have a real faith in them after week 5, they need to come out with a 2-1. This is now starting to feel like a 2-1. You took down Top Esports. Sure, you could probably lose to LNG. I don't think that would be a big surprise. It wouldn't be that big of a shock. But I really do feel with their current form, they should be coming out ahead of EDG right now. And it shouldn't really be that big of a question.
I agree. And like WE to me, regardless of where we think they'll end up standings-wise, I at least imagine they'll end up being in playoffs. Considering just, again, how many of the bottom-tier teams they have been able to beat. And now they've kind of made up for the TT loss by taking down TES, right? It's like equivalent exchange. Doesn't matter at the end of the day. And now they can keep moving forward. So we know we will not get an interview because we are in Xi'an, which is
waiting on MVP.
Always a bit sad. And okay, waiting on MVP. Bring Shanks up. Bring him up.
I love how you just know. You know it's got to be Shanks. I don't know, man. Cube did some pretty good solo bullets of his own. But I mean, honestly. Can you write it? Can you write it on a piece of paper that says Shanks MVP or player of the game?
I would do my best, but I actually don't have a pen. So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna hold up. We're gonna hold up this. This.
Do you have a straw hat?
No.
Oh, unfortunate.
No. That would have been great. That actually would have been great.
That would have been awesome. It's such a good prop. We don't have props.
It is kind of fitting that you are rewatching One Piece, as we are getting to view Shanks be an absolute Giga Chad in the LPL.
True. That's true, actually. And actually, you know what the interesting thing is as well? In 2021, when they didn't make it to Worlds, this is 100% fact. I'm not making this up. I did actually stop watching One Piece regularly. I was just like, oh man, I don't really know what I want to take a break because I binged it for so long. So you know what? Maybe Shanks' success relies on me watching One Piece for some reason.
You were like afraid. You were afraid of, after seeing Shanks fail in the LPL, that would directly correlate with him in the story. And in your mind, you're like, Shanks is one of my favorite characters. I don't want him to go down. So you're like, I can't
have this. I'm just going to stop. I'm going to stop him from going to Worlds. I'm going to stop watching One Piece. That's how I'll fix this. I'll never know.
I just want to imagine that. I just want to imagine you have like dark weeb correlation powers where anything you do related to anime, you could just like voodoo to something in actuality.
That'd be kind of cool. It'd also be terrifying to have that kind of a power actually available to you. But MVP is neither Shanks nor is it Cube. It is going to the Jungle Poppy. And honestly, that whole time we were talking about Shanks, he couldn't have done it without the disengage of the steadfast presence. 1-0-6, Hung did his job.
Honestly, yeah, I don't mind this whatsoever. Like, the more I think about it, the more actually I kind of am behind it. He had some great ultimates. The one on the Gnar just like sticks out in my mind. When Wayward found that perfect jump, it looked like finally TES were going to find something, and they didn't manage to at the end of the day. And this guy was just always where he needed to be. We got to see him pair up with Iwandi, the amount of disengage, and then really set up for people like Shanks to have the big performance that, we were over the moon for. And I don't know, though. It actually looks really sick.
It does.
Like, can you imagine?
It honestly is incredible. I love how this one here is, yes, they get TM, but he technically loses the Smite fight there, which is kind of funny to me. But, I mean, look, honestly, everyone did their job in this team fight and in this team comp. And I think that's the big thing that kind of came out of this one here is that, like, even here, Rookie getting caught out, and there was zero hesitation to come out there. And then after that, what can you really do? I love the combination of just bringing everyone into the Bouse House, the Emperor's Divide, the Steadfast Presence, the Monsoon. What are you supposed to do? It's soft CC, but it doesn't feel that soft when you're getting knocked about the place.
Let's say we changed Poppy Ultimate to where now it hits in whatever direction you're just, you're throwing it at, and you can hit allies. Like you could be like, you could bring Poppy and Gnar, and you could send the Gnar into the back line. it'd be
That'd
sweet.
be kind of cool. Well, see, then
I
you
guess it'd
need
just
to
be
know
Rizal,
like
but better.
direction. Yeah, but then you need to know directions then because
True.
the copy ult specifically brings you back towards the enemy nexus. You know, so unfortunately
Exactly.
you would have to figure that out.
But that's why you'd have to change that, and you have to make it so it just goes in the direction where you hit it. But at the same time, a lot of people in solo queue would probably just troll their teammates. So
oh hell yeah! Anytime you can
not.
interact. Have you watched All for One with Ziggs? Like, just people killing themselves all the time.
I
like,
don't
it's
want
incredible.
to.
Yeah,
I don't want to see that.
I don't want to see it either. That's why we don't play one for all in competitive league. We play 5v5 independent champions. I will say I do miss the Z versus Z matchups. I miss the blind picks. We still get it for Demacia though. That's kind of fun.
Yes, the fearless draft. It is super fun, and you get to not play the same champions twice type deal. And yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff down in the LDL. We get a lot of the cool players from the LDL here, and ooh. Today's results, Asheen. If you missed it, look at those.
Look at those. We are obviously coming into our pretty standard time here as we do have our end of the series. We did have a full 3 for OMG. They're now up to 6 and 2, but the big one there is WE now 5 and 2. Only a couple of series off of TES and only 1 off of OMG, and that's kind of, from 3rd down to 6 or 7, starting to get a bit congested.
It really is, and it's one of those reasons why I feel like most splits you have like a good idea of the exact 10 teams that'll make it into playoffs. But when you look at teams like NIP, EDG aren't really in good form. WE, I don't want to say this off of such a great win, but it's like, again, I feel like we still don't know all too much about their game. So it's like there's a bit of volatility down there towards the bottom end of the standings where maybe, Ultra Prime, RA, or FPX can manage to sneak in somehow. And this brings us to the games tomorrow, which I do cast tomorrow's games, so I should know what they are off the top of my head. And I know EDG and UP. Oh, wait, I was wrong. What tomorrow am I looking at?
You're looking at Wednesday, I think. But tomorrow we do start back in our 3-game series. So only Monday's got 2. The rest of the week's going to have 3, and that's going to be JDG versus NIP, Weibo versus FBX, and BLG versus IG. I won't lie, it's a little bit of a punch-down fest, but we'll see how confident these 3 teams can come out, or if NIP and FBX and IG, especially off IG's win over LNG, can maybe show us a little bit of a surprise.
Machine, it's not my fault. I also do EDG Ultra Prime the next day as the first series. Not
You're
my
also
fault.
casting those.
Yeah.
You're just a very busy man.
The 3 days back to back, but it's been a pleasure, sir. Me and you, WE and TES. The slow was like being on a Ferris wheel that got broken.
It was. You get
but
to
we both
embrace the
didn't like each other that much.
surroundings. Yeah, you get to watch and you get to soak it all in. You go a million miles like OMG. You don't really get to look around and see where you are. But I'm gonna wait for my director to say we're ready to end. But there it is. Thank you so much, Taki. But we're gonna send it off for the ending of today. Lyric, thank you for bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you guys for watching, and of course, thank you to our wonderful production crew. Without them, none of this would be possible. We'll see you guys on the same channel at the slightly, technically more usual time, and we'll see you then.